people in pirates. My devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 1 First time in One Piece world. Where is my golden finger? Knife light, flame, explosion sound. The screams of the villagers, the collapsed houses, and the blood flowing all over the place. The pirates who returned with a full load finally left this wasteland, and a white sail with seagulls printed on it suddenly rose on the distant coastline. The next moment, Bai-Shan woke up suddenly and sat on the bed, feeling lost. This is not just a dream, but something that often happens in this world. Bai-Shan doesn't know how many times he has seen it. I didn't expect that I actually settled down in this world. At least for the time being. Yes, Bai-Shan is not from this world. His soul penetrated into the body of a child also named Shan. In his memory, he grew up slowly under the care of an old man with a big beard. Although he didn't have any real feeling, relying on this memory, Bai-Shan understood a little bit. This is the world of One Piece. The weak will really die. That day, the bearded old man gave Bai-Shan the box under the bed inexplicably, and only said open it when you become stronger, and then drove the bewildered Bai-Shan to hide in the forest outside the village. The confused Bai-Shan was a little dazed. Although he didn't spend much time together, he still remembered the look in the old man's eyes, the dark brown eyes carrying a ray of hope when the old man saw him off. From then on, Shan planted a seed in his heart, a seed that became stronger. In just a few days, he understood the importance of becoming stronger. The age of pirates does not belong to the weak. Soon, the future famous Iron Fist Garp happened to bring the navy passing by here, easily wiped out the pirates, and found the thin Shan. Because there was nowhere to go, Garp finally brought Shan back to the navy headquarters Maran Vanduo. Bai-Shan became an orderly soldier, using labor in exchange for remuneration. He has never forgotten his current goal, to become stronger. While cleaning during the day, I have to secretly watch those navy exercises, and take care of the company by myself during the break. However, Shan has missed the golden period of development. Garp also wanted to teach him something, but in the end it all ended in frustration. After sorting out his thoughts, Bai-Shan let out a long sigh, got up and got dressed. Look outside, the sun has risen. It's time to start today's cleaning. Just as Bai-Shan was about to open the door, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. It is detected that the host has reached the age of 18 and is still so weak. The blackening system has awakened. System. Bai-Shan froze in place. When he just traveled here, it was not that he had not imagined that he had golden fingers. This is a must for travelers. As a result, despite Shan's endless calls, no system appeared. As a result, you actually told me now that you are awakened because I am too weak. If you woke up earlier, would I be so weak? Exclamation mark. Tucow returned to Tucow. Shan is still full of expectations. There was a ray of hope in his eyes. My dream of becoming stronger is about to come true. Black system, what role do you have? The top priority now is to figure out how to use this system. Isn't everyone else using the card drawing system, the summoning system, the conquest system of the heavens and the world? How did they get here? It's a weird black system. With the help of the blackening system, everything about the host can be blackened. Please wait a moment, the host is being scanned. Bai-Shan waited expectantly for half a minute, only to hear a beep. It is detected that the host's physique is too weak, and the physique has completed the first blackening. The host's physical exercise efficiency has increased by 100 times, and at the same time, it has eliminated its own physical defects. An interface appears in front of you. Current status, congenital deficiency, efficient exercise. The former body of the host, due to congenital deficiencies, has only 0.01% of the exercise effect left, and the effect has now been eliminated. Then, the insufficiency words gradually disappeared. A black light brushed from head to toe. Bai-Shan suddenly felt as if a lock had been opened. No wonder I practiced with Tekken Garp before, but it didn't work. It turned out that it was because of congenital inadequacy that it was causing trouble. Bai-Shan's fright and anger quickly turned into relief and relief. It's okay, the next self will be 100 times more effective. It was detected that the host's comprehension is too weak, and the comprehension has been blackened for the first time, and the host's comprehension efficiency of martial arts has increased by 100 times. Is that okay too? Bai Shan subconsciously thought of the martial art closest to him, the sixth form of the Navy. The increase in comprehension 100 times means that I can quickly learn the 6 styles of the Navy. Don't look at the 6 styles of the Navy that are widely taught in the Navy, but they don't learn much. It's like a simple finger gun, in the hands of an armed and domineering master. It is very powerful. Moreover, these skills have a wide range of applications. If you learn them, you can completely form your own combos. Since this is the case, Bai Shan quickly went out, picked up the cleaning tools, and started to rush to the vicinity of the Navy's training ground, planning to start stealing a wave. Inside the Navy, for the ordinary Navy, the 6 styles are actually not taught. The reason is very simple: even if they are taught, they will not be able to learn. Those who can come to the training ground to learn the 6 styles are the elites in various naval departments. There are also some special departments, such as the CP series, which basically everyone knows. An orderly like Bai Shan was originally not qualified to study. However, as long as you clean up the work and stand outside the training ground to watch, under normal circumstances no one will say anything. Everyone thinks you are watching the show. No one cares about a little orderly. So Bshan quickly swept his own piece of land, and then stood outside the training ground with excitement, watching the practice inside with all his attention. Learnable objects detected, learning in progress. Learn skill, shave, learning progress, introductory stage, 100%. Learn skill, finger gun, learning progress, entry stage, 100%. One morning, Bai Shan watched the naval elites and learned 2 moves in the 6 styles. You must know that most of the elites barely touched the threshold of entry after 10 days of courses. But Bai Shan didn't notice at all. When he was concentrating on stealing, Garp was standing by the window watching him upstairs behind him. That child is called Bshan, right? Behind him, the slightly younger Warring States came up and also looked at Bshan. People in pirates, my devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 2 Nanny! My skills are blackened. -69 book bar. Chapter 2 Nanny! My skills are blackened. It's called Bshan. It was picked up from a small town before. The whole town was slaughtered by pirates, and there is only one seedling left. Garp nodded, then turned and returned to the edge of the seat. It's a pity, this kid was very serious before, but he may not have much talent. I also saw this boy who secretly exercised alone before the Warring States period. No, this time it's just you who missed it. Unexpectedly, Garp suddenly retorted. Oh, you mean, he will become stronger? Being strong doesn't just depend on talent. Sometimes hard work and attitude are far more important than talent. As an important figure in the Navy, Garp has seen countless fallen geniuses, but he rarely sees this kind of diligent, conscientious and down-to-earth boy. Bshan, who is still obsessed with stealing, of course would not know such a conversation. One morning, he mastered the introduction of 2 6 styles, and he was so happy that he couldn't extricate himself. It's just that. Why is it stuck at 100% at the entry level? So why don't you continue to upgrade? System, what's going on? Stuck. The host lacks relevant actual combat, and only by watching and learning, it can only reach 100% of the entry level. If you want to continue to upgrade, you need to find someone to fight and accumulate experience in the battle. In the Navy, there are not a few battle exercises between each other. But if you want to find someone to fight against, you will expose the fact that you have already started. For a while, Bai Shan hesitated. In the afternoon, the navies were divided into groups for combat practice, while Bai Shan was watching with his teeth itchy. Forget it, just expose it. After Bai Shan thought of an excuse, he took the initiative to go forward and found the naval captain Kane, who was teaching and training. At this moment, Kane is fighting multiple ordinary sailors alone. Even so, he has no pressure at all. Since you want to practice, you must find someone who is stronger, and this Kane is the one who is in charge of teaching the naval cadets. He is known as the Iron Hunter and is very good at destroying flowers with tricks. In the Navy, the rank of colonel is only this Commodore U. Being able to become a colonel means that he is already one of the best masters in 100. You must know that Smoky Smoker, who is known as the White Hunter, is only a colonel. You are called Bshan, right? What's the matter? Can I compete with you? Hearing this, Kane showed an expression of disbelief. Competition? You haven't learned the 6 moves yet, have you? You are not my opponent. The implication is that he intends to reject Bshan. No. I've learned to shave and point a gun. Seeing Kane's inconceivable and incomprehensible expression, Bai Shan didn't intend to explain too much, and directly put on a combat posture. Kane is not a mother-in-law, and he doesn't mind teaching this ignorant orderly a lesson. Kane, please enlighten me. White Mountain. The two stood still, and disappeared at the same time in the next moment. Shave to shave. The two passed by. The next moment, a system voice sounded in Bai Shan's mind. Under the conditions of having a system, the host's hair is actually too far behind Kane, and this system can't stand it. Shaved himself has completed the first blackening, and successfully blackened into Shunpo, which can cross space and reach the target point in an instant. You know, it takes a few tenths of a second to activate the shaving itself. Now, Bshan can directly span a short distance, and the opponent has no room to react. The next second, the two move again. Bshan came to Kane's back in an instant. Before Kane had time to react, Bai Shan pointed at his waist. When the strength just came, Bai Shan held back his strength. Accepted. If the finger gun hits this time, Kane will lie down on the ground directly. Yes, Bshan. How strong is it? Bai Shan smiled and didn't say much. Just as Bai Shan was going to find the next person to practice duel, there was a burst of applause from the side. Okay. Bai Shan turned his head and saw a famous person standing aside with a smile on his face. The current admiral, Ake Ainu Sakaski. Thank you. But, I'm a bit unfamiliar. Who are you? Bai Shan pretended not to know each other. Just call me Ake Ainu. Young man, is your name Hakuzen? Yes, my name is Hakuzen. Are you the general, Ake Ainu Sakaski? After coming to this world, Bai Shan was a little cautious despite being excited. The second big man he met. I'm the chief here, and I'm responsible for teaching the Navy 6 styles. Then, can I fight with other navies? Okay, you go in and practice. Akekanu has seen Hakuzen many times before, and knows that he is secretly studying. But Bshan's progress is indeed unexpected. Looking at this level, it is already stronger than the most elite of the Navy under my command. Could it be that he had been hiding his clumsiness before? Thinking of this, Akekun has a heart of love for talents. Let's see first, if this Bshan is really a talent. He can consider recruiting him under his command. The one afternoon battle practice soon came to an end. Bshan played a total of 8 games and won all of them. And the way to win is almost all instant kills. No one's shaving is faster than Bshan's. Watching Bshan fight all the way to the point where no one dared to fight him, Akeinu nodded to Bshan. Bshan, come and study with me tomorrow. I will tell your superiors. There is no need to continue sweeping the floor. Okay, thank you instructor. It was so easy to officially join the elite navy in the true sense, and Bai Shan was also a little happy. Turning back to the rest time, Bai Shan quickly finished his meal and returned to his bedroom. Now that I have found a way to become stronger, can I open the previous box? With excitement and anticipation, Bai Shan opened the wooden box. There are only a few thin sheets of paper inside. 2 of the rubbings looked like something, and Bai Shan himself would not be able to identify it for a while. But he vaguely felt something. This is likely to be a rubbing of the legendary historical text. An old man in an ordinary village. Why would there be such a thing? Bai Shan took out the bottom sheet of paper and found that it was a folded page of letter paper. Bai Shan, when you see this letter, I may not be here anymore. It's time to tell you some truth. You also have a D in your name, and your real name is Jaros D. Bshan. Maybe you don't know what D stands for. Go find it. Take these 2 pages of rubbings of the historical text, and go find your life history and the truth of the world. When he saw these few lines, Bai Shan was really taken aback. Not only is this really a historical text, but he is actually a member of the D family. Regarding what D represents, in the original world, Bai Shan didn't know the truth. Didn't expect that after traveling to the world of One Piece, I would actually go after this mysterious surname. This tone is poor somewhat made Bshan think that he was the One Piece chosen by fate, but having said that, one can guess from these things, and the identity of the old man is not too simple. It's a pity that I thought it was an ordinary old man before, so I didn't pay more attention. Put these few pages carefully into his underwear, Bai Shan lay on the bed, and turned on his blackening system. After combat practice, the host's martial arts Shunbu and Finger Spear have successfully broken through to the proficient level, and the current progress is 0%. Bai Shan felt it carefully in the room, and found that his control over these 2 martial arts became more subtle. When I was fighting before, I was able to activate it quickly, but my control would be much weaker. It's like shaving, you can reach the target location, but you can't change your moves halfway. Now, with half of the shaving, you can stop in an instant, and truly do what you want. People in Pirates, my devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 3 Puppy has taken a fancy to me, -69 book bar. Chapter 3 The puppy has taken a fancy to me. When Bshan was lying on the bed excitedly and tossing and turning, the red dog he saw during the day was in Carp's office. Ha ha ha, long time no see. What are you doing here instead of training those brats? The two are obviously familiar with each other, sitting together drinking tea and chatting. This batch of newcomers is okay, but I don't think they are particularly strong. I guess I can't choose CP. Oh, you don't like any of them? I like one, but I need to observe more. What's it called? Let me see. Bai Shan. That orderly. Garp smiled when he heard the name. This is a good boy, very hardworking and serious. However, his current strength should be a little worse than that of ordinary Navy. Why do you like him? Garp believed in Bai Shan's heart, but he didn't know what happened today, and thought that Bai Shan was still that weak boy. Weaker than ordinary Navy? Are you kidding me? Akaken was not angry either, and explained what happened today in detail. In the end, that kid won 8 games and 8 games. I asked him to learn from him tomorrow, so he doesn't need to sweep the floor. Do you have any objections? After Garp listened blankly to the whole thing, he was stunned for a few seconds, and suddenly he hammered his right hand. Oh, this kid is hiding his clumsiness. He even deceived me and Zango. Ha ha, it's a deal. If this kid is really good enough, I'll bring him to CP9. You boy, are you here to steal someone from me? HMPH. I still want to stay by my side. Akaken UYY is somewhat unbelievable. You didn't know he was so strong before, why keep him? He knew that with Garp's character, he would definitely not deceive himself about this kind of thing. Xing, that kid has a disposition to accomplish great things. Persevere, be patient, and never give up. This kind of spirit is rarely seen even in the current Navy. Of course, those of you, the ones under my hands are not same. Yeah? Akainu didn't expect that Garp's evaluation of this boy was so high. Forget it, you practice first. When he grows up, let him choose. Good. Early the next morning, after Bai Shan got up and had breakfast, he subconsciously went to get his cleaning tools. Just took 2 steps while holding the broom, and fell directly behind. I am no longer a cleaner orderly. Started to shave directly, and quickly shuttled to the middle of the training ground. Not long after, all the companions who studied together came, and so did the coach. Seeing Bai Shan, who was the first to arrive, standing with his head held high, there was a hint of admiration in Akainu's eyes that was not easy to detect. Today, we will conduct a 10-day physical training, laying the groundwork for the next study of iron blocks. Is the next block of iron? Bai Shan was a little disappointed. The iron block is basically the bottom of the 6 naval styles. This thing is like a weakened version of the arm domineering color, but the weakening is a bit too powerful. You can only stand and resist. It is better to escape with shaving, or escape with paper painting. Forget it. If you can learn a little bit, you will never lose money. 10 days of physical training, under the condition of 100-fold increase, is equivalent to Bshan exercising for 1,000 days. Directly pay what was owed before the lack of physical fitness, training in one breath, and far beyond the ordinary navy. On the last day, after carrying a weight of 500 catties and walking around the naval headquarters 3 times, Bai Shan easily unloaded the load and walked to the cafeteria without blushing, heart beating, or panting. The companions who dared to come behind only saw a vigorous and light figure, and left gracefully. Problem is, they still have a full circle. Akakan watched Bai Shan leave. His breath was steady. His steps were vigorous, and he could only feel that this kid's physical strength might be stronger than what he had estimated before. As far as Bshan is concerned, today's weight-bearing assessment is actually no different from walking. Starting from the 8th day, the exercise effect brought by training has been so subtle that it has almost disappeared. Because I want to exercise down, the current load is far from enough. In order not to be so eye-catching, Bai Shan chose to keep quiet. He has already thought about what to do next, learn the iron block, and then went to Carp to apply for a higher load. That requires the assistance of some special materials and loads. The current Bshan does not have relevant permissions. The next morning, the instructor taught them what iron is. The so-called iron block is to build strength into the body that has been trained intensively, so that it has the hardness of iron. Even bullets and swords cannot break through. Although it looks somewhat similar to the arm domineering color, in actual experience, Bshan feels that it is more like a kind of power originating from the body. I have never experienced domineering, but according to the description of the arm domineering, it is attached to the surface of the body. The iron block is to strengthen the defense in one's own body. The host successfully learned the skill, iron block, learning progress, entry level, 100%. In the morning, when others can almost put on a posture and find some feeling, Bshan has already started. Okay, then in the next battle, one side will use iron blocks and the other will use finger guns. After a round, the 2 sides will switch offense and defense. Partnering with Bshan is still Kane from before. During the 10 days of training, the 2 of them became good friends and often practiced with each other. Come on, let me try the iron block first. Bai Shan stretched his arms, covering his chest. Kane concentrated his energy, concentrated all his strength on his fingertips, and pointed at Bai Shan's arm. There was only a sound of gold and iron colliding, as if a bullet hit the iron block. Kane himself was shocked back 2 steps, but it was Bai Shan, with no red marks on his arms. It's me, come on. Kane also raised his arms, striding forward. His muscles tensed. Bai Shan raised his finger with less than half of his strength. He wanted to see how strong he was now, but he didn't want to seriously injure or even kill his good friend. With a muffled bang, Kane flew upside down and lay down on the ground, his face flushed and his breathing fluctuating. Even so, the blackening system is still not satisfied. Under the condition of having the blackening system, the host's half-strength finger gun actually only has this power, and cannot instantly kill the enemy. The finger gun has been blackened for the first time, and turned into a male finger, which can penetrate most defenses. Although he was looked down upon by the black system, Bshan was very happy. One yang finger can penetrate most of the enemy's defenses. Does it include arm domineering? Can a yang finger penetrate arm domineering? It depends on the situation. Most ordinary people's arm domineering is acceptable, and the strength of a yang finger is at least 10 times that of a finger gun. Bai Shan was immersed in the joy of becoming stronger, but it took a long time for Kane to rest and recover gradually. Bai Shan, you are so strong. As long as you practice a lot, you can all do it. If I said that I only used less than half of my strength, Wouldn't it be a blow to these companions too much? Akainu stood outside the crowd, squinting at her cousin. This kid is not only making rapid progress. After a while, it feels almost like a real Navy corporal. Thinking of this, Akainu suddenly thought of one of his former apprentices. That one is also a genius among geniuses. And I just happened to be coming back here in a while. At that time, can we arrange for Bei-Shan to have a try with him? Human in the Pirate. My devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 4 Facing Provocations, Fighting Lucci. Chapter 4 Facing Provocations and Fighting Lucci. In the next few days, Bshan practiced iron with other navies. The Blackened Shunpo and Yangzi made Bshan invincible among these elite navy. However, within a few days, the iron block still did not undergo further blackening. Bei-Shan speculates that this is most likely because he has yet to meet anyone who can break his defense. Stand still and let other navies fight all day without blushing. So, should I try to fight? For example, go to the instructor to apply for a discussion? Or just run and let Cap punch himself? When Bshan was hesitating, an opportunity came quietly. Suddenly one day, when Bshan was training, he saw a young man brought by the instructor. The other navies didn't know each other, but Bei-Shan recognized this famous master at a glance. Louch, who will shine in Judiciary Island in the future. Shouldn't Lucci be in CP9 now? How did Marlon Fanda come here? Curiosity is curiosity. Bshan has not realized that this is his opportunity. After watching Lucci chatting with the instructor for a while, the two suddenly looked over. Bei-Shan froze for a moment, then heard the instructor's voice. Bshan, come out. Yes, instructor, what's the matter? There is a vague expectation in the voice. Could the coach want him to fight Lucci? Bei-Shan, let's meet. This is Lucci. The coach did not reveal Lucci's identity. CP9 is kept secret even within the Navy, and it cannot be known until it reaches a certain identity. Hello, I'm Bshan. Bei-Shan stretched out his hand actively, while looking at Lucci in front of him. This man, with the original sin of being weak, had the magnificent record of slaughtering 500 hostages and a whole ship of pirates at the age of 13. The current Lucci should have already eaten a devil fruit. Lucci nodded, reached out and gently held Bei-Shan's hand. Lusai. The instructor watched the two greet each other, and then led them to an open space. You two come to make gestures. Lucci, pay attention. Obviously, the instructor thinks that Lucci is far stronger than Bei-Shan. After all, the current Lucci has not only mastered the 6 naval styles, but also developed many unique moves of his own. Even without using the ability of the devil fruit, the combat power should not be underestimated. Okay, please enlighten me. Bshan is full of fighting spirit. He knows that Lucci is very strong, which is exactly what he needs now. Come on, break my defense hard. Lucci walked to the opposite side and stood still. The two looked at each other, and then activated at the same time. Bshan's Shunpo is faster than Lucci's shaving, which makes Lucci, who is unprepared, caught off guard. When Bei-Shan's fist approached his head, he could only use paper painting to avoid it. The two are fighting together, and the proficiency of Shunpo and Yangzi is constantly rising. As the battle intensified, Lucci understood why the instructor let him fight the boy in front of him. The Bshan in front of me is getting stronger and stronger as the battle progresses. After fighting for a long time, I can't see any decline in physical strength. What he didn't know was that at this moment, Bei-Shan was constantly ringing in his mind. The host's reaction ability was poor during the battle, and he was almost hit by Lucci. The reaction force has been blackened for the first time, and the bullet time has been obtained. Bullet time. The magical skill in the Matrix. Even real bullets can be easily dodged. After that, every time Lucci attacked, in the eyes of Bei-Shan, who had turned on the bullet time, the speed slowed down by 10 times. The host's physical strength was poor during the battle, and he was approaching the limit of physical strength so quickly. His physical strength has already completed the first blackening, and he has obtained a dead tree with a spring. A dead tree meets spring, a Taoist secret technique that can stimulate the potential of life and restore physical strength when the physical strength reaches its limit. This is a unique skill that constantly squeezes the limit of oneself, and strengthens the physical fitness and vitality by constantly approaching the limit of physical strength. Therefore, Lucci only felt that Bshan's physical strength was constantly flowing. What he didn't know was that Bshan was pressing himself to the limit countless times, so as to strengthen his vitality. The instructor watched the two become stronger as they fought. His eyes gradually changed from admiration to disbelief. With Lucci's current strength, on the premise of not using the fruit ability, it is easy for one person to fight dozens of people. And now, the two are at an impasse, and Lucci can't see any advantage. This Bshan is actually so strong? The instructor secretly made up his mind that he must find a way to abduct Bshan into his hands. And Lucci also felt that something was wrong. He couldn't see the limit of Bshan for so long, and it seemed that he underestimated his opponent. Thinking of this, Lucci's figure exploded the next moment. Devil Fruit ability activated. Mamao Fruit, leopard form. After transforming, Lucci's strength, speed, and physical strength have doubled. The speed after the explosion, Bshan can't keep up for a moment. The bullet time seeing Lucci's fist, Bshanpo couldn't dodge it. That being the case, Iron Nugget strengthen the muscles of the whole body to meet the full blow of the leopard-shaped Lucci. Baishan's feet stuck to the ground, was hit by Lucci's punch, and he slid back 100 meters along the ground before barely stopping. The sea of blood in his chest was churning. He opened his mouth, and spewed out a mouthful of blood. Lucci's punch made Baishan realize that there is still a big gap between himself and the master. Bshan, are you okay? It's okay. Come again. Raising his head again, Baishan's eyes were completely burning with fighting spirit. Lucci's punch just now was the first time he suffered a real injury after arriving in this world. So, the blackening system is in full swing. The host was injured by Lucci and vomited blood under the condition of using the iron block. The iron block has been blackened for the first time, and the iron cloth shirt has been obtained. The host's physical strength is completely exhausted. The body's functions have been severely damaged, and the physique has been completely blackened. It will automatically cultivate into true chi breathing, which can be used to repair the wounds in the body. Because the host has gained true energy, the one yang finger has been blackened, and the real one yang finger has been obtained, which is 10 times more powerful than the one yang finger. Because the host has gained infuriating energy, the iron cloth shirt has been blackened and obtained a golden bell cover, which can be used to defend against foreign objects and various special effects attacks. True chi was continuously generated from the body, and then wandered in the internal organs of Bshan, and the wound just now gradually healed within a few breaths. The iron cloth shirt defends against physical attacks, and the golden bell cover can resist effects such as elemental fruits, bullets, or domineering. And the true one yang finger is 100 times more powerful than the finger gun. Lucci made a lot of money with this punch. Lucci, do your best. I won't fall down so easily. People in pirates, my devil fruit has turned black. Chapter 5 Victory Counterattack. Garp was stunned. Chapter 5 Victory Counterattack. Garp was stunned. The instructor and Lucci were still worried about whether Bshan could survive this punch. As a result, when I heard this angry voice, I knew that there was nothing serious about Bshan. This kid, how can he handle this? While the instructor was thinking about how to deceive Baishan, when he was invited over, at some point, Garp actually appeared by his side. Lieutenant General Garp, why are you here? Galalala, Baishan boy and Lucci boy. The two have been fighting for a long time. The momentum is so loud, I have already started to watch it. This boy is really good. Garp knew Lucci, and he also knew Lucci's strength. And Bshan was able to fight Lucci for so long, which exceeded everyone's expectations. Lucci waited for a few seconds, and saw Baishan walking over with fighting intent in his eyes. The next moment, he made another shot, flashed directly into the air. launch the flying finger gun and shoot air bullets from the nails and fly over the Bshan mountain at extreme speed. As a result, Bshan did not hide or evade, and directly opened the golden bell cover, a light golden translucent golden bell, covering Bai Shan's entire body. The missile collided with the golden bell jar, which roused the sound of Huangzong and Dielu, and the waves of sound splashed everywhere. Bai Shan didn't even hurt a single hair. Seeing that pulling out the flying finger gun has no effect, Lu Qi, continue to move. First use the razor to quickly approach Bshan. This is Lu Shi's ability to combine mooncloth and shave. He used his famous stunt again, finger gun Madara. This is a skill that can only be used when using return life. Once this move is made, it means that Lu Qi has admitted that Bai Shan is an evenly matched opponent. A burst of finger guns hit Bai Shan close to his body. Under the protection of the iron cloth shirt, Bai Shan only felt a numbness on his body, like a slight electric shock. And Lu Qi felt a feedback that was harder than iron and stone, as if he was attacking the armed domineering. How can this be? Not to mention that Bshan is so young, it is impossible to reach this level of armed domineering. Lu Qi didn't see the armed domineering, covering the body. Seeing that Bai Shan had received Lu Qi's trick unscathed, Carp and the instructor not only changed their expressions slightly. Ha 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 ha, this kid is hiding so deep. After a few seconds, Garp laughs. He knew how cruel Lu Qi's move was. Lu Qi, give me a trick. Been beaten for a long time, Bai the mountain is finally going to counterattack. Lu Qi didn't dare to be careless, and resorted to iron and hollow wood. This is a counterattack using iron blocks. The stronger the opponent's attack is, the stronger your own counterattack will be. As for Bshan, when the true energy is drawn, the true one-yang finger comes like the wind, and the oppressive feeling it brings to Lu Qi is like a thunderbolt. This finger, with 100 times the power of the finger gun, successfully broke Lu Qi's iron block. Moreover, due to the effect of infuriating, Lu Qi's iron block and empty wood are completely useless. What caused the damage was a mysterious force in Lu Qi's eyes, and he couldn't counterattack at all. Unconsciously, Lu Qi also had blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Compared to the injury Bshan received just now, Lu Qi has suffered internal injuries. Yi Yang, carrying true Qi, pointed at Lu Qi, and the true Qi went straight down along the meridian, passed through the muscles, and directly damaged Lu Qi's viscera. This trick is actually similar to his own Six Kings spear. It's amazing, brother Lu Qi. I'm willing to bow down. Let's stop here today. Bai Shan only saw the slight bleeding from the corner of Lu Qi's mouth, thinking that he was not seriously injured. I currently lack attack means, and this is the strongest point. Since I can't break through the defense of others, there is no point in fighting. Good. Lu Qi took a deep breath for a long time before suppressing the churning of blood in his chest, walked over and stood behind the instructor. Bai Shan bowed to the instructor. I benefited a lot from today's battle, thanks to the instructor and brother Lu Qi for coming to help me train. Well, it's fine. Hakazan, are you interested in joining CP9? Bai Shan was taken aback for a moment, and then quickly reacted. The instructor in front of me doesn't seem to have a simple identity. No wonder Lu Qi appears here. However, with my previous identity, I shouldn't know what CP9 is. So Bai Shan pretended to be dazed. What is CP9? Why haven't I heard of such a thing? The so-called CP9 is an organization within the Navy. Seeing the face of the instructor saying everyone is our own, you should come and get familiar with it first. He explained to Brother Bshan what CP9 is. Carp was not happy. Hey, this kid is my subordinate, are you poaching in front of me? Isn't it for Bshan boy to choose himself? If he wants to come, you can't stop him. HMPH, what's the good of your CP9? Sneaky, manly man, just like me, maintain order at sea. Save the people from water and fire. Given Garp's personality, he actually doesn't like a secretive espionage organization like CP9. Hey, in our CP9, we can have better training, And we can also have the opportunity to get devil fruits. Members in the group can get assistance from the Navy organization. In short, there are many benefits. Many people want to come in, but they don't have the qualifications yet. Looking at the two people quarreling over the robbing of Bshan, Lucci was indifferent, and Bshan was embarrassed. "Well, can you listen to me?" "Shut up." The two yelled at Baishan at the same time, only to realize that it was Baishan who spoke. The scene suddenly became awkward. "Oh, boy Bshan, just tell me." "I was just an orderly some time ago, and it hasn't been long since I became an official Navy. I think things in the future should be slowed down for a while. I will finish learning these things first, and then I will become stronger." "Say it again." "Well, yes, I like this spirit of persistent learning." Baishan's character is very pleasing to the two of them. "Then I'll go back to rest first, I just exhausted a lot of energy." In fact, with the genuine reply, "I have no effect, but I always feel a little embarrassed standing here." "Okay, go back and rest first. Remember not to talk about today's affairs." When Baishan left, Garp snorted, "Anyway, you can't take my people away." Turned around and left. The instructor knew that Garp would not be angry with him, but as a lieutenant general, he still had things to do and couldn't stay here all the time. Then the instructor also led Lucci to his room. "How about it, kid?" "Strong." "How strong is it?" The instructor rarely heard such praise from Lucci. "I just realized that my internal organs have been injured." His finger pierced through my iron block, as well as the defense of the animal devil fruit transformation. The instructor's eyes froze. "Come on, let's think about how to trick that kid into CP9. Please, if you think this book is okay, please leave your precious 5-star praise. I really need everyone's support if I want to set sail for the new book. Thank you." Man in the Pirate. My devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 6 Moon Steps. Blackened into a dance technique. A few days after the battle with Lucci, Baishan and Ake Ainu maintained a tacit understanding, and no one mentioned what happened before. Within a few days, Hukazen successfully learned all the 6 naval styles under the condition of Ake Ainu's deliberate reticence. Because the host mastered Shunpo and Yo at the same time, Ba has completed the first blackening and obtained the dance technique. Fly from Dragon Ball. The original moon step can only move up and down in the air, and there is no way to move and stay completely at will. With Wukong, moving in the air is like a fish in water, moving as one wishes. Because the host mastered both chi and paper painting, paper painting has completed its first blackening and obtained 10 light skills. Master the top 10 light skills in the martial arts world in one go. Ling waves with small steps, traveling alone for thousands of miles, crossing the river with a single reed, and changing gods. Now, when playing against Kane can't hit Bshan at all. Baishan doesn't need to dodge quickly, even if two people fight close to each other. Baishan can move around in an extremely small space, easily passing through thousands of flowers without a single leaf touching his body. What made Baishan most happy was that he finally mastered another attack method. To be precise, it is a step. Because the host mastered both Wukong and Lan Jiao, Lan Jiao has completed the first blackening and obtained volley shots. This skill allows Bshan to launch the haze feet in the air to 360 degrees without dead ends, and instantly transform into a human flesh-top cannon. While these skills were strengthened, Hukazen finally applied to Ake Ainu for special training. After the approval of the Navy headquarters, the current Bshan is carrying a weight made of a special metal. This kind of metal is extremely dense. It looks like a small piece on the outside, and it weighs nearly 1,000. At this moment, Bshan has 2 pieces for each of his limbs, and a total of 10 pieces on his body. With a load of 18,000 jin, he still walks like flying, stepping on the snow without a trace. If it wasn't for performing swimming in front of Ake Ainu, and by the way blackened the ability to breathe underwater, Ake Ainu will think that Hukazen is a devil fruit ability user. This appalling physical quality, Ake Ainu has only been seen in some special races. Another few days have passed, and Baishan has completely mastered everything he has learned. Its strength cannot be said to be very strong, it can only be said to be able to beat all navies in the same period. Now, even if he faces Lucci again, he dares to pat his chest and say that he has an 8-point chance of winning. Ake Ainu also realized that the strength of Hokuzen was too far from other navies. So one day, Ake Ainu handed over all the trained navy to the stage. You guys have been training for a long time now. Among the navies of the same age, you are elite and strong. Today, I will give you an assessment. After a pause, Ake Ainu raised his voice. After the death of Pirate King Roger, the pirates everywhere are in chaos. In the next month, you will be assigned to each lieutenant colonel's subordinates, obey their orders, and destroy the pirates. I hope you can come to see me with the head of a pirate. Yes, General Ake Ainu. We will definitely live up to our expectations. Complete the task with all our might. Baishan was surprised at first, and then overjoyed. This kind of assessment is undoubtedly a piece of cake for me. I can't learn anything more here for the time being, so I might as well go out for a while and see the world. Thinking of this, Baishan took a step forward. Report to General Sakarsky. Explain. I think that as a navy, you can't rely on the protection of your colleagues to grow up. I want to apply to go to sea alone. Ask the instructor to give me a canoe. I will definitely carry a pirate with no less than 5 million berries. The head is here to see you. The rest of the navy were dumbfounded. The admiral was in front. They didn't dare to speak, but a lot of things were already shown in their eyes. Is this kid so brave? Anyway, although they are all elites, they have never seen blood, and they are just child soldiers who have been training at the Navy headquarters. At this moment, if you really have to face the pirates, you must have lingering fears. As for Bshan, he voluntarily chose to give up the help of the lieutenant colonel and choose to go to sea by himself. 5 million Bailey's head is considered a slightly famous pirate. Akaken smiled slightly, and he knew that Bshan must be outstanding. In this case, let's go push the boat and let Bshan make his own way. I approve. I will go to get your boat and nautical chart later. Worried that Hokuzen would get lost alone, Ake Ainu arranged a nautical chart for Hokuzen. After the other navies were all allocated, Bshan also received his own things as he wished. Goodbye, Mr. Garp, and the instructor. I will be back as soon as possible. Baishan sat on the boat and waved to him, then turned around and started rowing. Just let him go alone. When Bshan was far away, Garp showed a little worry on his face. HMPH. What do you need to say? I have already arranged people. The relevant personnel have already been arranged. If Bshan encounters any danger, not only the people who follow secretly, but also the CP team members from all over the place will help. Mr. Garp was still a little worried, turned around, left and returned to the office, and said something to his adjutant. The adjutant nodded, and quickly went down to make arrangements. Baishan is of course unaware of these secret help. At this moment, he is holding a small boat, sliding towards the East China Sea. He decided to go to see the East China Sea where One Piece was born first. Roger, Luffy, Zora, Nami, Garp, Dragon. People say that the East China Sea is the weakest of the 4 seas. But in fact it's just because Garp often visits his hometown. Pirates who want to become bigger and stronger in the East China Sea have only 2 choices. Either they are related to Garp, or they are so strong that Garp can't help it. With anticipation and joy, Bshan slid towards the East China Sea. When I was a few hours old, I realized one thing after being exposed to the sun to the almost dry Bshan. Careless, I subconsciously thought that Luffy would start drifting in a wooden barrel, and thought that I could just row a boat and go out to sea. As a result, several hours have passed, and I don't know how far I have rowed. You won't die in the sea, will you? Just as Baishan was frowning, the Black System came out to make contributions again. The host has successfully lost his way with a nautical chart, and his nautical ability and map recognition ability have been blackened for the first time. He has mastered the ability to distinguish directions by feeling on the sea, and can easily drive all ships and deal with all dangerous situations. Advanced navigation. The host successfully lacks water under the scorching sun, and its ability to resist negative effects has been blackened, greatly weakening or even being immune to most negative effects. Hey, well, I am the third white man, another hero. People in pirates. My devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 7 What to do without a ship. Chapter 7 What to do without a boat. Control the king of the sea. With the blessing of the new blackening effect, Bshan not only directly memorized the entire navigation chart, but also easily identified the direction. And as long as you drink a sip of seawater, you can row with energy for a whole day. This sudden change puzzled a few people who were following behind him. At this moment, 4 people are crowded in a small boat. These 4 people were all selected from the CP organization of the Navy, and they were responsible for secretly following and protecting Bshan. At this moment, 3 people are rowing the boat with all their strength, and 1 person is standing on the bow of the boat, looking at the lively Bshan with a telescope. Strange. Didn't this kid look like he was going to die before? I didn't see him bring clean water either. How could he be rowing so fiercely? The 3 people behind were exhausted and out of breath, so they could barely keep up with Bshan's speed. No wonder the boss said that this kid is a monster. It's good now, I don't have to go back and carry supplies for him. While observing, I have to record the White Mountain travel notes in the notebook, and I will hand it over to Admiral Akainu when I go back. As the day went down, Bshan fell asleep in the boat after admiring the evening sunset at sea, not worrying if a storm would knock him over in the middle of the night. On the boat behind, the 3 of them could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Several people lay on their backs in the boat. That kid's rowing is outrageous. A small boat can row almost as fast as other people's big boats. HMPH. Every day after that will be like this. Get used to it early. No way. Sure enough, in the next few days, the 2 boats, one in front and the other behind, sailed on the vast sea. Bshan, who is used to this kind of life, is getting more and more relaxed, while the boat behind is getting more and more tormented. But then things got better, because Bshan has one more habit, fishing. This is Baishan, who has been hungry for several days, and suddenly realizes why he is hungry. Isn't the sea full of fish? So, Bshan himself dismantled a small piece of wood from the small boat with his bare hands, and used his pocket knife to whittle it into something that looked like a stick. No fishing line. Baishan directly disassembled the clothes with his hands, and during the process of assembling, he blackened out his manual skills. By the way, handy craftsmanship, from gem inlays to lock-picking skills, as long as it is a subtle work with his hands, it can be used. No bait. Baishan thought for a long time, and finally decided to use sawdust as bait. Maybe, probably, there will be fish biting the hook, right? Sure enough, after waiting in place for half an hour, the fishing rod did not move. The host successfully spent half an hour using a self-made fishing rod, but didn't catch a single fish. The fishing ability has completed the first blackening and obtained god-level fishing skills. Within 2 seconds, the fishing rod was slightly up and down, and a fish was hooked. In the distance behind him, the person with the binoculars was also excited. I'm hooked. I am finally hooked. It's not easy. I want to write it down. While shouting, he wrote in his notebook, fishing for half an hour, get the first fish. What's going on here? I don't know. I'm getting bored and crazy. The 3 behind them shook their heads with helpless expressions. Originally, they thought that Baishan had successfully fallen into the fish, so they should leave now, right? As a result, Bshan played directly. Then, they saw how Bshan could catch a whole boat full of fish within 10 minutes. That's all. I can't let go of more. Baishan put away the last shot with satisfaction. His back was already full of fish. Hey, wait. Seeing so many fish, Baishan had a whim. Own god-level fishing skills. You can easily catch ordinary fish with sawdust. What about fishing with fish? Going ahead, Bshan hung a clownfish on the end of the line and let it hang down. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Why is there no response yet? In the past, as soon as the fishing rod hangs down, it immediately bites the hook. What Bai Shan didn't know was that a huge shadow was slowly floating on the other side of his boat at this moment. Damn. What is that? Neptune. The stalker behind him discovered this, but there was no way to notify Bai Shan for a while. Swipe over quickly. Shan is in danger. The three people behind immediately picked up the oars and started paddling vigorously. Bai Shan just lowered his head, intending to see if the fish in the water were about to be caught by himself, so no fish bit the hook. Just as he lowered his head, a huge mouth bit directly at Shan. At the critical moment, with the ultimate dodge of Wukong and lightness kung fu, Shan flew into the sky directly by the airflow from the Sea Kings. It's actually a Sea King. Just try it with you. This Sea King is not particularly big, and Shan can stay in the air, which can be said to have an absolute advantage. So, when the four people rowing in the back were about to get closer, suddenly saw Shan flying in the air, and his feet were shooting everywhere. Eat me volley. Blood flowed from the Sea King's scraped with land's foot. Bai Shan swooped down, and Shinichi Yang pointed his finger at the head and poked it several times. True energy entered the body, shaking the brains of Neptune's buzzing. Ang. Tilda. The Neptune screamed and fell into the sea. What does it mean? The host can't understand the voice of Neptune's. The ability to understand has been blackened for the first time. It can hear the voice of all things. It can understand any language of any creature and can make friends with it. Roger's magical skills, listen to the voice of all things. This extremely rare ability. I just blackened it so casually. Although the system looks down on me every time I turn black, the feeling of taking off while lying down is really cool. Black system, feel free to look down on me. I'm right here, let you whip me. In the dark and refreshing Shan, a voice suddenly appeared in my mind. It hurts. It hurts. What's going on with this human? Hey, can you understand me? You bit my boat. How about you come and use it as a mount for me? I'll let you go when I get to the East China Sea. Although Wukong is available, it still takes a lot of energy to use it all the time. Shan plans to change to a higher speed means of transportation. Are you kidding? Bai Shan raised his right hand high, with his index finger and middle finger forming a sword finger. I came here specifically to serve as a mount for you, my lord. The form is stronger than the fish, and the Neptune is dignified, and he must bow his head in front of opponents he cannot beat. Okay, good boy. Follow the path I pointed. Bai Shan was very satisfied with the fish's assessment of the situation, and sat directly on the fish's head. When the four people who cared about Shan and wanted to see if Shan was injured approached, they were surprised to find that Shan had already left on a Sea King. That's the Neptune class. The three of them can only double their rowing speed, and they can only eat farts behind others. The four of them looked at each other in blank dismay, and the target they were following was lost in such an open manner. People in pirates, my devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 8 Straw Hat Luffy appears. Let's take a pigeon boat. Chapter 8 Straw Hat Luffy appears. Let's take a pigeon boat. Riding Sea Kings all the way across the windless belt, Shan headed towards the East China Sea. When I was in a small town before, Shan had already calculated the time according to the calendar. Now, probably not long after Luffy set sail, although in the anime it seems that one episode can reach an island. In fact, the time spent on sailing takes up at least 80%. It's just that floating in the sea for a few days and nights is really boring, and the animation has been subtracted. I am going to the East China Sea. If I am lucky, I may be able to meet this son of the plain, and Sauron, Nami, Sanji and Usopp. Exciting to think about. Within a few days, Bai Shan's enthusiasm was extinguished a lot. Donghai is really too big. No matter how you say it is one of the 4 seas in the world, riding a Sea King for several days and nights, I haven't seen a single shadow of land yet. Bai Shan guessed that he might have to come for a few more days before reaching his destination, Rotown. I thought about it, so let's go. Finally, Li Zai came to the door by himself. This day, Shan is lying down and basking in the sun, Suddenly a shell hit not far away. Bai Shan's eyes were quick and his feet were fast, and a shot of Lan's foot was kicked by the shell in the air. Taking a closer look, a fleet of pirate flags with black sails is hovering nearby. Whose flag is this? Bai Shan thought about it for a while, and he didn't seem to be a famous person. There are only 3 ships in this fleet, just little pirates, but I don't know if 5 million Baileys are enough. Thinking of this, Shan Wukong performed and left a sentence for Neptune. You stay here obediently, then flew to the lucky one who bumped into it. Hey! Did you drink too much and miss the shot? With such a big Neptune, we won't be short of food for a long time after being killed. On the flagship at the moment, a few gunners are surrounded by pirates looking for fun. Fart. Just now my hand was shaking a little, I can definitely hit it now. The gunner who was ridiculed looked ashamed and angry, thinking that the shot just now was going to hit no matter what, but it still missed. While they were making a fuss, the watchman above suddenly saw a black spot that was approaching rapidly. Alert, alert, something is approaching. Hearing this, the sailors subconsciously looked towards the sea. No, there is not even a small fishing boat. Are you also drunk and misread? It's not on the water, it's in the air, empty. He's coming. Amidst the panicked screams of the watching sailors, Bai Shan accidentally landed too hard, directly smashing the deck of the ship. There is a circle of pirates around, and the silent needle drop can be heard. Flying monster. A few seconds later, when Bai Shan was wondering if he should say something, the pirates ran into a mess. Go get the captain. Where are the first mate and the combat team? The flying man has come on board. The deck was smashed. Bai Shan shook his head. It seems that they are not some famous pirates. The quality of this group of people is really too low. Not long after, their captain walked over surrounded by them, holding weapons and looking alert. My name is Bshan. What's your name? This is Greif the Red Blade. I don't know why you come to my ship. Red Blade. Bai Shan thought for a while, took out a large stack of reward lists, and stood among the pirates to look through them slowly. Not long after, I found it. Red Blade, Criffle, the bounty is 4.5 million Baileys. What a pity. What a pity. If you are 5 million Baileys, I will cut off your head to complete the task. Hearing this, the captain broke into a cold sweat. Remember not to shoot indiscriminately. Since it is not more than 5 million, Bshan is really not interested. He wants to fight the strong now. Turning around and leaving behind the group of bewildered pirates, Bai Shan planned to fly back. Suddenly heard the captain's voice, please wait a moment. Are you the pirate who came back from the Great Voyage? At this moment, Bai Shan was not wearing a navy uniform. In order to facilitate going to sea, he was wearing everyday clothes. No, I'm the navy. Navy? Exclamation mark. The faces of the pirates around were even uglier. I'm not interested in small characters like you, but you'd better put down your weapons. I'm not happy being pointed at by something like that. Okay, put it down. The other people on the boat signaled to put down their weapons. He knew that with his flying ability and the bearing of the person in front of him, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Maybe he is the kind of boss in the Navy, who goes out to hang out every day, and has no interest in his kind of less than 5 million. Master Navy, we are going to Rogue Town. I wonder if it is convenient for you to come together. After hesitating for a moment, the captain actually sent out an invitation. Not only the surrounding pirates were in an uproar, but Bai Shan himself didn't even expect it. Why did you invite me to go with the Navy? The captain shook his head. I don't know, but I have a hunch that you will be a person who will cause storms. If I miss you here today, I will definitely regret it. What an interesting guy. Okay, wait a moment, I will let that Sea King go back by itself. Bai Shan flew back to the original position, and the Sea Kings still stayed there. I found the fleet. You can go back by yourself. After speaking, leaving behind the Sea Kings who were full of joy but didn't dare to show it at all, Bai Shan arrived on the boat. All I eat when I go out to sea these days is fish, and it's time for a change now. If you continue to eat like this, you will almost be marinated into a fishy smell. In this way, Bai Shan successfully followed the fleet and came to the vicinity of Rot Town. Along the way, Bai Shan was not idle, and trained some fighting skills for the combat team. Watching Shan shuttle freely between the hail of bullets and the chaos of knives, the pirates realized how correct the captain's decision was. Arriving near the town of Rot, the captain told Bshan that they could not dock at Rot Town because of White Hunter Smoker. So Bai Shan flew to the entrance of Rot Town alone. Seeing the prosperity in front of him, Bshan couldn't help feeling that this is the legendary beginning and ending place. One Piece, the hometown of Goldie Roger, and the place where he died. Let's just take a stroll first. Bai Shan intends to check here to see if he can find some of Roger's old friends, and ask them what happened to the deed that Roger and himself both had. I found the tavern named Roger along the way, chatted with the bartender who is now very old for a long time, and heard a lot of adventure stories about Roger. However, the real secrets, such as Roger's ability, life experience, etc., are unknown. It's really nerve-wracking. Human in the Pirate, My Devil Fruit Has Been Blackened, Chapter 9, Understanding the Wind Sword Technique. Chapter 9, Understanding Wind Swordsmanship. From the mouth of Roger's old man, it's like listening to a story. Although Bai Shan listened to it with gusto, it didn't provide any substantial help. Forget it. Let's visit this legendary town first. Walking under the legendary execution platform, a wonderful feeling arose in Bai Shan's heart. That man is here. He exchanged his life for this era of great pirates. This era of great pirates is full of risks and opportunities, full of bloody killings and wine and singing. Bai Shan remembered that Luffy would come here and be pressed on the execution platform, claiming to be the future One Piece, and survived intact. At the end of the execution stage, Luffy, who was caught by Smoker, managed to escape with the help of his father, the Revolutionary Dragon. In the entire East China Sea, during this period, the two strongest men appeared. One is Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman, and the other is Dragon, who can call wind and rain. I want to make gestures with them. Bai Shan knows that he will definitely lose, but with the blessing of the blackening system, if he loses, he will become stronger. Since this is the case, Bai Shan thought of a way to determine the whereabouts of Luffy. Read newspaper. Luffy has done a lot of great things along the way, and these things will be published in newspapers. Looking through dozens of pages of recent newspapers, hackers can basically confirm that Luffy hasn't found Sanji yet. They should still be on their way to the sea restaurant Barati. I am going to race against time, in order to meet Hawkeye. Bai Shan, who was about to go out, just took 2 steps, and suddenly stopped. Hawkeye is the #1 swordsman in the world, so it's a disadvantage for me to fight him empty-handed. With the blackening system, it must be very easy for you to master weapons. Being as strong as Kaido is carrying a mace, and I am not domineering now, so it is always good to buy 2 weapons. Thinking of this, Bai Shan found a knife shop. After entering the door, isn't this exactly where Sauron got Gitchings to go? 2 famous knives are here, can I get one? However, Bai Shan, who is a fan of One Piece, is more or less hesitant. Taking away Sauron's knife, will it change the original plot? What if Sauron was injured and hacked to death because he didn't have a good knife? Thinking of this, Bshan doesn't plan to take those 2. Just make do with what you can use. However, since we are here, a wave of Sauron is still necessary for Kaz. Which boy doesn't like the man among the men in One Piece, Sauron, who aspires to become the world's #1 swordsman? Boss, do you have a knife for 50,000 Baileys? Hearing this, the face of the welcoming boss immediately turned cold. This is a poor ghost. Yes, over there. You can see for yourself. Bai Shan looked for it, and sure enough, the ghost was in the barrel. Yo, Gitch, just sell it for 50,000. The boss had a troubled look on his face. That knife. That knife, forget that knife, I won't sell it to you. Because it's a demon sword. The boss turned pale with shock. You. How do you know? Ha ha, it's just a demon sword. Let me see if it's his demon sword that is stronger, or me. After finishing speaking, Bai Shan imitated Sauron, throwing Gitch into the sky, then stretched out his arms, waiting for the knife to fall by itself. Sauron dared to do this because he had determination and belief, and Bai Shan dared to do this purely because he felt that his ability, whether it was avoiding the blade or simply resisting, was no problem. This knife is equivalent to a free fall from the air. Even if it is very sharp, it is impossible to cut yourself, who is defended by the golden bell cover of the iron cloth shirt. In the disbelieving expression of the boss, Yao Dao Gui Toru descended from the sky, and then the back of the sword slashed through Bai Shan's arm, and plunged straight into the ground. It's okay. Does this mean that I have also been recognized by this demon sword? Bai Shan was somewhat flustered. Facing a demon sword, the host has no belief in victory. The inner will has been blackened for the first time, and the will has been strengthened, weakening or even immunizing most of the negative states aimed at the mind. Isn't it? Can this be blackened? I was just a little bit worried. Why did I become weak-willed? Forget it. Anyway, just get the benefits yourself. With this effect, I can be prepared when I face that kind of strange fruit ability user. The boss was stunned for a moment, then resolutely walked into the room, and took out the treasure of the store, the famous sword of snow walking. I will give you both this sword and Unitsu for free. You will be a powerful swordsman. No, boss, put it away. These two knives don't belong to me. They have destined owners. Shan rejected the boss. Shortly after this, there may be a young man, like me, who dares to use his own arm to test this demon sword Unitsu. Remember to send him a word for me at that time. Just say that I am very optimistic about him, and he will become the world's #1 swordsman. Really? Okay, I made a note. But if this knife is going to be given to that young man, please wait a moment. As he spoke, the boss carried Gzu back, and then took out another knife. This is a good knife second only to the treasure of the shop, Bai Yi, one of the 50 good and fast knives. Bai Yi, what a coincidence. My surname is also Bai. Then I will accept it bluntly. Although his full name should be Jiro's Deep Shan now, he subconsciously likes to call himself by his previous name. The surname is Bai Ming Shan. If you don't change your name when you travel, you don't change your surname when you sit. Just like that, Bai Shan didn't spend a single penny, and took away the Bai Yi sword, which was second only to the treasure of the town store. Although Bai Shan doesn't know swordsmanship, he has tricks. It just so happens that there is a suitable person in the naval base in Rotown. Soon, Bai Shan found his partner, Daiseki. Let's try and compete. Bai Shan stopped in front of Daiseki. Seeing Daiseki, the famous sword Bai Yi, was also delighted. The two competed in the naval base. At the beginning, Bai Shan didn't even know how to hold a knife, so Daiseki once thought it was a joke. However, within a few strokes, Bai Shan's swordsmanship suddenly became superb. The host actually lost to Daiseki in terms of swordsmanship, and the swordsmanship is so hot, the swordsmanship has been blackened, and he obtained the Yufeng swordsmanship. Yufeng swordsmanship, Yasuo's swordsmanship. You can control and create a strong wind with only sword skills, quite brilliant sword skills. Bai Shan was overjoyed just now, when he heard another voice, because I have mastered both true energy and Yufeng swordsmanship, I have obtained the unique skill Lan stunt, similar to the case of the Shinichi Yang finger. Yes, this trip to Rotown is also rewarding. People in pirates. My devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 10 That Man, Fighting Colonel Smoker. Chapter 10 That Man, Against Colonel Smoker. After mastering the Yufeng sword, Shan's sword moves suddenly changed, agile and elegant, and he could advance and retreat freely. Daiseki couldn't adapt for a while, and was quickly defeated. What kind of sword move are you? I've never seen it before. Bai Shan smiled. This is the swordsmanship from another world of Valoran. Of course you have never seen it before. If you've seen it, it's called a ghost. Don't talk about it, call Lao Yan out. Old Smoke. A voice sounded from behind Shan. Ah, yes, Old Smoke, that is your Colonel Smoker. Bai Shan didn't realize that the people behind him were approaching, so he still said to Daisuke, but saw Daisuke standing upright suddenly, with one hand drooping and the other hand saluting. Colonel Smoker. Well, it's okay, Daisuke, go down first. I'll talk to Bai Shan. Behind him, the man with a cigar tied to his body, who never left his mouth all the year round, was looking at Shan. Old Yan, so you are here. Let's make gestures. Bai Shan turned his head away with a smile on his face. White Mountain Naval Reserve. Are you the guy that HQ mentioned? Smoker obviously received the notice from Akainu in advance. Since his people lost Shan in the Windless Belt, he immediately notified several key naval bases in the East China Sea, telling them of the existence of Shan. It's me. Bai Shan stretched out his hand generously, not at all that he was just a reserve soldier, and the person in front of him was the colonel's self-awareness. Military rank has no effect on Shan. Who told Shan to contact with lieutenant generals or generals before? In the Navy headquarters, if you are just a colonel, you are embarrassed to say hello to others. Well, why did you come to call me? Smog didn't have any pretensions either. He reached out to shake hands and saluted, then retracted and continued to smoke. Because I know you are strong. Bai Shan's eyes are full of seriousness. Smog's strength does not match his military rank seriously. With his natural devil fruit strength, it is more than enough to deal with the big pirates in the East China Sea. Whether it's Sea Admiral Creek or Merlacaran, when facing Smoker, there is only one way to escape into the sea. Yeah? Smoker smashed his cigar and thought for a while. Well, it just so happens that there haven't been many pirates coming to this town of beginning and end recently, and they are idle too. After finishing speaking, the two stood in the two sections of the competition arena. White Mountain draws White Knight. Smoker is unarmed. No weapons. Smoke is enough. Hearing that Colonel Smoker was about to compete with others, the idle navy around him surrounded him to cheer for Smoker. Come on, Colonel. Beat that brat until he cries for his mother. Ha ha, Smoker, you are very popular here. Stop talking nonsense, let's get started. Bai Shan stormed up first, Yufeng swordsmanship slashed directly at Smoker's body. Unfortunately, the blade sliced through Smoker's smoke body without causing any damage. Shan can clearly feel that strange touch. It really deserves to be a natural devil fruit. If you only have this ability, I suggest you give up as soon as possible. Smoke was surrounded by smoke, and then rushed towards Shan. Bai Shan is not in a hurry. You are missed, but I have the swordsmanship of Yufeng. Whirlwind slash. A whirlwind suddenly hangs from the blade, blowing Smoker, who was caught off guard, into the air. Bai Shan was reminiscing about the sword just now. If he didn't use it himself, Bai Shan couldn't believe it. But he could really cut a whirlwind with pure swordsmanship. Smoker was also a little surprised. This kid actually has the ability to control the wind. Is he also a devil fruit user? Thinking of this, Smoker turned into a fist, attacked by Shan. Bai Shan swung his sword directly, and a wind wall was pulled up on the spot. Smoker's smoke fist hit the wind wall and disappeared out of thin air. Damn it, this kid's ability really restrains me. It's just that he doesn't seem to have the ability to hurt me. Bai Shan also discovered this, probably because everything in Yufeng swordsmanship is a pure swordsmanship effect, so it can touch and disperse Smog's smoky body, but it can't hurt him. System. Is there no way for me to hit the natural fruit ability? The host has no brains and can't use abilities. Attaching true energy to the blade can harm natural fruit ability users. The first blackening of the combat thinking has been completed, and the weakness detection has been obtained. Hey, what do you mean I am brainless? You didn't tell me this before, did you? Bai Shan couldn't help but want to complain. But he was also happy because he had acquired a new ability. At this moment, it seemed to Smoker that his expression was twitching and distorted. What's wrong? Do you want to stop? Forget it. Being scolded is a small matter, but the ability to prostitute for free is a big matter. Bai Shan, who was relieved, quickly adjusted his mentality. No, I'm going to be serious next time, you'd better be careful. After all, Bshan opened the detection of weaknesses, and sure enough, he could see that under Smoker's smoky body, there were also different distributions of weaknesses. Just hitting these weak points will cause a lot of damage to the enemy. But now it's a competition, not a life and death situation, so there's no need to kill. A sword chi of Bshan was pulled up by the wind, attached with his own true chi, and flew away through the air. Smoke originally thought that this air current would be the same as the previous one, unable to hurt himself. But his fighting instinct told him that this knife should not be taken hard. Thus, Smoker pulled the 10 hands behind his back, swung down, and successfully blocked Bshan's sword energy. What a powerful force! Bai Shan only saw that Lao Yan shattered his sword energy all at once, but he didn't know that Lao Yan was also secretly shocked. How big is Bshan, and the sword energy already has this level? Obviously, he didn't know what Zenki was, and it was unlikely that he would have thought of it. That hit just now. Can it hurt my smoky body? Smoker confirmed to Bshan. Yeah, so you better watch out. The elemental body is not omnipotent, and there are many ways to harm the elemental body. Heilu stone products, natural devil fruit or domineering can all be done. It's just that Smoker didn't expect that in this small town of rock someone could already break his elemental body. Combined with the previous whirlwind, Smoker had a guess in his heart. Bai Shan may also be a user of the natural devil fruit. His ability is to control the wind. But, why didn't these intelligence headquarters tell themselves in advance? Very good. Then, I will be serious next time. Holding Lao Yan with 10 hands, his expression was serious and solemn. Bshan is not an opponent to be taken lightly. Come on then. The next moment, the weapons of the two collided together. People in pirates, my devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 11 Famous Sword. Demon Sword Villaging 69 Book Bar. Chapter 11 Famous Sword. Demon Sword Muramasa. When Smokey got serious and took out 10 hands, the fighting rhythm suddenly became much faster. Smoker became a colonel because of his own ability. Heilushi itself is extremely strong, and after a few fights with the Liangqi knife in Bai Shan's hand, Bai Shan's arm was slightly numb from the shock. The host uses Liangqi Dao to fight against Heilushi 10 times. Liangqi Dao Bai has completed the first blackening, and Bai has become the demon sword Muramasa. Bai Shan, who was fighting, suddenly heard the sound of the system, jumped back, and broke away from the battle. In the next second, a black light flashed in his hand extremely quickly. Liangqi Dao Bai, from the handle to the tip of the knife, changed instantly. The snow-white blade turned into a black-purple demon sword. It is full of terror and evil that only Hokkaisan can feel. Compared with Kunzing, the evil spirit above Gitch can be said to be a drop in the ocean. It was Bshan, and I couldn't help being shocked, and my Adam's apple moved up and down slightly. Although the system can blacken items, this is a good thing. But this knife system, are you sure I can make this demon sword? When this question was asked, Bai Shan had already made up his mind. If there is really something wrong with this knife, even if I buy another garbage knife, I will throw it away. Muramasa's fame with the magic blade, and the evil spirit that is now condensed to the point where it is almost visible to the naked eye. Bai Shan felt that once he couldn't control the knife, it would kill the master in minutes. The master killing ability of the demon knife has been sealed by the blackening system. Please feel free to use it. The demon knife has the ability to devour souls. People who are killed by the demon knife will have their souls swallowed by Muramasa. The more souls swallowed, the stronger the power. After the soul-devouring accumulation reaches a certain amount, more abilities will be activated. The soul of a strong man weighs more than an ordinary man. It's good if it's sealed. This knife changed suddenly, from a lord-killing demon blade to a magic weapon. Smog looked at Bai Shan after jumping to the side, suddenly became cloudy and uncertain, and finally heaved a long sigh. Couldn't help being a little curious. What's the matter, Bshan? Something is wrong with you just now, huh? Can't you see my knife? My knife turned from white to purple and black. and Smoker didn't react at all. The system prompts that the items after the blackening system change will be written in the memory of others in a way that changes common sense, so as not to cause unnecessary fluctuations. Oh, I see. To put it bluntly, in their eyes, this knife has been what it is now from the very beginning. What's wrong with your knife? Could it be broken? Smoker is still confused. This kid, what did you say all of a sudden? Oh, it's okay, I read wrong, come on, keep playing. Changed to Muramasa-san, full of fighting spirit. Although it is unlikely to kill Smoker to absorb the soul, Muramasa's own power is not small. The two weapons collided once, but this time, Bei-Shan had the upper hand. Kunzing seems to be a magic blade born for killing people. Every time he slashes, Shan doesn't need to use much strength. The demon knife itself is extremely sharp, and it will drive Shan to dance. If it wasn't for the blackening system that sealed the ability to kill the Lord, Bei-Shan reckoned that he would really be taken away by Muramasa. After several fights, the 10 hands were gradually cut out, and the village was intact. Old Yan, I still have a big move. We will end when we use it up. How about it? Smog, who was so excited, nodded, jumped aside, and stood up, ready to meet. Bei-Shan thought to himself, stunt Harashi. Its name is Lan, and the mountain wind. The sword chi explodes, and the true chi surges, just like in late autumn, when the mountain wind blows over the hills. The sky is dark, and the sky and the earth change color. Destroying wood and breaking rocks is easy. Bei-Shan involuntarily began to swing the sword in a mysterious gesture. In the sea of Danshan Chi, true Chi surges wildly like a stone thrown into a lake. Streams of true energy are attached to the blade, cutting out streams of sword energy. In Bei-Shan's eyes, the whole movement was extremely slow. But in reality, it all happened in less than half a second. Bei-Shan, within half a second, he slashed out 3,000 sword chi. 3,000 sword chi, like a gust of wind, roared towards Smoker. Because the sword energy was too dense, it had completely turned into a long stream of sword energy. The navy watching outside couldn't even tell that this was Shan's sword energy slash. On the other hand, Smoker stood on the opposite side, his hairs bristling as if he was facing a big enemy. A picture appeared in his heart. He unfolded his elemental body, and then the smoke was directly torn apart by the sword energy of the strong wind, and he died directly without a whole body. Danger. Very dangerous. Must dodge. However, the huge sword energy has completely blocked every direction Smoker can move in. This is the gust of wind in the mountains in late autumn. When it roars, although the world is big, there is nowhere to hide. Since you can't avoid it, there's nothing you can do about it. Just accept it. How could this kid have a trick of this level? At least mention it in the information you gave at the headquarters. Smog's heart was beating wildly, and he directly blocked his body with 10 hands. His whole body muscles were tense. His torso was shrunk into the smallest piece. When the 3,000 sword chi had passed, Shan had lost all strength. Slashing 3,000 knives in half a second is no joke. Not only is there no strength in the arms, but the true energy in the Danshan is also exhausted. But it's okay, I have a dead tree and a spring. The more I consume, the stronger I become. I don't know what happened to Lao Yan. Bei-Shan is somewhat looking forward to his unique move. Lifting his head up, he saw Smoker still maintaining that posture, motionless. What's happening here? Did he follow up effortlessly, or did he accidentally hack Lao Yan to death? If it's the latter, shouldn't he run away now? Just as Bei-Shan was thinking wildly, Smoker coughed deeply, and then coughed up a mouthful of blood. Daisuke immediately went to help Smoker, but Smoker blocked him with his hand. I'm fine. Can handle it. Boy, you're good. You're going to be a big shot. Smoker walked away tremblingly, dropping his hands on the ground at any time. It seems that Lao Yan is fine. This trick of mine is very tiring for myself, and the effect doesn't seem to be very good. Powerful. The next moment, where Smoker was standing just now, the stone bricks on the ground, the 10 hands inlaid with Heilu stones, all the way to the wall tens of meters behind, suddenly turned into powder. Sunlight poured in through the hole in the wall, silently, as if the stone bricks have experienced thousands of years of wind blowing in just a few minutes. Most of the naval competition venues were completely scrapped. Oh, it seems that I accidentally did too much. Bai Shan scratched his head. Now what he has to worry about is whether the Navy will ask him to reimburse him for the maintenance of these things. Man in the Pirate. My devil fruit has turned black. Chapter 12. A womanizer meets Sanji by chance. The next day, Bai Shan, who had rested all night, stretched out from the temporarily arranged room, and saw Smoker standing in front of the arena at a glance, watching the workers repairing the building that was destroyed by his big move yesterday. Old Yan. Good morning. Bai Shan walked towards the door while saying hello. Yesterday, he had already told Smoker that he was going to the sea restaurant Bharati. Smoker glanced at Bai Shan's back, nodded, and didn't say much. The injury on his body, although it seems to have little effect, is actually quite serious. I need to rest for a while. Last night, Smoker wrote a report on the entire battle experience and submitted it to Garp and Ake Ainu. At that time, after Ake Ainu got the report from the fax phone bug, he stayed in place and watched it for a long time, until Garp behind got impatient. He came over and patted Ake Ainu. What's the matter? Stand there stupidly. What did that Smoker kid say? See for yourself. Ake Ainu took a deep breath. After reading the report, Garp was also a little dazed. This kid even hurt Smoker? Moreover, what wind control ability? Nature type devil fruit? The day before he left from the Navy headquarters, the boy in Bshan was still swimming in the sea with a heavy load. Why did you suddenly have a devil fruit? Garp touched his chin, took out a donut and ate it, a look of contemplation. Ake Ainu waited for a long time, but didn't see Garp have anything to say. After a closer look, Garp has fallen asleep standing up. Hey, at least you should be more serious. Ake Ainu had no choice but to reach out and pet Garp to wake him up. Sure enough, this donut is only delicious with tea. After waking up, Garp turned around and poured water to make tea, as if he had completely forgotten what happened just now. You forget it. What happened to that kid in Bshan? Didn't you send someone to investigate? Ake Ainu's own people have been lost for a few days, and Bshan has a devil fruit? Or is it a natural devil fruit? Ake Ainu couldn't believe such a coincidence. Moreover, as a navy, they also gave Bshan a lot of education later, including explanations about domineering, devil fruit and other abilities. If Bai Shan got a devil fruit, he wouldn't just eat it casually, would he? Well, you mean that boy Bshan? What's the matter? Oh, I remembered. You have a devil fruit, right? Garp hammered his right hand. Oh, when did it happen? I haven't heard of it. So, I don't think it should be like that. Smoker may have mistook other types of special abilities for the abilities of devil fruits. Well, it's not impossible. The two of them thought for a while, but they didn't discuss any results, so they had no choice but to give up. Garp continued to eat donuts and drink tea with a smile on his face, and Ake Ainu turned around and continued to arrange other work. Since Bshan already possesses the strength to defeat the natural devil fruit ability user, at least one should be safe and secure in the East China Sea. Back to Bshan, after walking out of Rotan all the way, confirming the direction of Bharati, Bshan Wukongsu flew all the way there. Flying all the way to the sky above Bharati, I saw the famous internet celebrity restaurant in the East China Sea. Oh, is this Bharati? It's so lively. Bai Shan swaggered in, looking at the layout inside. Hello, old man. What do you want to eat? By the way, do you have money? We don't welcome people without money here, oh man. Buddy quickly came up to him, and moved to the side with a smiling face. Bai Shan casually sat down at a table, and slapped Muramasa on the table. Anything with a signboard, preferably made by Sanji. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. Not long after, the dishes were served one after another. I have to say, it is indeed the cook that Luffy likes. Every dish is delicious in color, fragrance and taste. It can be said that it is the best meal that Bshanurshi has ever eaten. Is it you who want my food by name? Sanji, the color-approved cook, came out smoking a cigarette. Looking at Sanji's circled eyebrows, Hakazan thought of the Germa family far away in the North Sea. Sanji, you are actually from the Vinsmoke family, and you have many brothers and sisters. Baishan almost couldn't hold back, and said this. Fortunately, the delicious food blocked his mouth, otherwise it would be difficult to end. How is the food? Seeing that there are no beauties, just a man with a knife, Sanji is in a flat mood. The taste is good. I am very satisfied. Thanks for your patronage. 190,000 Baileys. These dishes are the best of the best, and this price will not cheat you. DSK, it looks like Buddy tricked me. I just acted like not bad for money, but in the end you just picked the expensive one for me, right? It's easy to talk about, but I don't have money. Baishan lay on his back carelessly, pulling out a toothpick and shaving his teeth. What? No money? Sanji hasn't said anything yet. Buddy has already surrounded him. It was the complete opposite of the smile just now, and now he had a fierce look on his face, staring at Bshan viciously. Yeah, no money, not a penny. Baishan took out his pocket towards Bailey, but there was indeed nothing. In fact, there are many. Before Akainu left, he stuffed Bshan with a whole million Baileys. However, the money is now placed in the naval base in Rogue Town. No money. This is a freeloader. Seeing that a group of cooks had already surrounded the crowd watching the fun was laughing and laughing. The vicious bastard cook is Bharati's specialty. Anyone else comes here for free? That young man is going to suffer. Baishan didn't even hide. He was directly connected to the scabbard, and slashed with a sword. The cooks around were hit in the stomach by the scabbard, and all flew out. Sanji's eyes changed. This man is so powerful. Using something as inconvenient as a scabbard to exert force can actually sweep away 6 or 7 strong cooks with one sweep. Is this person here to mess things up? No hands are allowed in this store. Sanji stared at Hakazan, his legs slightly bent, ready to exert strength at any time. I know, that's why the knife is not out of the sheath. If it were out of the sheath, the few of them would be cut in two. Baishan pointed to the cooks lying on the ground moaning. But it's not a solution if you don't have money. How about I stay and wash the dishes for you? That's why Bshan didn't bring money here. He planned to wash the dishes until Luffy and others came, and until Hawkeye delivered them to his door. Sanji's eyes were a bit complicated. He couldn't understand what this young man wanted to do. All right, people in pirates, my devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 13. Me, Bshan, the man who became the king of the navy. 69 books. Chapter 13. Me, Hakazan, the man who became the king of the navy. Scrub, scrub, scrub. Baishan hummed a weird song that no one could understand, and brushed his plate under the slightly puzzled eyes of the other cooks. This is the 5th day he has been washing dishes here. Calculating the time, today is almost the same. After a while, there was a commotion outside. What's wrong? Baishan pretended to be curious and went out to have a look, just in time to see Luffy coming in. Huh? Who is this guy? Hakazan deliberately asked Sanji. Same as you, come to wash the dishes and lose money. Sanji replied angrily. He really couldn't understand Bshan, and he didn't look like he was hunted down by someone and ran to Bharati to take refuge. He has hands and feet. So why does he have to stay in Bharati to wash the dishes? Hakazan takes Luffy back the chef. The two chatted quickly. Ah, are you the cook here? No, I paid off the debt by washing dishes for free. You too? No, I smashed the house here, so I have to pay off the debt. Oh, the food here is really delicious. Luffy's eyes lit up when he saw the food. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Baishan, and I'm a navy. What about you? Oh, navy, I'm a pirate. My name is Luffy, and I'm the man who is going to be the king of pirates. At such a close distance, Baishan felt Luffy's dreamy and passionate temperament. I have to say that Luffy is very contagious and capable of leadership. Some people are just naturally attracted to other people. One Piece, that was a difficult journey. After Roger, No one would dare to say such a thing. Ha ha ha, Mr. Navy, you are not bad. Aren't you going to catch me, the future One Piece? It's not necessary. They all work here under the fence of others. The two were chatting, and there was another commotion outside. After Sanji taught the Navy captain a lesson, he also ushered in Akin, the ghost man, and then brought Creek, the overlord of the sea. When these things were advancing one by one according to the plot line, Bai Shan didn't show up, but hid aside and observed silently. He didn't want to cause the familiar story to shift because of himself. This will make him lose his original advantage of knowing the plot. As for Crick, Bai Shan roughly estimated his combat strength. Click's long-range attack can be blocked by a wind wall. If it comes to close combat, Crick has no chance to make a move. His battle armor can be easily crushed by himself with only his Zeni Yang finger. To kill an enemy of this level, you don't even need the demon sword Muramasa. Since this is the case, Bai Shan also lost interest, and honestly waited for that man to appear. Sure enough, not long after, Hawkeye arrived as promised, split open Crick's big ship, and then showed Sauron. When the time was almost right, that is, when Sauron fell and Hawkeye was about to leave, Bai Shan stood up with Murata in his arms. Hey! The world's #1 swordsman, come and fight with me. As soon as the words came out, everyone was shocked. Some people are puzzled. Did he not see that the pirate hunter Sauron was instantly killed? Sauron can't beat 3 knives, let alone he only has one. Someone also recognized Bshan. Isn't that the one who ate free food before, so he stayed to wash the dishes? Luffy also recognized Bshan. Bshan? Do you want to challenge Hawkeye too? Luffy knew that Sauron was going to become the #1 swordsman in the world, so he didn't stop Sauron from challenging Hawkeye. But for Bai Shan to stand up, it is beyond Luffy's cognition. Huh? Your name is Bai Shan? Are you sure you want to challenge me too? Hawkeye thought for a while and found that he didn't recognize him. Of course, Bai Shan first smiled, and everyone around him was waiting for him, feeling the pleasure of pretending to be in front of the public. The next moment, Yadao village was slowly getting out of its sheath. Bai Shan's expression became serious. He knows the true strength of Hawkeye. The world's #1 can directly split the sea and cut off all defenses. My iron cloth shirt with golden bell cover will definitely not be able to carry it. It's better if you can't bear it. If you want to become stronger, you must constantly challenge the strong. Blackening the system can help yourself, quickly blackening, and constantly becoming stronger. Oh, so why are you challenging me? Challenging the strong is my goal. Getting stronger is the meaning of my life. I want to become the world's #1 strong man. Interesting. This is the third daydream he has heard today. Want to become the world's #1 swordsman, want to become the One Piece. I want to be the strongest man in the world. Young people are awesome. Hawkeye felt Bai Shan's seriousness and the aura of Muramasa's magic blade in his hand. Come on then. Bai Shan flashed his figure and approached Hawkeye. Weakness detection is turned on, but I can't find any place to attack. What's going on here? No weakness. The enemy is far stronger than the host, and the host does not have the ability to target the enemy's weakness for the time being. Well, since that's the case, let's directly use the big move. Bai Shan stopped, and the next moment, 3,000 sword chi shots blew towards Hawkeye silently. The other people around hadn't realized what happened. They thought Bai Shan was afraid to attack the world's #1 swordsman. Hawkeye's eyes changed. This young man, at this age, has such strength. Young people are awesome. The backhand directly pulled out the black knife behind his back, and slashed down with a single stroke. The huge black sword aura directly chopped off the 3,000 sword auras of Bshan. Lan, in front of the world's #1 is so weak. At once this is just that Hawkeye didn't slash seriously. When everyone saw the sword energy and was stunned by Bshan, Bshan didn't even put up the wind wall, and directly erected Muramasa. He wants to take the knife head on, take the most vicious beating, and turn into the strongest black. Get away, brother Bshan. Hide away. In a few days, The cooks who got to know each other cheered for Bshan. I can't dodge it. That sword has completely locked on Bshan. Red-footed Zap shook his head. He is a man who has seen the world. That kid, it depends on his own strength. Between the black light sword energy collided with the purple-black blade. Bai Shan, under the pressure of the powerful momentum, had a ferocious complexion and gritted his teeth. The next moment, the difficult support suddenly shattered, and Bai Shan flew out without any suspense. Bai Shan, who was flying in the air, quickly returned to the place just now with Wukong. This sword is worth it, because at that moment, the blackening system sounded several sounds one after another. The host's hand, Muramasa, can't resist Hawkeye's sword energy. Muramasa has already completed the blackening, and the demon sword is awakened. If it is strong, it will be strong. The iron cloth shirt of the host golden bell cover was broken by Hawkeye's sword. The iron cloth shirt of the golden bell cover has been blackened and obtained the body protection of Tangang. The host's special skill, Lan, was hacked by Hawkeye's sword. Lan was completely blackened and upgraded to Kunlan, whose power increased tenfold. Please, kind tips, join the bookshelf to get the update reminder as soon as possible. People in Pirates, my devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 14 Dangerous. Facing Hawkeye, the world's greatest swordsman. Chapter 69 Book Bar. Chapter 14 Danger. Facing Hawkeye, the world's greatest swordsman. Seeing that Bai Shan was still standing at the position just now, and he didn't seem to have suffered any serious damage, the surrounding pirates dropped their jaws in shock. That kid. Did he take Hawkeye's slash? Brother Zora can't take a stab, but he has nothing to do. So strong. Luffy shouted in surprise. He didn't expect that the Navy who washed dishes together with him before had this level of strength. Hawkeye was also a little surprised. He saw Bai Shan being sent flying, and he came back here in the next second, and he didn't seem to be hurt at all. The Oro is a little sluggish, but the fighting spirit in his eyes has not diminished, and there is even more excitement with unknown meaning. Ha 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 ha, thank you, brother Hawkeye. Do you want to continue? Then try again. Hearing this, Hawkeye slashed over with another slash. This time, Bshan, who had the body of Tangang, was only forced to retreat a few steps by the sword energy, and then barely stopped. Only this time, the blackening system was not triggered. What's going on? System, I'm such a hot chicken, I can't stand up anymore. Don't you want to blacken me? The blackening ability that can be obtained from the same enemy is limited, and it can be obtained again after a certain period of time. The blackening system is to help the host become stronger and grow from failure, not to make the host continue to be a mess, etc. Die. DSK, there is such a particularity. It is quite troublesome to find the system's bug brushing ability. Then what is your time limit? The cooling time of each enemy is different, and may change due to the change of the host's mood. If the host is working hard and moving forward with one heart, the cooling time will be shortened. Understood. This is to let myself spur myself and keep improving. Seeing that there is no way to reap the benefits of prostitution from Hawkeye, Bshan accepts it when he sees it. Okay, that's it. The gap between me and you is still a bit big. Bai Shan showed a little bit of decadence, but it was quickly swept away and turned into a determination to forge ahead. Bshan, right? What is your identity? Let's say I'm a Navy. Navy. We should have a chance to deal with each other in the future. Goodbye, Bshan. Hawkeye was talking about his identity as Shikibukai. As the King Shikibukai, he often has various contacts with the Navy. Obviously, Hawkeye is very optimistic about Bshan, thinking that Bshan is someone who can reach that level. Young man, keep going. After getting on the boat that came, Hawkeye left alone. Seeing that Hawkeye left, Bai Shan originally planned to leave too. The rest here is Luffy's experience, has nothing to do with oneself. It is good to follow the original plot. However, the pirate Admiral Greek may feel that he has swept away his face. Eagle-eyed birds don't care about themselves, but are they praising these youngsters for being awesome? Where will I put my face as a pirate admiral? Hey, Bshan, You are the Navy, right? That means, you are here to catch me. Look at the trick. Crick interpreted the words despicable to the fullest. Just as Bai Shan wanted to say that he was too lazy to get involved in this matter, he saw that Crick had already shot at him with the barrel hidden in his body. If you want to die yourself, then you can't blame me, right? Shan's mind moved, Muramasa magic blade was unsheathed, and a strong wind blew up. Blaster of the last breath. Shan yelled, Hazage, you are in the house. One side was in the air, directly splitting half of Crick's armor. The remaining ones are left to Luffy to fight. In order to take care of Luffy and let Sanji successfully join the Straw Hat Pirates, there are still necessary tempering. After the chopping, Shan left with Wu Kongxiu, hiding his achievements and fame. Before leaving, throw a word to Luffy. Come on Luffy. One day in the future, we will meet again. As a fan of the sea, the big knot in my heart is Ace's death. Now that I have come to this world, there can be wars on top, but Ace and Whitebeard must save themselves. As for Blackbeard, Bai Shan conceived the plotline of Blackbeard in his mind. He intends to strike first and kill Blackbeard in advance. Thinking of this, Shan didn't stop, and left Balati directly. The remaining scenes are left to the Straw Hats. My last stop in the East China Sea is the Aaron Paradise on the sea. Beat up this nasty Murloc Aaron once, and then randomly cut off the head of a pirate worth more than 5 million Baileys on the sea, and then you can call it a day and go back. As for why Aaron was not killed directly, one is that he doesn't want to interfere with the plotline, and the other is that Aaron and Jinbe know each other, and it is inconvenient for him to do it directly. So, Bai Shan flew all the way to Aaron Paradise, and saw the Murloc leader lying on a chair from the air. Then, Muramasa's devilish energy soared, and he slashed down with a single sword. Aaron was basking in the sun, when suddenly his hairs stood on end. Looking up, a sword energy flew from the sky. Caught off guard, he was directly struck, and there was a wound on his body. The bone was deep, and the blood flow was endless. The other Murlocs around were stunned. Where did this attack come from? Exclamation mark. Cut. Is this level? Bai Shan shook his head and left directly. With my current strength, the vast majority of pirates sweeping the East China Sea should not be a big problem. Looking aimlessly at the target on the sea, maybe it was really lucky. Within a few days, Shan caught a group of pirates who were robbing villages and towns. As soon as I went down and cut down 2 of them, the other pirates reported their names. Our boss is a black bear with a bounty of 7 million Baileys. Do you dare to fight against us? 7 million Baileys. Yes, that's him. Where's the black bear? Seeing that the other pirates were afraid to speak, Bai Shan flew up and quickly found the tallest man among the pirates, wearing a black bear skin with scars all over his face. One sword owl head. Another trick clan emptied the pirate camp directly. Shan picked up a sword clothes, wrapped his head, hung it on his waist, and flew back to Marinfando like this. During the beheading, Bai Shan clearly felt that a faint trace of black was absorbed by the demon knife from the head. Is this harvesting souls? On the way, I also considered whether to go to Leg Town to see Luffy's father, the revolutionary Drago. After thinking about it, forget it. Dorag appeared there, and it was inconvenient for him to fight against him. Besides, after returning to the naval base to complete the reinstatement, he can apply to go to the naval base in the New World. In the New World, the strong are like clouds. I had nothing to do when I was idle. The 4 emperors came to pick each one out, and then slipped away after being beaten severely. People in pirates. My devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 15 Enemy Attack. Marlin Fando was attacked. Chapter 69 Book Bar. Chapter 15 Enemy Attack. Marin Van Duo was attacked. Not far from Marin Van Duo, Shan fell down. He didn't want to be thought by the naval base as an attack, so he walked back honestly. That's fine. As a result, when he approached Marin Fando, suddenly the sea surged, and the waves were rough. All kinds of huge weird sounds echoed endlessly. What happened? The Navy headquarters was attacked. If there is anyone who will attack Marin Fando at this point in time, Bai Shan can only think of one person. The strongest creature on land, Kaido the Four Emperors. Thinking of this, Bai Shan didn't care so much anymore. He took off directly, flew over looking for the sound, and soon found the battlefield. Akainu and Garp are fighting against Kaido. This undead creature, drunk many times, came to the naval base, and even made a big fuss at the naval headquarters. But the navy has nothing to do with him. Heilashi is locked and sinks to the bottom of the sea, so he cannot be drowned. Various fruit abilities can't kill him. Very tough. Being able to feel the battle at the level of the four emperors and generals at such a close distance, Bai Shan's heart was pounding. This is the strongest battle in this world. In the air, lava meteor showers fell, and Kaido had various explosion and burn scars on his body. Garp jumps into the air and smashes Kaido's thundering gossip with an iron fist. There was a loud noise. Kaido retreated slightly, and Garp retreated a long way before stopping. Battles at this level are really exciting. While watching, Bai Shan imagined that he would have this level of strength in the future. No way, with such a good opportunity. I have to find a way to go whoring for free and become black. Bai Shan gritted his teeth and made a difficult decision. System, I am fully protected now. Can I withstand Kaido's thunderous gossip? If the host has such a mentality, it will be difficult to become a real strong man. A real strong man must not be afraid of death. To live to death is to be extremely happy. Having made up his mind, Bai Shan has been hiding on the edge of the ob while looking for opportunities. Kaido usually escapes after making a fuss, and sometimes he may be arrested and escape from prison. The opportunity Shan wanted to find was just when Kaido was leaving, so he went to take a look. It was not so eye-catching. Today might be Hakazan's lucky day. Not long after the fight, Kaido suddenly knocked Garp and Akainu back, then turned round and left. Garp and Akainu also breathed a sigh of relief. Every time this plague god came, it took a lot of effort to fight back. Right now, Kaido left after making trouble in such a short time today, which is already very good. Bai Shan saw the right opportunity, and quietly followed Kaido while he was leaving. Then with the Wukong technique and Shunpo, he quickly approached Kaido. Bring it on. Live to die. Before Bai Shan had time to react, his heart stopped suddenly. Kaido, who was in a drunk state, didn't care so much, and suddenly there was an unknown human boy beside him, and he was shot away with a hammer. Thunder Gossip approached quickly. Shan had just propped up the Tangang bodyguard, and in the next second, he was already in the air. Moreover, the whole body is under heavy blows, almost completely out of control. Bai Shan couldn't even move his limbs, let alone control the landing position. It hit the sea heavily, and then sank directly. Fortunately, Shan has obtained the blackening ability of underwater breathing, otherwise his body has not had time to recover, and he would have been drowned. The injury was so serious that every function of the body was fully mobilized. The host is seriously injured and is on the verge of death. A dead tree is in spring, and life is in a desperate situation. After recovery, the body's various abilities will increase by 100%. Physical fitness doubled directly. The host was crippled by Kaido's normal attack. His physique has been blackened, and he obtained the prison-suppressing god body. Bai Shan was overjoyed when he heard the news. The body of the prison-suppressing god comes from that famous man, one of the gods of Li Kai. Cultivated to the extreme, with only the weight of the body, you can suppress gods and demons, and crush the world. It's no problem to lift the weight as lightly as possible, and to lift the weight as lightly as possible. Bai Shan could only feel that the functions of his whole body began to slowly recover, and the power of the prison-suppressing divine body was gradually awakened. Bai Shan has initially mastered the prison-suppressing divine body. By the time he fully recovers, with a single effort, you can conquer 1,000 junctures. Punched out a punch in the sea, and actually saw a huge vortex visible to the naked eye. Sweeping one leg, it is a deep ocean current. When I was young, I drifted with the waves in the sea. When it is heavy, the waves that are directly suppressed cannot flow. It's so overbearing. With this thing, when I cultivate to a high level, can I directly suppress Kaido? If I can't kill you, I can suppress your head office, right? Shan Wukong broke through the waves and returned to Marinfando. At this moment, Marinfando can still see the wreckage and smoke of the battle. Bshan, why did you come back so soon? Seeing Bshan falling from the sky, Garp was a little surprised. This kind of assignment is usually based on months. As the smallest unit, some navies are unlucky and take a few years to complete the task. By the time he delivered the task, the next class was gone. But, how long did it take before Bshan came back? As for flying or something, Garp automatically ignored it. Well, it's a black bear's the head. The East China Sea pirates has a bounty of 7 million Baileys. Garp casually took the head and handed it to the adjutant beside him. He doesn't need to worry about such small matters, and he doesn't think it is necessary for Bai Shan to cheat himself on such matters. What's wrong here? Someone is coming to attack? Bai Shan pretended not to understand. It's Kaido, that thing is making trouble again. Don't be afraid, we can still stand it. Garp led Hokuzen all the way back to his office, and Ake Ainu walked in quickly. Come talk about your experience. How about a trip? Bshan began to talk about when he sailed out to sea and met Neptunes. In some places, he only talked about the results, such as taming Neptunes, but did not say that he could understand their voices and communicate with them. I met Yadamu Urimazu in Rotown, fought with Smoker, went to see Hawkeye, and finally killed the black bear and came back. The journey has been fruitful. Garp was eating a donut, and Ake Ainu looked at Murimazu in Hokuzen, and the two were also amazed. Young people are courageous. They dare to use this kind of knife, and Hawkeye dares to challenge it. However, regarding Bai Shan's ability to receive Hawkeye's sword, the two are still very pleased with Bai Shan's growth. As for the devil fruit or something, Bai Shan didn't mention it, and the two of them didn't feel that Bai Shan had to hide anything. I heard that you can cut out a whirlwind. What's going on? Oh, I got a copy of Yufeng swordsmanship outside and learned some by myself, but unfortunately I accidentally fell into the sea. No devil fruit ability? No, I haven't encountered such a precious thing yet. Donghai does not have many devil fruit ability users. Okay, let's go down and rest first. Peas, today is gone. There will be another update in the early morning. People in Pirates, my devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 16 Departure to the Great Route 69 Book Bar. Chapter 16 Go to the Great Route. Although the task was completed, Donghai took a walk around, and the harvest was not small, but now back at the naval base, it seems that there is nothing to do. In the naval base, Bshan leisurely turned east and west to look around. After a while, Garp will go out again and bring Kirby back. Future Rear Admiral Bai Shan subconsciously thinks of Iron Rod Arlita, Clown Bucky and others. DSK, think about it carefully. The group of people who went out in Donghai is quite lively. I am now staying comfortably in the naval base, and it seems that there is no progress. Of the navy that went out together before, only Bai Shan came back so quickly, and most of the others had just arrived at their posts not long ago. And after learning the 6 styles, I have to rely more on my own training and continuous fighting. Staying in the naval base, it is impossible for Ake Ainu to teach himself more things. If you want to become stronger, in the world of One Piece, whether it is awakening domineering, or devil fruit, or developing abilities, it is not something that can be done by staying here in Marinvanduo. Since this is the case, Bai Shan made up his mind, go out and practice. The goal of training is to become stronger, so strong that he can kill Blackbeard in advance. Men must go out to see the world. Wang Shikibukai himself met Hawkeye once, and the 4 emperors also bumped into Kaido by chance. The vast world of the New World is still waiting to be explored by yourself. Thinking of this, Bai Shan quickly got up and walked to Ake Ainu's office. Report to Admiral Seikulski. I want to go to sea alone. Staying here won't make me stronger. Ake Ainu looked up at Bshan, bowed his head in thought for a while, and put down the document in his hand. Originally, you, a group of navies, will undergo an assessment after returning from the mission. Those who pass will be sent out, and those with excellent grades may be absorbed into the CP organization to engage in secret missions. Since you can't stay idle, then go out with your strength in the East China Sea single-handedly. At least you can barely gain a foothold. Ainu obviously knew about her cousin's attack from Hawkeye. In his opinion, Bai Shan may want to go all over the world to destroy some pirates or something. Within the four seas, Shan's strength can be regarded as strong. Akainu is quite satisfied with this student who is making rapid progress. But what he didn't expect was that what Bai Shan said was referring to the Great Root and the New World. Okay, then I'm leaving. Before leaving, Bai Shan went to Mr. Garp to say goodbye. After going out, I don't know when I will see you again. Garp was his savior no matter what, and he also helped him exercise a lot. Ha ha ha, you really can't help it. Young people want to see a wider world. Ha 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 ha. After Garp finished laughing, there was relief in seeing the younger generation grow up in his eyes, as well as reluctance to part with each other. Okay, just go out. By the way, if you meet someone named Ace, remember to help me catch him back. But don't hurt him. That kid is going out to be a pirate. Garp sighed. He is the Navy, Drago is the Revolutionary Army, Ace and Luffy are pirates again. This family is really powerful. They have all the three major forces in the sea. Ace, I wrote it down. By the way, when I went out before, I met a very interesting little pirate who claimed to be the One Piece, named Monkey D. Luffy. Her cousin pretended to mention Luffy casually. What? Luffy? You met that kid? Ha 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 ha. How is he now? Well, it looks pretty good. I defeated the Admiral Creek, and I'm alive and well. Really? That's good. That kid is also restless. In this era, young people are going to sea. Nothing can resist the attraction of the sea. Okay, let's go. Go early and experience more storms! Exclamation mark. Ka, who is used to separation, naturally didn't show too much reluctance to say goodbye, but was closer to a mentality that expected Shan to go out and grow alone. Her cousin didn't even open the boat this time. Anyway, Garp and Akainu already knew that he could fly in the air. As for why, Bai Shan explained that he strengthened the moon steps. This kind of thing is very common in the Navy. Each Navy will make certain changes to its own capabilities based on its own ideas, experiences and talents. Although they all learned the 6 styles, it is obvious that different people can develop different fighting styles. So the two of them easily accepted Bai Shan's words. Shan directly activated the air dance technique, and then flew to the entrance of the Great Air Route. I don't know what happened to Luffy and the others. It took me a long time to come back, and I stayed in Marin Van Duo for a while. At this time, Luffy is almost approaching the Great Route. But the sea is boundless, and I can't wait forever. What if someone has already entered? Thinking of this, Shan followed the current of the reverse mountain to the entrance of the Great Route, and saw the whale rab. In the body of the whale rab, there is the place where the ship Dr. Q loggers lives. Bai Shan flew in directly, trying to find the tower keeper. I have to say that flying into the body of such a behemoth is really a wonderful feeling. At first the surrounding area turned dark, but after a certain distance, light suddenly appeared. Then, the old man who looked at the newspaper was surprised to see that Bai Shan flew to the side of his house. Hello, I want to ask if a group of Straw Hat Pirates passed by here. The Straw Hat Pirates? I haven't heard of it. So, if they pass by here, can you please deliver a letter for me? You write it down. Bai Shan took out a piece of letter paper and wrote Luffy, I am waiting for you in the kingdom of Alabaster. Then handed it to Cooliogas. Tell him that the person who wrote the letter is Shan. Okay, now I can go out for a while. Luffy and the others took Whiskey Peak, met Princess Vivi, and then the route of Little Garden and Magnetic Drum Island, finally killed Laosha, went to Judiciary Island to rescue Robin, made a fuss in Pushing City Prison and so on. I can take a stroll on other islands, and then meet Luffy and the others in the kingdom of Alabaster. Ace seems to be the two. It's also good for everyone to recognize each other. So, after handing over the letter to Cooliogas, Shan flew directly towards the great root. The sea is sometimes calm, and sometimes it is suddenly dark. Is this an adventure? Bai Shan thought while flying. However, it took several days before Bai Shan realized it. Wait, I don't seem to have a permanent pointer. Please. The new book is looking for support. All the readers, please click. Reminder, Fatty is here. Thank you all. Thank you very much. Man in the Pirate. My devil fruit has turned black. Chapter 17 Chasing Blackbeard and Reaching the Drum Kingdom. Chapter 17 Pursue Blackbeard and Reach the Drum Kingdom. After realizing this, Bai Shan suddenly realized that he had been flying in a random direction for a long time. Well, system, can your navigation ability and map recognition ability be used in the Great Root? Host, have you seen the complete island map of the Great Root? What about the sailing ability? Navigation and direction identification rely on the ability of living beings to perceive magnetic fields. Yes, the magnetic field in the Great Root is chaotic, and there is no way out now. Luffy and the others were given a record pointer by Kurogas at the time, otherwise they would have almost lost themselves in the Great Root. But I can fly, so let's fly like this. If you see an island or a pirate ship, you can go down to have a look and ask for directions. However, there is a possibility that I will miss my appointment with Luffy. Shan kept flying until he suddenly saw an island in the distance. Alright, the first island is here. No matter what kind of island it is, go up there and see for yourself first. After approaching, Bai Shan discovered that the place was actually covered with white snow. Could it be Drum Island? Bai Shan fell quickly, and the people around found him, and quickly called other people to surround him. Seeing their nervous faces, Bai Shan raised his hands to show that he had no malice. Where is this place? Please, I'm lost. This is Drum Island. Who are you? Why did you come to this place? They are wary of people of unknown origin. It seems that this place has already been attacked by Blackbeard. Before this place, did a group of pirates come here? And the leader was Blackbeard. How do you know? What is your relationship with them? Hearing the words Blackbeard, the people around became even more nervous. Bai Shan could see threats, fear and anger in their eyes. You are a step late. If you hurry up, you might bump into Blackbeard. I am the Navy from Marlin Vander, here to hunt down Blackbeard. If you have any clues, you can provide them to me. Bai Shan took out his Navy certificate and handed it to the surrounding people. Okay, everyone, let's go. I will take this Mr. Navy to rest first. The leader of the guards, Dalton, came over. He could tell that Bai Shan had no malicious intentions. So Dalton took Bai Shan back to the house. Can you tell me in detail what happened? Bai Shan only knows that Blackbeard came to attack the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, but Bai Shan really doesn't know the specific details. There are even different opinions about why Blackbeard came to attack such a place. Some people say that this may involve the secret of why Blackbeard can occupy a pair of devil fruits. Dalton shook his head, recalling the harrowing experience. At that time, Blackbeard and his party landed. Originally, we were not that resistant to pirates, but we were just wary. As you know, there are not a few pirates encountered on the Great Route. However, after they landed, they quickly launched an attack, destroying the Magnetic Drum Kingdom along the way, murdering civilians, killing innocent people indiscriminately, burning, killing, and looting are all kinds of evil. But it doesn't seem like they came here specially for looting, as if there is some purpose. King Valpo heard the news that Blackbeard was coming, and led the ministers, leaving the civilians and running away. Speaking of Walpo, Dalton hammered the table angrily. That damn thing, if he comes back, I must kill him with my own hands. Arrested doctors all over the country. They only care about themselves, and don't care about the life and death of the people at all. That's a beast. Dalton was trembling all over, filled with righteous indignation, and it took a while before he gradually eased over. I have heard rumors here. Bai Shan sighed, meeting this kind of king, who is still a devil fruit ability user. The people are really unlucky for 8 lifetimes. In short, Blackbeard has already left. We don't have any clues. let alone the ability to pursue it. He seems to have left immediately after hearing that the king had escaped. Sure enough, Blackbeard's target is actually the king of Magnetic Drum Island, Walpo, who has the ability to swallow fruits. When it comes to Walpo's Tun-Tun fruit, we must mention his special ability. Tun-Tun Factory can process 2 people into 1 human body. Although Luffy and the others complained at the time, isn't this just one person riding on another person? But if you look carefully, those 2 people are really connected. The mystery of Blackbeard's devil fruit may be related to this. One of Bai-Shan's guesses is that after a devil fruit is swallowed by a person, the carrier of the devil's power is the human heart. A person has only 1 heart, so if he eats 2 devil fruits, the heart will explode and the person will die on the spot. So what if a person has more than 1 heart? The pirate flag is the symbol of the pirate group. Why is the flag of the Blackbeard pirates 3 skulls? Shan now suspects that Blackbeard may have been here once. Relying on Walpo's special ability, he turned 3 people into 1. In his body, there may be 2 other hearts. This is also why Blackbeard has the ability to carry 3 different devil fruits. So, when he came back this time, he wanted to kill Walpo to prevent future troubles. Prevent the truth of your ability from being known, and also prevent other people from becoming the same as yourself through this method. Thinking of this possibility, Bai-Shan suddenly broke into a cold sweat. The ability of this devil fruit is really incredible. Of course, Bai-Shan did not intend to let Walpo process himself once. I don't know the truth now, this is just a wild guess. Besides, who knows what it feels like to be processed? To become stronger, the blackening system is enough. I don't need so many devil fruits, not even 1. Okay, I see. I'll try to hunt down Blackbeard. But before that, I want to see the doctor. You mean, which Kureha? Yes, I'll go up first, you don't need to worry about me. Leaving such a sentence, Bai-Shan pushed the door straight out. After Dalton chased it out, he saw Bshan flying into the distance. He can fly? Behind him, the other villagers were dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. And Bshan came to Kureha's place not to take Chopper away. He just wanted to learn first-hand medicine. With the blackening system, the learning efficiency is also doubled. With medical skills and physique, I can breastfeed, and I am invincible in the world. Boom, boom, Bshan knocked on the door. Excuse me. Is Dr. Kureha here? After a few minutes, the door was slowly opened. A blue-nosed reindeer poked its head out cautiously. Hello, Tony Chopper. People in pirates, my devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 18. Isn't it medical skills? A piece of cake. 69 book bar. Chapter 18. Isn't it just medical skills? A piece of cake. Gah, gah, ha. The blue-nosed reindeer looked shocked, with a big mouth, and the jaw almost fell to the ground. People, human beings are. What's the noise? Miss Gula slapped Chopper on the head, and then looked at Bshan, who came from afar. Hey, little brother, why did you come to such a remote place? Although he was frightened by the reindeer, who was a little timid and could not stand up to praise, Bshan finally entered the room of Dr. Kula. This seemingly old doctor woman was drinking a large glass of ale. Seeing her drunken appearance, Bai-Shan really doubts how she survived till now. The puzzle was quickly solved after half a minute. The doctor poured Bai-Shan the ale to welcome the guests, and Bai-Shan took a sip before realizing one thing. The wine in this world is as light as water. The concentration of this wine is not even as good as the beer in the original world. Forgot. In this pirate world, the alcohol in most places is this kind of low concentration fermented wine. Maybe I can try to make some distilled alcohol. Whiskey and vodka, shorter please. Someone like Whitebeard. Well, I heard that the last doctor of the Drum Kingdom is here. I want to learn medicine. Hearing this strange request, Kureha glanced at the reindeer hiding behind his chair and couldn't help but look at Bshan. Who are you? An adventurer? A doctor from another place? A pirate? Neither. I'm in the Navy, at least in name. Bai-Shan does not have much resistance to the identity of the Navy. Yes, in the world of One Piece, the Navy often does not appear as a positive image. However, that's because the protagonist of the story is a pirate, born to be against the Navy. When time traveled, as an ordinary person, I saw more things. In many places, order is still maintained by the Navy. No Navy, common people, civilians without combat capabilities will live in dire straits. Of course, there are still many problems within the Navy. Some people are corrupt and cover up criminals. Someone abused their power and acted recklessly. At the World Conference, the high-level Navy is simply the lackey of the Danlong people, or the kind of red dog, absolute justice, but it will cause unnecessary killings. Thinking of these, Bai Shan felt that he had a long way to go. He wants to change the Navy, wants to bring down the Draco. No matter what the truth of the world is, this strange privileged class oppresses and harms the people. The existence of this kind of person is the absolute and greatest injustice. Since I have come to this world, I always want to break out of my own world. As for the various difficulties and obstacles that may be encountered, Bshan has long been mentally prepared. If you can't do it yourself, you can win over the Revolutionary Army. Dorag, I wonder if you have heard of People's War? Oh Navy, that's really amazing. Even so, Kureha said in a joking and exaggerated tone, without any respect on his face. So, Mr. Navy, what do you want to learn medicine for? This is not something that can be learned in a day or two. Kula patted Chopper's head. This child has been with me for a long time. At the beginning, he memorized 200 medical books, but he didn't dare to say that he was a qualified doctor. Later, he went through a lot of training. Now, he can barely be considered. It can be seen that Kureha is quite pleased with Chopper's growth. Why do you know Chopper's name? The reindeer felt a little embarrassed when he heard the doctor's praise. But I couldn't help but ask. Well, I not only know your name, but also more things. Bai Shan raised a finger in front of his nose in a mystical and mysterious tone. I'm actually a fortune teller, prophet and wizard, and I can see everything about you. Yes, is it? Chopper showed a timid look on his face. His small eyes were wide open, and his body trembled slightly. Well, let me guess. You, Tony Chopper, adore pirates, right? Ah, you guessed it. That's amazing. Are you really a wizard? Chopper widened his eyes, stared straight at Bshan. His jaw hit the ground again, completely forgetting the fear just now. Ha ha ha, who knew? Bai Shan laughed and sat back on the chair, patting the table and drinking his own beer. Okay. Don't tease this little guy. If you want to learn medical skills, please find another expert. I don't have any need to teach you, and there is no point in that. Korea can't see any serious attitude towards medical skills in this young Navy. I can't figure out why he wants to study medicine. In this case, it is better to refuse. Well, if I have to find a reason, I plan to. No, I'm already sailing alone. Bai Shan tilted his head, recalling his experiences along the way. Oh, it's really hard to go to sea, whether it's the East China Sea or the Great Route. I almost died at sea many times. But fortunately, with the blessing of God, blackening system, I finally survived. So, I plan to learn some medical skills. If I am injured, I can heal myself, and I can also help others, if I encounter them. Why does the Navy have to sail alone? What about your fleet? Miss Kula is more or less a person who has seen the world, and knows that the Navy usually sails in the form of a fleet. A man always has to go out alone to face the wind and waves. Besides, the fleet will hold me back. I can fly alone, but the fleet is slow and inconvenient. Can fly? No wonder you can come up. After saying this, Dr. Kureha didn't say anything more. She drank her beer with her head down, as if she was thinking about something. Bai Shan was not in a hurry to disturb her, but Chopper hid behind the doctor's wife and kept watching Bai Shan secretly. For a while, the room fell silent. How long do you intend to stay here? Finally, Dr. Kureha, who put down the empty cup, spoke. Probably not for long, but at least for a while. I'm waiting for a group. This is also the way Bai Shan came up with. Just because I don't have a record pointer to go to Alabaster, doesn't mean I can't go. Sit halfway and wait for Luffy to deliver it to your door. Wouldn't it be fine for a while? Well, you should read the medical books first. Chopper, take this Mr. Navy man to endorse. Thank you, Dr. Curia. And you, Chopper. Even if you thank me so much, I won't care. Chopper really twisted up. Human in the pirate. My devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 19. There are hundreds of millions of talents. Just 10 lines at a glance. But then again, are you really going to study medicine? When they walked halfway, the two started chatting. Well, now that I'm here, I must learn. However, you didn't intend to become a doctor. Medical skills are difficult to learn. Why do you spend so much effort? Wouldn't it be good to find a ship doctor? That's right. How about this, Chopper? Come and be my ship's doctor. Bai Shan hit the palm of his hand, pretending to be suddenly enlightened. Hey, I won't go with your navy. Besides, you can fly, but I can't. Ah, that's what you said. Forget it. Chopper's face is full of black lines. How can there be such a person who thinks that when one comes out, such a person is actually a navy? Still entered the great route alone? Ha 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 ha, you will meet more interesting people in the future. Don't show this expression, come on, have a smile. Seeing Chopper's helpless expression, Bshan decided to follow the example of Usopp and tell Chopper various sea legends. This child has been staying on Magnetic Drum Island, and has never been out to sea. I said, do you want to listen to the story? Story? What story? About the Navy? Chopper turned his head with great interest. The story about the sea is of course not only about the Navy, but also many people and things. The sea is boundless. Then, there will be a story about pirates, right? Chopper's eyes were full of anticipation. Pirates. In that story, the pirates who keep striving for their dreams. Well, of course. Interested, Bai Shan cleared his throat and said, the story I want to tell today is about the legendary Captain Jack and the ghost ship. The two walked for a while talking and laughing, and stopped at the door of the library. It's interesting. Is this the life of pirates? After Bai Shan finished speaking, Chopper was still full of excitement. The whole person is shining, as if about to float. A part of it. Among the pirates, there are good people, ordinary people, and bad people. Remember, don't give the same stereotype to a certain type of people just because of a certain label. Oh, Chopper seems to understand but half understands. He has experienced too few people and events, and there are only a few people he knows well, so he still can't fully understand the meaning of these words. In short, let's stop here for today. I have to read a book first. Then, can you continue telling me the story tomorrow? Well, every day. After sending Chopper away, Bai Shan couldn't wait to pick out a few books, opened them and flipped through them casually. What is this? Anatomy of Human Bones, Introduction to Herbal Medicine, Diagnosis of Common Diseases. After looking around, Bai Shan realized that the medical research in this world is still very different from the original Earth. In some fields, they even study the existence of microorganisms, study the reproduction of bacteria, and their impact. However, in the general sense, they still do not have a complete set of medical theory system. Every doctor is good at different parts, and the terms used to record and describe are also strange. All in all, the styles of medical books written by different doctors are very different. It is difficult for me to study the medicine of a certain part of the system completely. It's a bit of a headache. Let's watch it first. It's better than nothing. Bshan felt that he dreamed of going back to college, and went to the library before the final exam, so he memorized it. As a result, I read it for a long time, but I didn't write down a few pages, let alone understand it. Headache. What a headache. What is this? The progress of the host is slow in the process of reading medical books. Comprehension, memory, and reading abilities have been blackened. He has acquired proficiency, memory, and 10 lines at a glance. Yozai, timely rain and blacken the system. Waited for a long time, just waiting for you to come. The next moment, Bai Shan only felt that his mind was clear. Look down and read the book again. Every word and every sentence can be understood quickly and memorized perfectly. I read half a page of the book at a glance, and 10 minutes later it was a book. There are 200 medical books, and reading 50 of them every day is less than 10 hours. After reading medical books in 4 days, I will think about it myself. It really doesn't work. The blackening system will be blackened again, and the medical skills will directly become God level. The future is bright. Thinking of this, Bai Shan immediately seized the time and start reading. After an unknown amount of time, Dr. Kureha looked at Chopper and asked with great interest, "Is that kid still reading?" "Yeah." "See now. Does he really want to study medicine?" Chopper hesitated and nodded. "I feel like it is ... but he looked too fast, and I don't know what's going on." A whole medical book can be read in 10 minutes. No one will believe that he is studying seriously at this speed. Forget it. You can call him over for dinner first. Don't be starving, young man. Okay, Dr. Kureha. Soon, Bai Shan was pulled over to finish dinner. During the dinner, Kureha didn't ask anything, and Bai Shan didn't say anything. In the next few days, Shan will repeat this kind of life, reading, eating, telling stories. Full and happy. Shan forgot the time for a while, until he finished reading the last book and wanted to continue to get the next one, only to realize that he had read them all by himself. Ah, that's all. Are there any more books? He found that after he had the ability to be blessed by the system, he fell in love with reading a little bit. Reading does not seem to be as annoying as I thought before. Every sentence, every line is deeply engraved in my mind. Knowledge appears between thinking. I now wish I could have a few patients at hand, so that I can experiment with what I have learned in the past 4 days. Ah, so fast. After confirming that he had read the entire 200 medical books, Bai Shan stood up and stretched himself. Dinner time is coming soon, let's go and have dinner. At the dining table, Dr. Kureha was listening to Chopper's report. Brother Bshan has already read 200 medical books. Well, if you say that he is flipping through the pages casually, just looking at them out of interest, it won't be 10 minutes for each book, and he persists for so long. But if you look at it seriously, Kurika shook her head. Isn't it true that someone can learn a book in 10 minutes? I don't know, Dr. Kureha. After listening to the stories of the past few days, Chopper has fallen in love with this man who claims to be a navy, but has a lot of pirate stories. Forget it. Let's test him at dinner today. Maybe there are really geniuses in this world. At this moment, Bai Shan just walked in. Ah, everyone is here. Let's serve dinner. Man in the pirate. My devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 20 Chopper's Great Test of Medical Skills. Chapter 20 Chopper's Great Test of Medical Skills. Identification of medicinal materials. Today's meal is boiled snow rabbit and curry stew. The two sat around the table and began to enjoy dinner. Miss Gula's skills are not bad, at least among ordinary people. Moreover, the old man not only drinks every day, but also eats meat. Eating all kinds of meat every day, this made Bai Shan, who thought he would keep healthy with clear soup and little water every day, quite satisfied. Halfway through eating, Dr. Kula laughed. Kukaku. Boy Bshan, how are your 200 medical books going? Hearing Dr. Kula's question, Bai Shan subconsciously put down the bowl and chopsticks, swallowed the food in his mouth first, and then began to answer. This is the proper courtesy when talking to elders. Bai Shan has already subconsciously treated this kind-hearted doctor who is not forgiving as an elder. The 200 medical books have been read. Oh, do you understand? Bai Shan nodded, with a little more confidence in his tone. Basically, it should be almost there. He realized that he wanted to test himself in the school, so he didn't speak too full of words. It's just the expression on the face, obviously saying I'm just being humble. You can ask whatever you want. Kukaku, how dare you say it? 200 books. Miss Kureha laughed and took a big gulp of ale, then put the cup heavily on the table. Based on her understanding of Bshan in the past few days, she will not feel that Bshan is lying to others. It's just that, in 4 days, I read and understood 200 medical books. Didn't he really find a genius? Well, let me ask you first. What are the back muscles? Superficial back muscles, deep back muscles, and back fascia. This kind of learning only depends on memory, it's just entry level. Curio was not surprised at all, and continued to ask, in 100 clinics of frostbite, what is the most widely used ointment formula for treating muscle frostbite? Scorpion pearl blood, red snake grass, iceberg leaf. Grind the red snake grass first, then add it. Bshan not only recited the formula, but also explained the entire configuration process and the matters that need attention. Every key point that is easily overlooked was not missed. Not bad. So, what is the speed of bacteria proliferation related to? This is the most profound research part, and only a very small number of doctors will go deep into this level of research. First and foremost, there needs to be a. Even so, Bshan can still say it easily, and the content is almost the same. After listening to the final conclusion, Dr. Curio nodded in satisfaction and leaned back on the chair. Not bad. It seems that you have learned almost all the basic things. Chopper next to him has an unbelievable expression on his face. He also memorized the 200 medical books here. He knows how hard to understand the contents of those medical books. My own years of study, others only took 4 days to get it done. Amazing. Bei-Shan picked up the bowl and chopsticks again and started eating. While munching on the snow rabbit, he pointed to Chopper's plate. If you don't eat it, you will lose it. Hearing that his meal was about to run out, Chopper finally recovered and lowered his head to join in the meal. Dinner passed by in a hurry, and the next day, Bshan plunged into Dr. Kuehler's medicinal material warehouse. The first step to do now is to practice. You need to identify what the various medicinal materials are. What you see in books is only written language. Some things still need to be experienced by yourself in order to accumulate correct experience. Bshan chose the simplest and most direct method, blocking the labels on the bottles, and then identifying them one by one. Smell the taste, look at the color and material, taste the texture, and touch the sense of touch. I really didn't recognize the first few bottles. No way, there are dozens of medicines that say the powder is brown, the taste is slightly bitter, and the smell is sour in the medical technique, and Bshan stumbled from the very beginning. Just as Bei-Shan was distorted, the blackening system came out to help. The host failed to identify 4 bottles of medicinal materials in a row, which is a unique skill. The identification ability has been blackened, and the item description has been obtained. Item description? What is this? The next second, Bei-Shan's eyes went dark. Damn, why did you become blind all of a sudden? Bei-Shan fell to the ground, grabbed his eyes, and checked repeatedly, seeing darkness in front of his eyes. It's over, there won't be bugs in this blackened system, will it? Or is there something wrong with the medicinal materials just now? I don't know if Chopper can cure it. After about half a minute, suddenly, the light gradually returned to Bei-Shan's eyes. It was so dangerous, I almost went blind. Bei-Shan opened his eyes, adjusted to the light, and found that all the items had a logo like a magnifying glass. This kind of logo is obviously floating in midair, or in other words, it only exists within one's own field of vision. This is the item description. I tried to click the magnifying glass icon on the table with my attention, and a translucent dialog box popped up. Table. Material, cedar wood. Age, 17 years. Description, an ordinary table. Because it has been used for a long time, you need to pay attention, and you can't weigh too much. No, with this function, why do I have to worry about it? Open a few bottles of medicinal materials, white moon grass, 3 flower buds, stems and leaves. It is exactly the same as the label, and it is also carefully marked with the storage conditions, efficacy, etc. Okay, no need to practice, go directly to the next step. Dispensing medicine. Just in time, Chopper walked in and saw Bshan, who was about to go out. Brother Bshan, didn't you say you want to practice identifying drugs? Well, practice is over. What? So fast? Yes, I can recognize the medicinal materials here. Bei Shan nodded indifferently. One of his greatest joys in the past few days is actually watching Kyoba's jaw drop to the ground when he tells stories every day. This is indeed a manga world. People's mouths can really open so big. Why can't I do it myself? Then, let me test you. Chopper took a bottle casually, blocked the label himself, and let Bshan smell it. The powder of white moon grass. Remember to tell Dr. Kula that this bottle is a bit damp, and the preservation is not very good. It should be placed in a drier place. Chopper looked down. It was really the label of Bai Yakao. Wait. This guy can't remember what medicine is in each bottle, right? Chopper thought so. So he swapped the medicines in the 2 bottles behind his back, and then gave it to Bshan. Hee. Let's see if you will say no. Chopper snickered. Think. This is red snake grass, and this is 3 flower buds. You swapped the 2 bottles, right? Remember to change them back. This guy, can you really recognize him? Chopper stayed where he was with 2 bottles of medicinal materials. People in pirates. My devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 21 Straw Hat Luffy arrives. 1 step late. 69 book bar. Chapter 21 Straw Hat Luffy arrives. 1 step late. After finishing the identification of medicinal materials, Bei Shan walked into the dispensing room. Various instruments are placed here to process medicines. Grinding into powder, chopping, or drying, must be done here. Yoxi. Try your hand today, it's easy. Since it is simple, Bshan picked the recipe for black corpse disease as soon as he came up. This disease is a kind of plague, and it often occurs in war-torn and poor environment places. From Bei Shan's point of view, this is very close to the Black Death, a plague caused by being close to corpses. For the vast majority of doctors, patients with this disease are afraid to contact them, let alone treat them. Fortunately, there is a strange doctor who found a formula that can be used to treat this disease. However, the formula is extremely difficult. A total of 53 different medicinal materials need to be processed for a total of 21 procedures, and the finished medicine can only be formulated in strict accordance with the proportion of the formula. One wrong step could turn into deadly poison. However, under the guidance of the item reminder function, Bshan immediately started to work on it. You can check in the item prompts how far each step is considered qualified. For example, Bei Shan glanced down at the medicine in the mortar. Grinding progress, 90%, initially qualified. Proves that it can be used for the next step. If you want to grind to 100% fine, it is not impossible. Bei Shan speculates that if every process is carried out 100%, maybe he will create a medicine with perfect efficacy. When Chopper arrived here, Bshan was halfway through. So many herbs, so many processes. Brother Bshan, what are you doing? The formula for corpse disease. Is that one of the most difficult recipes? Chopper himself did not dare to say that he would be able to dispense such a medicine. Well, it should be almost that. Looking at Bei Shan's confident smile, Chopper left other things behind and began to help Bei Shan. It didn't take long for the medicine to be prepared. When the medicine took shape, a voice suddenly sounded in Bshan's mind. The host has successfully completed the independent study of medicine and obtained master-level medical skills. Because it is the first skill that the host completes the learning by itself, the system will issue rewards to get twice the result with half the effort. When learning any other ability, the learning efficiency will be doubled. This system is implying that I used to rely on him for soft food, right? This is the finished product. Chopper was a little puzzled. Well, it seems to be. I can't talk too much, but the item prompt tells me that this is indeed a finished drug with therapeutic effect. Oh, I'm so tired. Speaking of which, why did you come here, Chopper? Chopper just remembered that he came to find something to do in Bshan. There are people outside today. I just went to the medicine room to tell you this. Is someone here? During this period of time, the only ones who will come to Dr. Curia's place are Luffy and the others, right? Bei Shan picked up Chopper and hurried over. Why didn't you say it earlier? Soon, Bai-Shan came to the previous room. As soon as he came in, he saw Nami lying on the bed, and Dr. Kureha who was treating Nami. Beside the bed, there is Luffy, who is frozen and stiff, and Sanji. Bai-Shan, you are here. How about the two of them? Well, that little girl was bitten by a bug called Kassa, and the Straw Hat Boy collapsed because of frostbite, exhaustion, and overwork. Seeing Bai-Shan's expression, Kureha was stunned. Do you know them? Yes, yes. Please, Dr. Kureha, please cure them. What are you talking about? It's a doctor's bounden duty to treat diseases, right? Joa. Ha. The cute dear Chopper nodded. Ha. Luffy is finally here. Bai-Shan leaned against the wall, looked at Luffy lying on the bed, and let out a long sigh. Now that you look at it closely, you can understand how difficult it is for Luffy to walk this way. The frostbite on his body has reached a very terrible level. Ordinary people, if they suffer from this kind of frostbite, they can consider opening the banquet. But this kid actually wanted to eat meat in his dream. It's really the vitality of the protagonist. Is there anything I can do to help? Go help take care of that Straw Hat kid. This girl's illness is very difficult. After all, Dr. Kulu is really not at ease with this young man who has only studied medicine for 5 days. I have to be responsible to patients, and Bshan can understand these mentalities. Alright then, I'll get some hot water. After taking care of him for a day and a night, Luffy woke up early the next morning. Aha, Bshan, you are here too. Yesterday he was still lying on the bed like a dead body, but today the bandages all over his body did not affect his lively greeting to Bshan. People in this world have strong physical fitness and recovery ability. Yeah. Did you get the letter I left for you at Twin Point? Got it. I just didn't expect you to be here. Well, I'm here to study medicine. Bai-Shan would not admit that he was lost, and happened to get lost here. Wouldn't it make him look as shameful as two idiots like Luffy Sauron? That's great. Why don't you come to our ship as a ship's doctor? Bai-Shan froze quickly. Luffy really is a person who moves with his will. He can say what he thinks. No. Don't forget, I'm the Navy. I have my own things to do. Oh, that's a pity. By the way, what about breakfast? Color Cook Sanji just walked in with food. Aha, it's Sanji. Are you alright? While talking, Nami over there also woke up. After Dr. Kula explained her condition, everyone began to eat breakfast. It is really amazing that Sanji can still make such a good meal even though he is wearing a bandage. Of course, the two of them discovered Chopper as a matter of course. Hey, talking reindeer, let's eat venison for lunch today. 2 people and 1 deer, making a lot of noise. Hearing that Chopper is a doctor, Luffy immediately wants Chopper to join his Straw Hat group. One chases, the other runs. I can't believe that man running around the castle was half dead yesterday. At this time, Dr. Kureha also told Nami the story of Chopper. Finally, Chopper hid behind Bai-Shan, poked his head out while hugging Bai-Shan's legs. Don't think about it. I won't join your pirate group. It's too weird. Miss Gula and Bai-Shan laughed at the same time. Ha ha ha, it's nice to be young. Bai-Shan touched Chopper's head, and said to Luffy, okay, let's rest for a while. I was injured so badly before, so it's not suitable for strenuous exercise now. Please, brothers and sisters, please give me a little comment. Don't ask for a section comment, at least give a chapter comment. Otherwise, Fatty really has no idea. Man in the Pirate, my devil fruit has turned black. Chapter 22, Join Us. Chopper joins the group. Chapter 22 Join Us. Chopper joins the group. After Luffy calmed down, everyone sat together and had a good chat. Nami looked a little surprised. She had never seen Bshan. Hiruzen and Luffy met in Baratie, and Sanji also met Hiruzen at that time, but it happened that Nami ran back to Air in Paradise at that time. So, you know each other? Well, this is Brother Bshan. He is a very interesting person. And he is very strong. He was even stronger than Sauron at that time. Really? You know Sanji too? Yeah? A freeloading navy. Impressive. But really strong. He caught Hawkeye's sword. When Nami heard Hawkeye, She opened her small mouth slightly and opened her eyes wide. It's a lie. Is it the eagle eye of Shikibukai? It's a small matter. Hawkeye didn't try his best, otherwise I would have fallen down. In front of the beautiful girl, Bei-Shan is still very modest imaginary. Then, let's get to know each other. My name is Bshan, Jarosd Bshan, active duty Navy, and I came to the Great Route alone to exercise myself. Navy? Nami hugged the quilt subconsciously, and then realized that the person in front of her was not malicious, so it was very impolite. Hi, my name is Nami. After getting to know each other, Bei-Shan and Luffy chatted for a long time, including all kinds of sea knowledge. Bei-Shan also shared some things along the way. Especially Chopper added on the side. Brother Bshan has many stories. He tells me stories every day. Oh, really? Tell me and I'll listen too. Luffy has always been very interested in this kind of thing. Wait to go back. On the boat, I will tell you slowly. Brother Bshan will go with us too? Nami heard what Bei-Shan meant. It's rare to meet a friend. Why don't you give me a ride with the wind? Although the pirate navy is a strange ship, I'm not the kind of absolute justice. Brother Bshan won't attack us. Luffy patted Bei-Shan on the shoulder, looking like a good brother. That's it. However, it seems that a little trouble is coming now. What? Sanji frowned, and the next second, he heard shouts from outside the window. Alpo is back. Luffy, let's go out and meet him. As they spoke, several people walked out, leaving Nami alone on the bed. Nami, you rest at ease. We will solve them. Arrived outside the door, Bei-Shan stood aside and told Luffy, I am the Navy. According to the principle, I cannot do anything. If I do something to a king, I may be dismissed. It's okay, I can beat them. Luffy smiled and waved his fist, quite confident. However, here, it seems that no one except you guys knows that I am a Navy. Hakayama smiled, and patted Muramasa's scabbard. Come on, Luffy, if you don't like him, call him. I'll fight for you. The subsequent development is almost the same as in Bshan's memory. When Walpo was about to bombard the pirate flag, Hakazan looked at where Luffy was holding the pirate flag in one hand, and silently admired it. This is why Luffy will attract other partners. This is also his charm. Chopper has also recognized Luffy's dream and persisted. Luffy was seriously injured, and every time he had to get himself covered in wounds. Bei-Shan couldn't bear to watch it any longer, so he made a secret move. During the battle between Luffy and Walpo, a sword energy quietly hit Walpo's body. Walpo was hit hard suddenly. Undefended, blood flowed out. With a yell, he ran towards the arsenal in the castle. Thanks, Bshan. Luffy felt that Bei-Shan was helping in secret, and after leaving a word, he quickly chased after him. This kid's fighting instinct is really sharp to the point of ridiculous. No wonder he is often beaten and then fights back. Hakazan estimates that Luffy needs to rely on being beaten with rough skin and thick flesh to get familiar with the enemy's combat methods. Then use your fighting instincts to find out their weaknesses and kill them with one blow. Go Luffy, defeat that hippopotamus. Bei-Shan waved his hand with a smile, and returned the village to its sheath. I still can't help but shoot. Miss Kureha stood by, looking at Luffy going away. Luffy is seriously injured. I can't stand it. I can't bear it. Bei-Shan shook his head. Then why don't you just defeat Walpo? You don't care about those, do you? This is a trial that belongs only to Luffy. After playing handsome, Bei-Shan also followed slowly. Now, just wait until it's over. Not long after, with a loud noise, Walpo flew out and disappeared. Nice job, Luffy. Hakazan went to catch the bruised Luffy and helped him into the room. After the rest is over, Nami has to run away. There are my clothes in the cabinet over there, and the key is there. You must not escape. Miss Kureha told Nami, then turned around and shouted to the others, you guys, follow me to move things. A few seconds later, only the Straw Hats and Bei-Shan were left in the room. Miss Kureha has already talked about this, so let's go. Nami jumped off the bed, dragged the others away quickly. Chopper, come with us. You are the doctor of the Straw Hats. Luffy still insists on taking Chopper with him. I'm going to tell Dr. Cula. Chopper went to say goodbye, and as expected, Dr. Cula chased him out fiercely. You crybaby have the nerve to call yourself a man. Miss Curia. I'm sorry. I want to be a man who pursues my dreams. Chopper ran out while crying and caught up with Pshan and others. Miss Curia watched as Chopper left, and instead of chasing after him, arranged for other people to install the device. Okay, next, get ready. A few seconds later, pink cherry blossoms bloomed around the entire snow castle. Like a dream. Chopper and Dr. Curia, far apart, looking at each other. Although they couldn't see each other, both of them burst into tears. Chopper, Dr. Shiryuke is a very powerful person. He found the medicine to heal this country, and that is his will and life. Bai-Shan stood beside Chopper, feeling heavy in his heart. All these tragedies ended today. Well, stop being sad. Be a real man. You are our ship's doctor. Go on an adventure with us. This is Luffy. Chopper, very cute and powerful. This is Nami. The remaining few people, although they didn't say anything, all looked at their companions with trust. Chopper was crying like crazy. Goodbye, Dr. Curia. Goodbye, Hiruliuk. I will become a great manly doctor. People in pirates. My devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 23 Sea Stories. Continuing to write the chapter of the sea. 69 Book Bar. Chapter 23 Sea Story. Continuing to write the chapter of the sea. After calming down the incident on Drum Island, the next step is to go straight to the kingdom of Alabaster, where you can meet Luffy's brother, the famous Firefist Ace, Robin, and Laosha, one of the 7 martial seas. One thing to say, this version of Laosha is a weakened version. Naturally, Luffy, who can't beat anything because of being wet, is outrageous. It's just because Laosha came out first, and was the first Chibuhai who was formally hostile to Luffy, so it had to be weakened like this. In terms of strategy, Laosha ranks first in the world of One Piece. In terms of strength, even after going to war, he didn't feel so stretched. Bai-Shan is still slightly excited to see this pirate hero soon, but the immediate task is to tell stories to Luffy and the others. Since Chopper told Luffy and Pshan told him many interesting stories, Luffy kept this incident in his heart. So as soon as I got back to the Golden Mealy, I pestered Pshan to tell stories. Sailing on the sea is endless, idle is idle. Pshan simply moved out journey to the west. If you can't remember some details clearly, then you will be dumbfounded on the spot. By the way, there is a mountain in the proud country of the East China Sea called Huago Mountain. At the beginning, only Luffy and Chopper were listening, but when it was time to eat, Sanji found that Luffy was not slapping the table to call for dinner. He couldn't help being a little curious, so he also came to listen. After a while, Nami and Princess YY realized that the cook was gone, so they also ran over. In the end, when Zoro returned to the restaurant wiping his sweat after exercising, he found that there was no one there. Huh? Is there no lunch today, or are they all finished? At this time, a large group of people came in bustling. Due to being addicted to listening to stories, Luffy can even delay eating. The charm of Journey to the West can be seen. The stories in this One Piece world are mostly treasures and adventures, and they are all simple stories that are unclear. There are very few such stories with ever-changing fighting styles, grand layouts, and wonderful world views. Oh, I really want to explore that kind of world. It sounds so big. Luffy looked yearning. It's just a story. The next 99 and 81 difficulties are wonderful. Today is just the beginning. Nami is imagining all kinds of magical treasures and spells. I really want to know how to turn stones into gold. I don't know what a monkey that is not bad for King Kong tastes like. No, what kind of knife should I use to cut it? In Sanji's eyes, subconsciously think of ingredients. Hey, if it's their magic to become a human, aren't all the monsters in that world capable of human fruit? Chopper suddenly found that he seemed to have found many of his kind. Haha, I've said it all. It's just a story. Brother Pshan, is this a story you made up? No, the author's name is Wu Chenjun, and he was a writer a long time ago. What a strange name. No, I've heard of it. Is it a writer from another sea area? The few people who were born and raised in the East China Sea had never heard of it, and neither did Chopper, who grew up on Magnetic Drum Island. Who knows? Okay, don't think about it, eat and eat, and continue talking about this point tomorrow. On the second day, Zora originally wanted to exercise, but after hearing that Bshan was telling them a story about going through 99 and 81 difficulties and finally achieving a positive result, he also came to listen. Of course, Sauron only cares about how Monkey King defeated the monster. He seems to regard all kinds of monsters as imaginary enemies, and often mutters to himself, "A monster who is not afraid of being cut by a knife. What should I do if I encounter it? The body is stronger than steel. It seems that I have to find a way to practice the swordsmanship of cutting steel." Forget it, let them go. Because of the presence of the storyteller Bshan, even Princess YY, who was originally worried, calmed down a lot. However, the speed of everyone's boat has not slowed down, and they are still advancing at a very fast speed. Listening to stories is just a daily pastime, and the most urgent task is to go to Alabasta to stop the conspiracy of the Sand Crocodile. Even Luffy understands the priority of things. The story can be heard at any time, but I want to kill the crocodile as soon as possible. A group of people drifted on the sea for a few days, and finally came to Nrehara in Alabasta. The people in front were noisy, but Bshan was only on one side, silent. He does not intend to destroy the original plotline, but when necessary, he will also shoot. Following Luffy, Bai Shan also successfully met Fire Fist Ace. This man who was eating in the restaurant suddenly fell asleep. He also greeted Lao Yan, who was chasing him. "Hey, Lao Yan, why are you here?" "To capture the guy next to you. There is a reward of 30 million Baileys." "Aren't you also a navy?" "Ha ha ha ha, these are trivial things. If you want to catch me, I won't stop you." "Really, you shouldn't be blocking it, right?" In order to break up with Luffy, Ace really fought with Lao Yan. The burning flame and smoke formed a tornado, which rose higher and higher, and finally exploded and stopped. Old Smoke. "Good fight. I'll go first." "Bastard, help me. I can't beat him." This is Whitebeard's second captain. He's also a bounty pirate. Smoker yells at White Mountain. "What? I can't hear. The wind is too loud." "I'm going first." Bai Shan slipped away quickly while pretending to turn his ears sideways. "Just kidding. There is no need for me to get involved now." Because of emotion and reason, Bshan likes Ace very much. Aside from the fact that he eats the Overlord's meal, Ace is impeccable, and he is a person who will never suffer as long as he makes this friend. Seeing the power of the Fire Fist, the group finally managed to leave here and came to the desert. "Let me introduce. This is Ace, my brother. This is Bshan, a navy." Luffy acts as a middleman and introduces everyone. Ace was not too surprised when he heard that Bshan was a navy. "Navy? In which branch?" "The branch has not been assigned yet. I applied to the headquarters, and I came to the Great Route alone to exercise myself." "Well, if it's in the Four Seas, it's okay. The Navy has a relatively large sphere of influence. On the Great Route, if you say you are a navy, you will be hostile to many other pirates." "Okay, that's what I'm here for." Ace looked at Bshan and laughed loudly. "You are indeed an interesting person. I like you. The same as you. So, do you want to show your hands?" "Just what I want." Human in the pirate. My devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 24. Fighting against Fire Fist Ace. Dare to eat my sword. Other people around heard that these two men who didn't know how strong they were going to fight, and they all began to dissuade them. "It's not good to fight. What if you get hurt?" "Hey, time is very tight. Do you want to fight?" "Add me." "Bshan, you also use a sword, right?" Everyone ignored Sauron, who was going to join in the fun, and continued to dissuade Bshan and Ace. "It's okay. We proper and fast. The desert is full of open terrain, so you are not afraid of breaking anything when you move." The two stood apart, and Luffy acted as the initiator. "Ready, go." As soon as the voice fell, the fire fist blasted towards Bshan. When Baishan faced the fire fist directly, he deeply felt the power of the burning fruit. A large group of blazing flames rushed towards the face, and there was an illusion that there was no way to hide, as if he was going to be cooked in the next second. The members of Luffy's family have strong fighting talents, and they feel oppressive when fighting. Baishan drew his sword out of its sheath. Your fire fist is very powerful, and my village is not kidding. Backhanded a wind barrier. After the fire fist hit it, it disappeared instantly. Where is the wind coming from? Are you also a devil fruit user? No, this is pure sword skill. Hearing this, Sauron opened his eyes wide in disbelief, and felt it for a long time before confirming this. This is really a simple sword skill. The sword skill whipped up a long-lasting wind, formed a wall, and eliminated the fire fist. What kind of sword skill is this? I have never heard of it. Ha, it's called Yufing swordsmanship. Ace, take it. Hassa. Bshan's sword rolled, and a whirlwind rose from the ground, flying towards Ace at an extremely fast speed. Ace wanted to turn into flames and disperse, but unexpectedly, the entire flame body was swept together by the strong wind. Don't talk about your flame body in front of the whirlwind of the happy wind man. As long as you are caught, you will be blown away. The next moment, Bshan suddenly appeared behind Ace, and the wind slashed. Within a second, the 7 swords cut Ace to the ground. After landing, Baishan blew on Muramasa and put the scabbard back. Of course he used the back of the knife, otherwise the blade with true energy could have cut Ace, who is a body of natural elements. I don't want to really hurt Ace. This is just a tentative exchange. Ace didn't use any serious moves. He said it was a fire fist, but in fact it was just a flat A hit. Accepted. You are really strong. Ace patted the dirt on his body, smiled and got up. He also knew that Baishan didn't use a sword. So, who won? Luffy looked a little curious. It's just a discussion. There is no difference. No distinction between brothers. What does brother mean? DSK. Talking idioms with an illiterate Jiang Yu is troublesome. It means that there is no winner. Alright, it's time to go. Let's go. Pulling Sauron, who was still meditating on his sword skills, Bshan and his party set off again, heading straight for the next destination. Speaking of which, this road is really tossing. Walking in this scorching desert is really useless. The host is short of water, sunburned, and physically exhausted in the desert. His physical fitness has been blackened, and he has acquired the ability to resist high temperature and drought. Well, it's really good to get an extreme resistance buff for nothing. After meeting Scorpion, who claimed to be a pirate hunter, Ace said that he was leaving too. Well, I still have to hunt down Blackbeard. Come on, Luffy, next time you and I meet, we will be at the peak of pirates. Baishan thought silently in his heart. The picture of Luffy desperately saving Ace on the top of the war. It's okay, I'm here. I won't let this kind of thing happen again. Baishan intends to follow Luffy all the way to Kana Island, where Luffy and Blackbeard will meet for the first time. From the arrangement of fate, 2 old enemies who pursue their dreams. As a result, after thinking about it, Ace walked towards Bshan. With you taking care of my younger brother, I feel more at ease. Does this mean my strength is recognized? Baishan thought for a while, and said to Ace, you have to be careful of Blackbeard. That is not an easy opponent to deal with. He has attracted a large group of bad guys now, and the strength of the entire pirate group is not weak. So you have to be careful. White Mountain is not going to tell Ace that Blackbeard will be in Ghana afterward. Although I joked to Chopper that I was a fortune teller, how could anyone predict so accurately? If you say it yourself, it will make people feel strange. Moreover, what if Ace really went there, but he was caught early without a fight? Now there is only one Ace. Blackbeard has been preparing for a long time, and half of his staff are also made up. There is no need to take that risk. When you arrive in Ghana, you can solve Blackbeard by yourself. The dark fruit is very strong, but Bshan believes in his own strength. With the prison suppressing divine body, what is the dark fruit? Nature type abilities can also be restrained with true energy. Well, okay, I remember. Goodbye. Ace finally left. Okay, let's continue. Alabaster is still waiting for us to save. A group of people hurried on their way and decided to face Crocodile directly. Under the leadership of Luffy, they went to the rain banquet. This is it. Looking at the huge casino building, Bai Shan slightly unsheathed the village. Huh? What are you doing? Give Lao Sha greeting gift. After finishing speaking, Bai Shan directly attacked Kunlan. Sand Crocodile can be called a pirate hero, and Bshan also recognizes his strategy and strength. But now that the two stand against each other, Bshan can't tolerate his actions of subverting the country and poisoning the people. In the desert kingdom of Alabaster, countless people died of drought. There is such a big reservoir here that can raise banana crocodiles. Still engaged in casinos. What else is there to go in? The storm-like sword energy directly leveled the top layer of the rain banquet. Suddenly, the people inside stopped all kinds of gambling in their hands, and heard the rumble outside. Not knowing why, walk into. A group of people fell into Crocodile's sea tower stone cage without accident according to the same plot as the original book. Ha 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 ha, you just struggle in this cage. After the big boss Crocodile finished his introduction speech and the others were helpless, they had no choice but to look at Bshan. Finished? Have you eaten yet? Bai Shan asked suddenly. Eat? What to eat? Crocodile is a little unclear. Didn't eat it. Did I eat it? Kun was unsheathing, and the stone cage of Hyla was cut open with a single sword. A mere Hylashi, dare to compete with my Yadao village? Bai Shan kicked open the fence of Hylashi disdainfully, and pointed at the astonished sand crocodile with the tip of his sword. Sorry, I'm not a devil fruit user. Human in the pirate. My devil fruit has turned black. Chapter 25 Facing Kyuhai and Fighting the Sand Crocodile. Brother Bshan. That's amazing. Several other people quickly got out of Hylashi prison and stood behind Bshan. Smoke had known for a long time that this kid was not simple. When he was fighting with his Hylashi 10 hands before, he broke his 10 hands. So he is not nervous about being locked up today. Good job, Bshan boy. Lao Yan patted Bai Shan on the shoulder. Okay, you go to Albana quickly. Preventing the conflict between the Revolutionary Army and the Royal Soldiers is the top priority, and I will deal with this. Bai Shan intends to stay alone and fight Lao Sha twice. Ah, you want to be here alone? The Straw Hats have also heard of the majestic Kibukai. Trust me and leave quickly. Go later, more people will die. Under Bai Shan's urging, Luffy and others pulled Princess YY up and quickly left the casino. Crocodile did not stop them, and kept staring at Bshan. He also knows how strong the Hylu stone is. This person can split the Hylu stone cage with a single sword. Difficult to deal with. Beside these boys, why is there a character with such strength? Old Yan, you go too. What are you doing here? Smoker stayed by Bai Shan's side, refusing to leave. He had received a secret order from the Navy headquarters before, and he knew that Bai Shan was a very important talent, and he must not make any mistakes. So, he intends to stay here to give Bshan the lead. In case Bshan really can't fight, he can use the ability of the smoke fruit to stop Crocodile for a while and buy Bshan time to escape. With the character of Smog, he will not be afraid to fight with Shikai Bukai. I'm here to watch you. In case you can't beat it, you can still leave. Bai Shan smiled helplessly, pointing at the sand crocodile. Don't worry, it's just him. I can't do anything to you. Go away quickly. Let's not say that you are a navy. It is not convenient to attack Chibuhai. Besides, you go to solve their conspiracy first, and then come back to arrest this mastermind. Otherwise people around the world are dead, and it's useless to capture Crocodile. Okay, be careful. After weighing the pros and cons, Smoker was finally persuaded by Bai Shan. Indeed, it is imperative to save more people now. So, in the entire hall, only Lao Sha, Bai Shan, and Nicole Robin remained. Robin, you go first, get rid of those people. and continue the Utopia Paradise project. Lao Sha also calmly made arrangements. This Bai Shan who popped up out of nowhere successfully disrupted his plan. The top priority is the conflict in Albania. As long as the conflict breaks out successfully, no matter who it is, they can't destroy their plan. Your name is Bai Shan? Yes, technically, I'm a navy. So, why come to stop my plan? Don't tell me it's just to bring justice or fight crime. Ha ha ha, I didn't come here to stop your plan. Bai Shan laughed arrogantly. I just want to come over and fight the dignified Chi Yu Hai. As for your plan that is doomed to fail, someone else will stop it. You mean those straw hats? Yeah, they are the heroes who run for justice. I'm just a navy. After finishing speaking, Bai Shan lowered his body slightly. Let's go to war. Shunbu was silent, moving quietly. Instantly approached crocodile. A flash of sword light split the sand crocodile's body. Since it is a navy, its strength is not low. The sand body of the sand crocodile slowly condenses. Then you should know one thing. Your blade is useless against me. At the same time, the huge golden hook charged towards Bshan. No matter who it is, as long as they try to stop my plan, they will die. Really? What about this sword? Bai Shan didn't intend to dodge at all, and directly threw his sword close to the sand crocodile's arms. Muramasa's sword was carrying Ling Ran's true energy, which was enough to tear through the sand crocodile's defense. The attacks of the two arrived almost at the same time. Bai Shan took a hook hard, and Lao Sha took a straight sword. Your attack is weak. Bai Shan, who has the body of a prison-suppressing god, doesn't pay attention to this hook at all. In fact, this attack did not break Bshan's defense at all. The sand crocodile has a heavy complexion. That sword, his body in the wind and sand, there is no way to avoid it. My elemental body was broken by something on his blade. He didn't know what it was. It was different from domineering, but it contained huge energy. Damn. The sand crocodile under the anger raised his hand directly, the desert sword. A wave of yellow sand hit, and Bshan continued to stand and fight hard. The sand crocodile took the opportunity to jump back and hide aside. Don't fix all these things. Let me see your samsara erosion. After taking this trick, I will let you go. How about it? Okay, that's what you said. Since this is the case, the sand crocodile did not hesitate, and directly touched the ground with one hand. Reincarnation erosion. A huge wind and sand rolled up around it, covering Bshan Mountain. The sand crocodile also took the opportunity to turn into wind and sand, and quickly escaped from the exit. He has no time to get entangled with Bai Shan here. Bshan, which was swept by the wild sand, was unscathed. Originally, the reincarnation erosion of Lao Sha could directly absorb the moisture in the human body and turn it into a mummy. However, Bai Shan could feel that there was a strange energy on the surface of his body, which successfully isolated and blocked the erosion of wind and sand. How is this going? Bai Shan thought about it for a while. He didn't seem to have similar abilities. The prison-suppressing divine body told the host that its abilities are not limited to weight. Since it is a prison-suppressing god, it also includes the ability to suppress, and can suppress all entities or concepts. Under the current situation, the ability to suppress is in effect, and the wind and sand erosion close to the host is suppressed, thus creating isolation. This ability can also be released externally. Good guy, do you still have this ability? Didn't he become a devil fruit nemesis? All devil fruit abilities can be suppressed by myself. Not only the devil fruit ability, but all concepts can be suppressed. The blackening system saw that this idiot hadn't understood his abilities clearly, so he couldn't help but reminded him again. All abilities. This concept is a bit too broad. No wonder it's called the prison-suppressing divine body. People can suppress even hell, so of course everything else is out of the question. Domineering is okay, of course, but the stronger the ability to suppress, the more in-depth cultivation is required. Hearing this, Bai Shan was a little curious. What is the current level of my prison god? Beginner level. Well, it seems that the focus of the next training will be on the prison-suppressing god body. People in pirates, my devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 26 The Sand Crocodile Flees. The End of the Rebellion. 69 books. Chapter 26 Sand Crocodile Escapes. Rebellion ended. After the reincarnation erosion is over, the sand crocodile is no longer visible. Well, Bshan also expected that the sand crocodile should go straight away. There is no need for him to stay here and entangle himself. However, Lao Sha seems to have tricked himself. This underground room is surrounded by water. At this moment, the surroundings of the room that has experienced the erosion of reincarnation are already in jeopardy. Bai Shan put the village back into the scabbard, and was about to go out. The next moment, the whole room collapsed. The ceiling, the floor, and the walls of the room. A large amount of water rushed in, flooding the entire room in an instant. Several banana crocodiles found Bshan in the water and swam towards Bshan. This Lao Sha, wouldn't he think that he is actually a devil fruit capable user and plan to drown himself? Bai Shan wanted to laugh a little. Just these few crocodiles are enough for him to drink and eat. Crocodile, who fled quickly to chase and kill Luffy, indeed had similar thoughts in his heart. The energy on the blade just now can hurt the body of nature. It is either a devil fruit or domineering, and it doesn't look similar to domineering. So Lao Sha subconsciously thinks that Bai Shan is a devil fruit capable person. So, I took the opportunity to create such a thing, and it was an attempt. Drowning is a good thing. If you don't drown, you can also block the speed of Bshan's pursuit. Although Bai Shan said that he would not pester him anymore, people like Lao Sha have never completely trusted anyone. Robin can kill the killer after using it, so how can he believe Bshan's words? HMPH, if that kid is really a devil fruit user, he will die if he dies. The sand crocodile looked back at the collapsed casino, and then flew away without a trace of nostalgia. He still has big things to do. As for Bshan, there is no rush underwater. Luffy's progress is a little faster than the original work. Lao Sha is doomed to fail. I can breathe underwater, and I am not in a hurry to get out. Let's test the suppression ability of the prison suppressing divine body first. Bai Shan concentrated his attention, and he really felt a strange energy in his body. Just now, this energy turned into a thin film and stuck to his body, successfully suppressing the wind and sand erosion. Now, I have to try to release this energy to suppress. Repress what? A stupid crocodile just swam over, planning to swallow Bshan in the water. It's just right. Let's try it with you. Hakuzen held out a hand, imagining that energy moving out. Sure enough, that energy was emitted. What Bshan wants to suppress is the idea of this crocodile opening its mouth. This is a bold attempt. If he succeeds, it will prove that he can directly suppress other people's fighting ideas. As a result, the next moment, Bai Shan was swallowed into the mouth of the crocodile. Very bad. Bai Shan discovered that his prison-suppressing divine body was indeed an entry-level one. This energy did go out, but only 1 meter away. So, without touching the crocodile, it was swallowed by the crocodile. Bai Shan, who got into the body of the crocodile, planned to split the stupid crocodile with his sword. As a result, he touched a strange sphere first. Wait. This seems to be Mr. 3. This white smooth wax ball should be the swallowed Mr. 3, in order to protect the protective cover made by oneself. Bai Shan split the crocodile with a sword, and then kicked the wax ball away. The wax ball broke through the water and flew into the air. Bshan Wukongsu followed, with his hand not far from the wax ball. Suppress the flying ability of this ball. The next second, Bai Shan felt his body was empty, as if a lot of power had been taken away suddenly. And this wax ball, originally still flying in the air, is still rising. Suddenly, rather weirdly, straight down. Just like that, it fell directly to the ground and broke apart. Sure enough, the figure inside came out. The Candleman Mr. 3, haha, I'm alive again. Didn't expect that. Mr. 3, who survived the catastrophe, laughed a few times before recovering. Wait, this seems to be outside the casino. Why is it here? Bai Shan doesn't plan to care about this Candleman at all. What happens to him afterwards, whether he lives or dies, has nothing to do with him. Saving his life was just a matter of course. Baishan is more concerned about the energy in his body. Just suppressing the flight of the wax ball is almost exhausted. System, what's going on? The power consumed will gradually recover over time, and the host needs to do more weight training to improve the cultivation level of the prison suppressing god. Yes, as long as you can reply. I have nothing to do by staying here, so I might as well go to Albana to have a look. Thinking of this, Bshan Wukongsu took off and flew towards Albana while feeling the energy recovery in the air. After Bshan arrived in Albana, I found that it was already in a mess. Although Luffy and the others arrived a little earlier, they didn't seem to have changed much of the time course. Also, many events cannot be triggered when they arrive in advance. There are also undercover agents from the Baroque studio in the guard army, and these people have successfully interfered with many things. So, what should I do now? Seeing the tall clock tower, since there is nothing to do, let's deal with the bomb inside. Baishan flew over and found a time bomb. Princess YY and others below also just came over and saw Bshan. They are looking for the cannon that can bomb the entire square. Brother Bshan, it's that one. Can you get rid of that bomb? Underneath, YY shouted anxiously. Give it to me. The two who were going to stop Bshan were knocked down by a sword. This bomb is about to explode in tens of seconds. Baishan thought for a while, raised the wind wall directly, and then threw the bomb at the wind wall. Sure enough, it was judged to be a projectile, and the entire bomb disappeared immediately. Hey! They probably didn't expect to be able to solve the bomb in this way. The two people who fell on the ground saw that the bomb disappeared just like that, with despair on their faces. Okay, I solved the bomb. Princess YY quickly climbed up the bell tower, stood on the heights and called out to the revolutionaries and guards to stop. Well, although I have intervened in many things, the story is still going in the direction it should be. The next step. Let's go and see Luffy and Sand Crocodile. Bshan disappeared without a sound and flew towards the mausoleum. I am just a little curious, whether the ancient weapon Pluto is here or not. As for Luffy's battle, it belongs to his growth, and he has no need to intervene. By the time they flew over, they had already finished fighting. Baishan looked at the seriously injured Luffy, dragged Cobra and Robin to jump out, collapsed on the ground motionless. Human in the pirate. My devil fruit has turned black. Chapter 27, one in each hand, pick up Luffy and Robin. Chapter 27, one in each hand, pick up Luffy and Robin. Baishan picked up Luffy and Robin one by one in each hand. Cobra patted the dirt on his body. His injuries were not that serious, and he could walk by himself. Thank you very much. Cobra sincerely thanked Bshan. He knew that this young man and Luffy were companions, as stated in the letter from Princess YY to him. You should wait for this guy to wake up and tell him in person. They are the ones who saved Alabaster, and I dare not take credit for it. Bshan is more or less a pity. The historical text hidden here is the history of the existence of Pluto. Unfortunately, it has been buried by the ruins. Even Bshan, it is difficult to go down to check again, so I had to take Luffy back to rest. By the time they returned to the palace, the war was over. A sudden rain from the sky awakened everyone's rationality and quelled all unnecessary disputes. As the king, Cobra stood on the high platform. Those who survived the war, we cannot live up to the will of the dead. Being burdened with crimes, move on. Build Alabaster, whether it is the Revolutionary Army, the people, or the Guard Army, as long as we join hands, we will succeed. While everyone was cheering, Baishan calmly walked to the side of the Baroque studio ghost in the guard, remembering his appearance. In the current Guard Army and Revolutionary Army, there are more or less remnants of Baroque studios. Leaving these people behind is always a disaster. There aren't many good people in a Baroque studio. Baishan intends to find a chance to get rid of these people and prevent them from making trouble again. So, after everything subsided completely, the Guard Army returned to the palace, while the Revolutionary Army stationed up and began to repair the war-torn Albana. Bshan told Cobra and Princess Vivi about the ghost, and then ran directly to the guard camp, and took away the ghost who was targeted by him. Caught in the cell, before the interrogation, Bai Shan directly used the power of the prison god body. Facing the inner ghost in front of him with one hand, he thought to himself, I want to suppress his ability to lie. When the energy in the body is empty, the inner the ghost obviously showed a strange and uncomfortable expression. He was surprised to find that he didn't even have the slightest idea of lying in his mind. How is this going? I have a feeling that what I say with my mouth is the truth, and I can't tell a half-lie. Okay, let me tell you the truth. Who else do you know of the ghosts in the Baroque studio? How did you contact them, and what did you do? Bai Shan tapped the table with one hand, making a rhythmic dong-dong-dong sound. This is a common interrogation technique, used to interfere with the attention of the interrogated, so that they cannot concentrate on fabricating a detailed and complete lie. Bai Shan is still a little worried, fearing that his suppression ability is not up to standard. However, what he did not expect was that not only was this person unable to speak now, because Shan did not control the intensity of the suppression, this inner ghost will not be able to tell any lies for the rest of his life. I only know one other person, who is also the artilleryman guarding the city wall. Our communication is based on the initiative of the superior to contact us and issue us tasks. We rarely communicate with each other. I fired when the Revolutionary Army arrived, and shot Kosh or provoke a dispute. When he finished explaining everything, he lay on his back with a despairing grey face, and he didn't care how the man in front of him managed to prevent himself from telling lies. Bai Shan walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Very honest. Well, let me go in first. What happens after that depends on Alabaster's legal trial. After finishing speaking, Bai Shan threw the poor inner ghost into the cell and locked it. When Shan came out, he didn't walk a few steps and ran into Robin, who was coming. Miss Robin. Hello. What's the matter? Bai Shan watched Robin stop in front of him, apparently looking for him. I heard that you were looking for the rest of the Baroque studio? Bai Shan smiled. Cut the grass and roots to prevent future troubles. They must be responsible for what they did. Very well, I can contact them for you. Oh, I forgot that Robin was the superior of these people before. Then I will trouble you. Issue a secret order to them and let them gather in a convenient place. Bai Shan didn't elaborate. Robin is a smart person, she knows what to do. How about tomorrow night? Can. Then just wait. Robin turned and left. The next night, the remnants of the Baroque studio who received the tip gathered on the square. The news they received was that the boss had successfully controlled the upper layers of Alabaster, and the previous truce was just an illusion. Next, they have to make other big moves. The channels for these remnants to obtain information originally relied on the information channels of the Baroque studio. Now that the Baroque studio has collapsed, their eyes are smeared, and they don't know anything. It is not even clear why the previous war suddenly ended. So when they suddenly received a report from Robin, they all thought it was an opportunity. So they all gathered in the square. Bai Shan and Robin sat on the high platform, looking at the crowd below. They couldn't help laughing. Who's up there? Bai Shan jumped down and landed on the ground. Hi everyone, remnants of Baroque workshop. Who are you? How do you know? They think that the war is over. They can continue to hide their current identities, and no one will know their identities. Haha, why do you think you came here? Bai Shan waved his hand. Go. Catch them. Suddenly, a large number of guards emerged around the square, swarming up, and directly arrested this group of unarmed remnants. Nice job. Robin turned and left. She had no feelings for these remnants. After all, she and the sand crocodile are using each other. Not to mention, the sand crocodile finally gave her a hook. Okay, all these people will be put in prison, and they will be tried someday when they are free. After a pause, Bai Shan continued. As long as they are not dying of thirst, give them no water. Don't these people like drought? Let them dry enough. The faces of the arrested people were ashen. The guards stared at them with angry eyes, and escorted them back to the cell. And according to Bai Shan's instructions, they were not given any water to drink. The guards can be said to hate these ghosts the most. Well, The last hidden danger is also resolved. Next, follow Luffy to Ghana. Man in the pirate, my devil fruit has turned black. Chapter 28 Extremely Weird, Entering the Colorful Fog. Chapter 28 Extremely Weird, Entering the Colorful Fog. Not long after, Cobra announced publicly that these criminals would be tried. Now Alabasta is in dire straits, so these people are assigned to Heavy Corps V, allowing them to use labor in exchange for food and freedom. Depending on the crime, it varies from 5 years to 10 years. Few of these people have clean hands, and at least they have been sentenced to 3 years of labor. In the words of Bshan, this is called reform through labor. Cobra liked this word very much, so he used it. For any criminals, we must carry out labor reform. Through labor, let them deeply realize their mistakes and contribute to the construction of Alabasta. Bai-Shan comforted them with a smile. At least your dog's life was saved. If it were replaced by me to handle this matter with full authority, you would have already become a film. Afterwards, the straw hats, which have been repaired, are also ready to go. If you don't set off again, the Navy will block the entire port. Tina's Haisha fleet has been waiting for a long time. Farewell to Princess YY. The Straw Hats and the others raised their left arms after hearing Princess YY's speech. That's the sign of a partner. Let's go. Go to the next island. Looking at Luffy and the others, he didn't feel much sentimentality because of the separation. They are born adventurers and will not be decadent for separation. The dream in the distance is their destination. Bshan, who is in this group, feels the power of this kind of partner. It's great that these people can be desperate for their dreams, and even give their lives. Recalling my previous life, I lived a muddled and extremely ordinary life. Nothing memorable. Bai-Shan secretly made up his mind that in this life, he must make waves, become the big man who makes the whole pirate world vibrate. When Tina's shells hit, a wind barrier in Bshan blocked all the shells. The Shemal Xiao Feng Feng's ship went to use it as a bait, and the golden melee successfully broke out. New set sail. As the fleet sailed, Bai-Shan remembered a story. After leaving Alabasta, we will pass through Leru Island. Here, Luffy and the others met the colorful fog. This is the only plot in One Piece that involves the flow of time and different spaces. It has nothing to do with the main line, but the appearance of this plot itself means that the world of One Piece is not that simple. During the few days on the boat, Bai-Shan has been acting as a bard, telling Luffy and the others a long section of journey to the west. Until the figure of the island appeared in front of my eyes, and the tall tower. Bai-Shan realized that he seemed to have arrived at Lulugia Island. As soon as we got off the boat, several people came to collect taxes. This made Bshan more certain that this is Lulugia Island. A pirate burned this place 50 years ago, became the mayor here, promulgating a large number of exorbitant taxes. The colorful mist brought those children back to 50 years ago, not only became a lieutenant in the Navy, but also wrote a book. This book was later acquired by Robin to save everyone from the colorful fog. The entire space-time paradox forms a closed-loop story. Even Bshan dare not be too presumptuous here. Who knows if moving something casually here will trigger the butterfly effect and directly lead to the collapse of time causality. However, Bshan is still very interested in seeing this world that changes time and space. So, Bai-Shan got on the boat, and followed Luffy and the others into the colorful fog. After entering the colorful fog, there are all kinds of wrecks in front of you. The children of the pumpkin pirates are hiding here. Henzo is busy looking for his past companions, while Robin is worried about how to get out. Luffy is excited to have reached the new world, ready to start an adventure here. As for Bai-Shan, he felt that there was something wrong with him. After entering here, there has been a strange voice buzzing in my mind. It was as if many different people were arguing about something, and it was noisy as if a machine had broken down. It made Bshan feel a headache. What the hell is going on? Bai-Shan didn't respond when he saw other people, and realized that it was only his fault. If so, the voice in your head, only your own question. Could it be a bug in the blackening system? Bai-Shan broke out in a cold sweat suddenly. In case the blackening system is really messed up by this weird place, wouldn't I be doomed? System, are you okay? Bshan walked to the side silently, pretending to be looking at the inside of the colorful fog, but actually contacting the system. System.host #% at exclamation mark %hash. The system responded with a long series of incomprehensible voices, which made Bshan feel that the system was really broken. Die. What should I do now? Since I can't solve the problem by myself, there's nothing I can do. Let's go out and talk about it later. However, what Bshan can be sure of is that the various abilities he acquired before have not disappeared. Since the village is still and all the abilities are there, even if the black system is gone, I can more or less have a foothold. Baishan prepared himself for the best and the worst, and then followed Luffy until he left the colorful fog. And the moment Baishan left, the voice in his head suddenly rioted for a moment. At that moment, Baishan had a splitting headache, and his brain seemed to be filled with memories that did not belong to him. Before Baishan tried to think about what the information was, suddenly, the voice of the blackening system sounded. What followed was a clear mind. Unlike the noises in the colorful fog, the sound has now been fully restored. It was detected that the host has just entered the space-time anomaly plane, experienced an anomalous time-space event, and the blackening system and the host itself have completed the blackening. The host obtains fragments of the law of time and space, which can be used to adjust its own local time. The maximum multiple of the adjustment time is 100 times, that is, 1 second of oneself is equal to 100 seconds of the world, or 100 seconds of one's own is equal to 1 second of the world. The success of the exercise under this effect is still valid. The fragments of the law of time and space are being nurtured by the system. When the system successfully repairs the fragments, there will be surprises. Scared me. Baishan let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, the system has recovered. However, why is this blackened system itself blackened? In Bshan's eyes, the blackening system is the world's bug, and this colorful fog is also the world's bug. Could it be that I met an opponent and found that I was not strong enough, so the blackening system blackened itself again and became even more awesome? Surprise me after blackening? Baishan is looking forward to that day. Human in the pirate, my devil fruit has turned black. Chapter 29 Blackbeard Tiki, wait for me. Chapter 29 Blackbeard Tiki, wait for me. After coming out of Lulugia Island, the Golden Mealy went straight to Gaia Island. On the way, I encountered Cumulus, a salvage ship of apes, and so on. The huge figure really left a deep impression on Bshan. If I hadn't seen One Piece before, I might really fly up to see what kind of huge monster this is. In fact, it is just the shadow of the people on the empty island, the projection under the sun. After coming out of the cumulus clouds, Bshan could vaguely see the direction of Gaia Island. Then, Luffy, I have to go first. Bshan called the Straw Hats, spread out the map of Gaia Island, and marked the location of Garikai's house for them. It's in this place, and the people that know about Sky Island. The answer you want is right there. Baishan paused, looked up in the direction of Magic Valley Town. I'm going to do something in Demon Valley Town. It's not suitable for you to be there. If you need supplies, wait until you meet that person. Brother Bshan? What are you going to do? Luffy asked curiously, without realizing it for a while. The faces of Nami and Zora on one side have changed slightly. Don't forget, I am the Navy. Baishan stood at the bow of the boat, the demon knife slightly unsheathed. Looking back at Luffy, he greeted with a smile. Goodbye, Luffy. I wish you a smooth journey to Sky Island. After finishing speaking, Bshan Wukong immediately disappeared from the bow of the boat. Huh? After all, he didn't say what he was going to do. Brother Bshan is really good. Nami looked at the position given by Baishan, and adjusted the direction of the bow. Zoro wiped his knife and explained to Luffy, by the way, Mogyu Town is a town where pirates who spend money like water gather. There are all famous pirates there, and they often have bounties on them. Ah? Brother Bshan said he is a Navy, so what does that have to do with it? Idiot. Nami came over and punched Luffy, Brother Bshan is of course going to kill those pirates. What else can the Navy and pirates do? Come and help if you have nothing to do, don't just stand there. Yeah, but when Bai Shan was with us, he didn't kill us. Luffy still can't figure it out. Nonsense. We are different from those pirates. Zoro recalled the demon sword Muramasa who had just slightly unsheathed Hikazen. He owns a 3-generation ghost sword, which is already a famous demon sword, full of murderous aura. However, Bai Shan's less than an inch long unsheathed just now scared the ghost in his hand. Others are not swordsmen, so they are not very sensitive to this kind of aura. He could clearly feel just now that Bai Shan and the blade in his hand contained a terrifying murderous intent. My Gitch just made a slight sound, as if he was being provoked, but also seemed extremely afraid. Ah, Magic Valley Town, the sky is about to change. Robin nodded in agreement. That Bai Shan doesn't look like a kind person. Devil Valley Town, maybe blood will flow like a river. Why are you all saying something that I don't understand? Luffy looked helpless. Bai Shan, who had already left, of course couldn't hear these voices. He came to Magic Valley Town alone, just in order not to startle the snake. Luffy's current strength is not enough to get involved in such a thing. He should be enough by himself. Since leaving Lulugia Island, Bshan has mastered the ability to control the relative flow of time. In the past few days on the ship, I have been driving the time flow rate of 1 to 100 to train the prison god body. That is to say, 1 day of training on the boat is equivalent to 100 days of training. Up to now, the energy of the prison suppressing divine body has expanded a lot. Moreover, after several times of use, Bshan has also mastered the amount of output energy. It will no longer be the same as before, just throwing all the energy out in one go. It is even possible to distribute the energy and use it in every detail, with careful calculation and precise calculation. Use several strands of energy at the same time to suppress the enemy's combat ability in all aspects, even if it is only 1 second, it is enough. Blackbeard, I'm here for you. Bai Shan set foot on the land of Magic Valley Town. People come and go bustling, but except for the local residents, almost all of them are pirates. For capable pirate hunters, this is the bank, where they can withdraw as much as they want. However, the pirates here are still arrogant, not afraid of hunters or navy. This shows that they have the capital of arrogance. Speaking of which, if the navy kills a pirate who has a bounty, will the bounty be issued? Bai Shan walked on the street without concealment, talking to himself while walking. He's not wearing a navy uniform. No one here will recognize him. The passing pirates heard it and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, of course you can get it. But, which navy with no eyesight dares to come here? Aren't you afraid of being killed by the big pirates here? Other people around Buden responded. That's right, there are some big pirates with bounties of tens of millions of Baileys here. Millions are like dogs, 10 million walk everywhere. Hakayama smiled, putting one hand on Muramasa's scabbard. He could feel that Muramasa was a little restless. Really? That would be awesome. The other pirates saw that Bshan was holding a sword in one hand, and thought it was a challenge. Such people are very common in Magic Valley Town, and various conflicts occur every day. Why, you want to find something. Believe it or not, anyone here can beat you, a chick, to the ground. Several people surrounded Bshan and blocked Bshan's way. Hey, boy, hand over 10 million Baileys, otherwise you won't even think about leaving. Ha ha ha, how can this kid have tens of millions? I think his knife is okay. Why not just take this knife? This knife is worth 100,000 Baileys. The remaining 9.9 million, how about letting him work as a hard laborer, or sell it to rich women looking for slaves? Ha ha ha, this small body probably won't be able to handle it. A group of pirates laughed unscrupulously, and some even reached out to capture Muramasa of Bshan. They seem to feel that Bshan is already in their pocket, and they are greedily staring at everything on Bshan. Want this knife, don't you? It's a pity, I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? The pirate in front of him was taken aback. "I'm afraid your life is not hard enough." 100 times the time. In the eyes of Bshan, 1 second of reality is expanded into 100 seconds. Lan made a move, and 3,000 sword chi radiated towards the surroundings. Anyway, the circle is full of pirates, so it won't be a pity to die. Since you took the initiative to provoke trouble, don't blame me. The next second, time begins to flow normally. Bshan village is returning to its sheath, walking out from the siege of pirates, walking in the courtyard as if there was no one else around. Man in the pirate, my devil fruit has turned black. Chapter 30 God's punishment comes. I am the purple god of death. When Shan walked aside, the surrounding pirates were still stiff and stood motionless. Strange, how do these people, the other people who came over, just wanted to check what happened, when they suddenly saw a gust of wind blowing? The circle of people who surrounded Bshan just now were all bloody. Their skeletons remained in place, still standing. But all the flesh was cut off by the invisible sword energy. 3,000 sword chi, just like Ling Kai, killed more than a dozen pirates in an instant. What? Did that young man do it just now? It's bad. There are Osio's subordinates here, and Bellamy's people. Shan walked towards the surrounding residents indifferently. How to get to the surrounding taverns? At this point, around the tavern, you should be able to meet Bellamy and Blackbeard. Bellamy is a trivial matter. If you meet him, Bshan doesn't mind taking some rewards. But the important thing is Blackbeard. Then, over there, you can see it by walking over there. The residents who witnessed the tragic situation of infernal hell were so frightened that they fought back and forth. After showing Bshan the way, they quickly hid aside. Really, am I that scary? It doesn't matter anymore. I didn't come here specifically to seek justice. The residents of Magic Valley Town here rely on the pirates' extravagant money to survive. Here, the pirates are their big benefactors, and the Navy may be the unjust party. Encountering such a place, Bshan has no choice. He doesn't intend to do anything to change the people here. Walking all the way forward, I saw the bar. Pushing the door open and entering, I saw a somewhat familiar face. But unfortunately, not Blackbeard. Bellamy, is that right? How much is the bounty? 55 million, or 60 million? Can't remember. Shan shook his head and walked to the bar. Excuse me, a beer? Then he said in a nonchalant tone, see a bearded, rough-looking man with his chest bare. Before the bartender could reply, Bellamy couldn't help it. When did he receive such slights? Actually talking to him in that tone, as if he was some inconspicuous little person. Still can't remember. Bellamy slapped the table and stood up. Who are you? Have you heard of my name? At this moment, a group of people rushed in a panic, and were about to report to Bellamy, when they suddenly saw Shan sitting on the side, and immediately froze in place, not daring to move, sweating profusely. What do you want to say? Bellamy looked impatient. Boss, those brothers outside were killed. Who dares to touch my people? The mournful pirates pointed to the smiling Bshan. It's him. Oh, it looks like you're after me. Bellamy turned to look at Bshan. Little kid, when I beat you to the ground, remember how you nursed. If you want to hit, do it. If you don't want to hit, don't force it. People don't talk too much. Why are you talking nonsense? Shan drank the wine with a smile, not caring at all that the bartender in front of him was already looking like a catastrophe is imminent and dying. Hey, bartender, what do I ask you? Have you seen that man? Damn it. Consciously being insulted and belittled, Bellamy punched Shan on the back of the head directly. 100 times the speed of time. Shan didn't even look at it, and turned his head slightly to avoid the punch. Didn't use more force. Bellamy hit Shan indiscriminately, but Shan easily dodged them all. Asshole. Are you afraid to make a move? Bellamy, who was so angry, didn't react at all. How terrifying this person's strength must be if he can turn his back to avoid all the attacks. Well, that's fine too. Shan finished his beer, returned the cup to the bartender, stood up, and turned to face the pirates watching in the tavern. Introduction: my name is White Mountain, active duty Navy. A bunch of bastards. I'm not here to trouble you. You don't have that qualification. The garbage who call themselves the new era of pirates have never even stepped into the door of the new era. You have two choices. Either obediently tell me the information about the man I asked just now, or be beaten to death by me. Obediently tell me. Although the focus is on Blackbeard, Bai Shan doesn't mind teaching these bastards a lesson here. The entire tavern was silent for a few seconds, and a needle could be heard. Then, there was an explosion of laughter and playfulness. Taunting, whistling, laughing, all mixed together. Where is this navy coming from? Who wants to beat us all up? I'm so scared. Let's see who is going to crawl out today. Only the few pirates who just witnessed Bshan killing a dozen people in an instant without drawing their swords were completely pale. It's over. This is the only thought in their hearts. Since Mr. Navy has said so, several villains who often make trouble in the tavern came forward with weapons. Come on everyone, let's go together. Give this idiot some color. Group fights. One punch at a time. You will pay for your stupidity. Bai Shan looked at the pirate who was gearing up in front of him, and pushed away the demon sword. A flash of purple light illuminates the vision of all the pirates in the tavern. At that moment, in their eyes, there was only this strange purple light, which was breathtaking. When the soft sound of the Bshan knife being put into its sheath sounded, most of the pirates realized that they could no longer move. Then, consciousness dissipated like the wind. The last thought was fixed on what's wrong with me. They're dead without even realizing they're dead. It's pathetic, isn't it? On the field, there were only a few people left, not completely dead, and still breathing. This is Kulan under 100 times the time. So now, can you tell me about that man? Bai Shan turned around and asked the bartender. After getting the information that satisfied him, Bai Shan turned and left the tavern. The bartender slowly slid to the ground the moment the door closed. When Bai Shan left, in the entire tavern, there was a strong smell of blood. The few pirates who were still breathing just now finally fell to the ground slowly, but they didn't die, but their muscles finally reacted and couldn't hold on anymore. It's terrible. Who is this? Bellamy thought to himself. The Great Root is not as simple as he thought. After this day, the name of the purple god of death spread throughout the entire first half of the Great Root. People in pirates, my devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 31 Alone. Chasing Blackbeard, 69 Book Bar. Chapter 31 Alone. Chasing Blackbeard. From the bartender, Bai Shan got the news about Blackbeard. So Bai Shan simply searched for it on the street. Now Laffit should still be at the World Conference of the Navy, fighting for the position of Shikai Bukai for Blackbeard. The current Blackbeard pirates should only have Blackbeard, Vanokar, Poison Q and Bashers. On the side of the road here, there is a chance to see the poisonous Q lying on the ground. The ship doctor often does this, giving others apples that will explode, which has harmed many other pirates. Bshan didn't walk for long, when he saw Poison Q lying on the ground, wearing a coat and looking very sloppy. Seeing Bai Shan approaching, Poison Q subconsciously thought that this was another person who was deceived. After all, Bshan looks too young. Anyone would think that this is a fledgling kid, who must be inexperienced and easily deceived. So Poison Q shouted, "Oh, it hurts. Can someone give me a hand?" Bai Shan walked over with a smile, stopped in front of Poison Q, looked at Poison Q's face. "What's the matter, old man? What are you doing lying here? Can you give me a hand? I accidentally fell off the horse. My body is not in good shape. I can't move. Ouch." Poison Q pretended to be pitiful and miserable, expecting Bai Shan to bend down to help him mount the horse. Then, he will take out the basket of exploding apples for Bai Shan to eat. "I really look forward to seeing this young man being blown to death." Poison Q laughed secretly, but his face didn't change at all. "Hey, isn't that young man?" "Shut up. Don't talk about it. If something happens to him, he deserves it." Some people around know about Poisonous Q, but because they dare not make trouble here, no one is willing to take the initiative to remind Bshan. Here are all kinds of bastards. If you go out and remind others by yourself, you can't get anything, and it's easy to spoil other people's good things. Meddling is easy to die. This is a generally accepted truth. Huh, old man? What are you talking about? A guy like you should. Shan half spoken on purpose, crossing his arms in arrogance. What did you say? Poison Q is a bit confused. You should lie quietly on the ground. While speaking, Shan stepped on it, right on Poison Q's face. Blackbeard's pirate group, all the men he recruited are a group of villains and bastards. Bshan has no mercy. These people, it would be best if they were all dead. The power of the prison-suppressing divine body directly embedded Poison Q's head into the floor. Huge cracks appeared in the entire street, and the people around swallowed, not daring to breathe. Mogyu Town, when did such a terrifying newcomer come? And it seems that the temper is quite irritable. If there is a disagreement, it will be done, and it will directly stomp on other people's heads. This is too cruel. Shan moved his feet away from Poison Q's face, and saw that Poison Q had lost consciousness. All the teeth in his mouth had fallen out, and blood was flowing from his face, which was extremely terrifying. Well, it's quite resistant. I thought there would be a big red and white puddle with this kick. Fortunately, my shoes didn't get dirty. Muttering to himself, Shan continued along the street, looking for the figure of Blackbeard. Poison Q shouldn't be dead yet, but he will have to rest for at least a few days before he can wake up from this injury. Maybe there will be a concussion or something. After cleaning up the others, turn around and grab him and it's over. After Shan left, no one dared to clean up the mess. Rather, there is no need for other pirates to help this guy. They quickly left the scene of the crime, ran to various places, found their own staff, and told them that there was something that young people were not easy to mess with. Combined with the previous tavern incident, Bshan's influence spread rapidly. While Bshan walked along the street all the way, he didn't see the figures of Blackbeard and his party until he was almost out of Magic Valley Town. Why hasn't that Poison Q guy come yet? I don't know. Maybe he's playing his trick again. Blackbeard looked a little impatient. How many times have I told him, don't delay the business? Wait, we will go find him. At this moment, the figure of Shan came slowly from Magic Valley Town. Wait a minute, Captain, there is someone coming over there. Shan approached Blackbeard and stopped not far from them. If you are going to find Poison Q, there is no need for that. Shan tapped the ground with the foot that just stepped on the poisonous Q. I almost stomped on him. Almost, I mean literally. Who are you? A pirate? I have never heard of you. Blackbeard and the others have been staying outside today, so they haven't heard the name of the Purple Death. However, Shan saw that the visitor was not good, and he named Poison Q. Obviously, Poison Q has been killed. Me? An active duty Navy. Hakuzen's hands, Murama's slightly out of the sheath. I hope you will go all out, and secretly realize the ability of fruit. Don't let me down. The next moment, Shan rushed into the close proximity of Blackbeard. Lam. A burst of violent sword chi laced with true chi directly tore Blackbeard's coat. At the critical moment, Blackbeard used the ability of the dark fruit to escape. A group of shadows gathered in the remote area, in a panic. Even though he had avoided the nearest sword aura, he was still scratched by the scattered sword aura. What frightened Blackbeard even more was that Shan's sword energy directly broke through all his defenses. The natural body of the devil fruit, as well as the domineering armed color, were all broken by the sword energy of Bshan. Moreover, his knowledge and domineering, totally unexpected Shan's actions. Shunpo just now, the speed is too fast. This kid knows the ability of his dark fruit, so he must have come prepared. It is not suitable to stay here for a long time. If it is not possible, just run away by yourself. Seeing the wound on Blackbeard's body, Shan showed just that smile. It's just a greeting ceremony. Don't be so boring, Blackbeard. While speaking, a bullet pierced through the air and shot towards Shan's head. It's a pity that with the cooperation of 100 times the time and the wind wall, All the flying props are useless. Bai Shan raised his hand to wind the wall, blocking Fan Oka's shooting. Suddenly a huge figure appeared behind him. Boxing champion Bashas? Before Bashas could make a move, Bai Shan stepped forward and slashed through Bashas' body. Whirlwind fierce slash, take on the galeful wind endless slash. Before Blackbeard had time to respond to Bai Shan's words, Bashas' body fell heavily to the ground. Huh? That's it? Bai Shan was disappointed. People in pirates, my devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 32 Dangerous! Escape from Blackbeard, 69 book bar. Chapter 32 Danger! Blackbeard escape. Damn, who are you? Why do you have such strength? I have never heard of such a young master in the active navy. The enemy is in front of him. Even Blackbeard is a little flustered. My plan has been going smoothly for so long, and suddenly Cheng Yojin came out halfway, disrupting my plan. This gave Blackbeard a very strong sense of frustration, as if all his plans were worthless in the eyes of others, and he couldn't get rid of it. It's normal, because this is my second time leaving Maranvanda. Strictly speaking, I'm just a recruit. Bai Shan smiled and kicked Bashas away from his dying body. I see. It must be Ace. That guy, did he find a way to find Garp? Garp asked you to come after me. Bai Shan was slightly surprised that Blackbeard knew about the relationship between Ace and Garp. You actually know about this? Shan said this matter refers to Ace's Garp's grandson, but Blackbeard mistakenly thought he guessed it right. Ha ha ha, sure enough. HMPH, your navy actually intervenes in the internal affairs of the pirates. Is this still justice? Although I don't know what you misunderstood, but I'm here for you. Please die obediently. Blackbeard Tiki. Bai Shan didn't bother to argue with him. His purpose of coming here was very clear. Why explain so much? The villain died of talking too much, so don't just talk about it if it's not the protagonist. Bai Shan didn't say a word, and continued to rush towards Blackbeard's side. 100 times the time. Everything around him slowed down 100 times. Even the speed at which Blackbeard turned into a shadow seemed very slow. Kunlan, 10 times more powerful than Lan's sword chi attack before. It also comes with the suppressing power of the prison suppressing god body. Blackbeard, who was shaved by the sword energy, suddenly found that his dark fruit could no longer be used. What's happening here? It was also the first time for him to encounter a situation where the ability of the devil fruit failed. Could it be that this kid's sword was made by Heilishi? Blackbeard could only think of this explanation when he was shot into the air. Seeing that his captain was sent flying, Fan Oka raised his hand a few times and shot at Pshan again. Hey! That thing of yours can't hit anyone. Has anyone ever told you that you're annoying? Bai Shan instantly appeared behind Fan Oka, and cut off Fan Oka's gun with a single blow. Get down obediently. The second sword, a huge wound appeared on Fan Oka's back, and he fell to the ground. Seeing that all three of them fell to the ground, Bai Shan returned the village to its sheath. There should be only one Laffit left. Just go back to the World Conference and look for that guy. Bai Shan was about to bend down to tie up Blackbeard, when suddenly a shadow rushed over. Not dead yet. Facing Blackbeard's counterattack, Bai Shan took his time and stepped on it. Suppressing prison divine body. Suppress with me. That shadow was suppressed by Bshan's suppressive power, and it showed its original shape, which was actually an arm of Blackbeard. No, careless. Bai Shan hurriedly turned his head to look. Another group of shadows controlled Bash's body and crashed into Bai Shan. Then, it disappeared completely. Even if Bshan unfolded 100 times longer, it only caught a little bit of the shadow's wake. Damn, miscalculation. Bai Shan swears uncommonly. Who would have thought that Blackbeard directly left his two companions behind and broke an arm, choosing to survive by breaking his arm. He knows that if he fights back, he will also be suppressed by his own suppression power, making the devil fruit completely useless. So, Blackbeard cut off the arm ahead of time, leaving only a little place to continue. Following the strength of Bai Shan's kick, he completely tore off his arm, isolating Bai Shan's suppressive force. Then, quickly hid in the shadows underground. As expected of a dark fruit, this can get in. Bai Shan shook his head. It was impossible to pursue him again at this moment. I am still a little careless. In the future, I should directly suppress the enemy's will to fight and escape, or suppress his devil fruit ability for a long time. The suppressing force on the sword energy is relatively weak, it is only used to break the defense, and has no long-term effect. Blackbeard is also the captain of the pirates, really decisive. When you find something is wrong, you leave your subordinates and break your arms to survive. This broken arm will definitely affect his strength. Make a note, this kind of thing can't happen again in the future. Bai Shan was a little annoyed, but he didn't care about it after a while. Blackbeard broke his own arm, and his strength has been greatly damaged. He must first hide his strength and bide his time to restore his strength. This delayed his progress in disguise. In addition, Blackbeard's men were almost wiped out, leaving only Laffit. See what waves he can make. Bai Shan turned around and grabbed Fan Okar, Bashers, and Poison Q with a rope, and then flew to the previous island. Just hand these people over to Tina. As for the broken arm of the Blackbeard, Bai Shan also put it away. Bai Shan has his own plan in mind. This arm can be given to Whitebeard, and it can be used as a stepping stone. After that, I will definitely go to the Whitebeard pirates, and then find Ace and tell him what happened. Before leaving, Bai Shan went to Luffy and the others, telling them that they could go back to Magic Valley Town for supplies. Hey, is it all right? Brother Bshan, have you finished your work? Bai Shan pointed to the people hanging on the rope. It's over. Half of it is done, and the remaining half ran away. But it's not a big problem. I'll go back to find the Navy first. If there are no accidents, I may go to Sky Island later, and then I will be free to take risks. Gone. Brother Bshan, you also want to go to the empty island? Luffy seems very happy. Bai Shan also wants to go up together. Well, you go first, I can fly, and I will follow you when the time comes. Goodbye Sky Island, everyone. After finishing speaking, Bai Shan dragged the three of them and left the Golden Melee. Afterwards, Nami and others went to Magic Valley Town for supplies, only to hear the rumor of the Purple Death God. That man is too scary. Only a few people survived in the entire tavern. The inside is almost chopped into meat sauce. And it's very arrogant. I don't even pay attention to Bellamy's 55 million bounty, and I don't even bother to take Bellamy's head reward. When Nami and the others saw the four walls in the tavern, the ceiling and the floor were full of sword chi, and the whole street was split, they realized what earth-shattering event Bshan had come to do. This one kick can do this? It's amazing. You really deserve to be Big Brother Bshan. It was only then that they realized that Bai Shan, who had a friendly face, always smiled, and told them stories, is actually a monster. Man in the pirate, my devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 33. Kyuhai appeared again, devouring the soul. After flying away from the Golden Melee, Bshan flew all the way to the former Navy's position. Not long after, I saw several warships patrolling the sea. He looked at his hand and saw something flying over in the distance, and subconsciously shouted, "Everyone is on alert. An unknown object is flying towards our ship." All of a sudden, the Navy on the entire deck became flustered. They picked up weapons one after another, stood at their positions, and waited for battle. "What's wrong?" "Noisy." Colonel Smoker heard the commotion outside and walked out of the cabin. "Report to the colonel. An unknown object is flying towards our ship." While the deputy was reporting, the lookout made a new discovery. "It's a man. There are 3 people tied with a rope behind him." Hearing that it was an individual, the Navy did not relax at all, but became more nervous. Among the great airoots, anyone who dares to fly in the air like no one else is a strong man, no matter what. In case they really come to trouble the warship, they can fly away, but the Navy on board has nothing to do. When Bshan approached, he saw the Navy below raising his gun to point at him, and he also saw the figure of Smoker. "Yo, old Yan, don't come here." Bshan directly flew down without even looking at the guns pointed at him. He walked to Smoker's side. "It's you, kid." Smog shook his head helplessly. Bshan is obviously a navy, but he walks alone, unrestrained, and hangs out with pirates. Who made this kid really a genius? Garp and Ake Ainu both trained him as the next general. Put away your weapons. Your own people. Do whatever you want. Smog dismissed the surrounding navy, and pulled Bai Shan into the room alone. The existence of this kid is already considered a secret. Why, what's going on with these three? Bai Shan smiled. The members of the Blackbeard pirates. Blackbeard was injured by me and ran away. I caught these three, Fanokar, Bashers and Poison Q. Smoker looked through it for a long time before he found the reward list of these people. At this time, they haven't done many bad things with Blackbeard, and the bounty has only just broken 10 million. This little pirate, is it worth you to catch? Smog knows Bshan's strength. If Bshan's ability catches a big pirate with hundreds of millions, he won't be surprised. But these few, the three of them add up to 40 million Baileys, and Bai Shan is needed to personally escort them. Also, I don't seem to have heard of what the Blackbeard pirates are. Indeed, Blackbeard at this stage has not yet gained fame. Blackbeard officially entered the Navy's field of vision, or a series of operations after him. Blackbeard was a team member of Ace before. In order to snatch the devil fruit, he killed his fellow pirates. Now Ace is hunting him around. Oh, no wonder you want to shoot. Smog subconsciously thought that Bai Shan was helping Ace. It's not just because of this. Blackbeard's subordinates are all dangerous people. They plan to catch hundreds of millions of pirates, and then exchange the position of Shikibukai with the world government. Hearing Shikibukai, Smoker showed a trace of resistance on his face. He has just experienced Alabaster some time ago, and he knows how big a storm will be caused by a powerful pirate who has the endorsement of the world's government affairs. They have that strength. Blackbeard, this person is extremely good at forbearance, and he is full of conspiracies, so we must guard against them. It should not be a big problem to entrust these people to you. Remember to let the Navy take good care of them. Smog nodded. No matter what, Bai Shan's words still carry a lot of weight. Bai Shan said to be careful. There is always nothing wrong with being vigilant. By the way, Bai Shan, what happened to your knife? After the matter was finished, Bai Shan was about to leave, but Smoker suddenly saw a thick shadow on Bai Shan's knife, and asked subconsciously, "Huh? What's wrong?" Hearing this, Bai Shan subconsciously looked at his own villager. Sure enough, there was a strange shadow on the tip of Murama's knife. It's hard to find if you don't look carefully. Well, I see. Bai Shan waved to Smoker, and then flew directly back to Gaia Island. After he left, the Navy on board began to talk about Bshan's identity. What they didn't know was that when they continued driving and arrived at Gaia Island, we'll hear the reputation of the Purple Death. When Bshan arrived in Gaia, he did not enter the town of Magic Valley, but hid in the woods in the outskirts. He intends to get rid of this shadow first, and then go to the empty island. When he saw the shadow, Bai Shan subconsciously thought that it was Blackbeard who did it. It may be some kind of mark that allows Blackbeard to control his whereabouts, whether it is revenge or escape. Therefore, Bshan first tried to suppress. When the force of repression covered this shadow, Bai Shan suddenly felt that this shadow was not added from the outside. It is the effect of Yadao Muramazu itself. What's going on here? Bai Shan dissipated his suppressive power, turned around and asked the system. The Demon Sword Village has the power to absorb the soul of the slain person. The host cut off an arm of Blackbeard, and the Demon Sword Village is absorbing the corresponding Devil Fruit power. Bai Shan took a deep breath. The Devil Fruit actually belongs to the power of the soul. The system seems to have told itself a big secret. Wait, that's not right. Big Mom has the power to control the soul. Why can't he control other people's Devil Fruit? Hearing Bai Shan's question, the blackening system gave an answer without any hesitation. The power of the soul fruit is attached to the soul and affects their lifespan. Yadao Village is a part of the power that completely devours the soul. That is to say, Big Mom can only control other people's souls to achieve the result of controlling lifespan. but his own village can completely absorb souls. Moreover, as long as he is injured, he will be absorbed by Muramasa. Does the soul absorbed by Muramasa include lifespan? Include. After getting an affirmative answer, Bai-Shan suddenly had the illusion that he was immortal. Since the shadow is the power of the dark fruit that devours, do you agree? Is it equivalent to being able to master part of Blackbeard's ability? Bai-Shan calmed down, feeling the shadow. Then he slashed at the air in front of him. Suddenly a fleeting black crack appeared in the air. It's like the black hole created by Blackbeard with the dark fruit. After half a day of trying, Shan finally confirmed. The current Muramasa magic blade will produce weak space cracks where it cuts out, and it has the ability of dark fruit. It is very weak and does not improve the combat effectiveness much, but this is just the beginning. One Piece, my devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 34. Can I still fight? Appayado 69 Book Bar. Chapter 34. Can you still fight? Appallado. Now that he has confirmed that the shadow has no negative impact on him, Shan plans to set off for Sky Island immediately. Gold is not important. Shan mainly wants to see those various shellfish, and try to see if he can learn the heart network of Inilo. I have no shortage of combat power now, coupled with 100 times the speed of time. Basically it can be said that as long as I can find it, I will be invincible. It is up to you to fight or retreat. However, just like Blackbeard ran straight away, Bai-Shan didn't know where to go after him if he wanted to. I really need the ability to search and hunt down enemies. And Enlil's large-scale heart network can make up for his own shortcomings. It is said to be Xenwang, but it is actually domineering. To the second half of the Great Route, there are as many fruits as dogs, and they walk all over the place aggressively. Informative color and armed color are domineering, which can almost be said to be necessary for the strong. As for the domineering look, although it looks very cool, but most of the time it is used to clear a miscellaneous soldier. Not as practical as knowledge color and armed color. Made up his mind, Shan Wukongxiu soared into the sky and rushed directly to the sky. It flew straight up, and it didn't take long before it successfully plunged into the clouds. Breaking through the clouds, here is the White Sea, 7 kilometers above the sea level. The empty island is in the Bai Sea above, at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Shan walks along the Bai High all the way, and you will see the gate of heaven. You can walk along here to Bai. Then, an ant with an audio-visual shell came out and demanded a fee. Although 1 Bailey is equal to 10,000 digrams, you only need to pay 100,000 Baileys to enter. But Shan didn't intend to be a guest. I came here for Anilu. Why did I have to pay the entrance fee before beating him up? So, not only did Shan not pay the entrance fee, but he also directly robbed the gatekeeper's audio-visual shell. It was her who told Luffy and others that they could pass without paying, and then deliberately lured the Straw Hats to commit crimes. Video Bay, bring it to you. Therefore, Bai-Shan unceremoniously grabbed the audio-visual shell, left the gate of heaven, and played while walking. This kind of good thing is more convenient and easy to use than a camera. There are many good things on Sky Island. If they can be developed and utilized, they can benefit ordinary people. However, under the rule of Anil, the people here will also make some small moves. Walk along the cloud road until you reach Bai, and you can see Appayado in the distance at a glance. The only muddy land in the entire Bai Sea, with lush vegetation and hidden gold. Let's go. Dancing Kongxiu soared into the sky. Bai-Shan then remembered that when other people first came to Bai High, they would all have adverse reactions due to the high altitude. Why don't I feel anything? Could it be because of the power of the prison-suppressing divine body? Break into Appayado all the way, go back and forth to find the navy, and train Yadamuramasa for a while in Gaia. Now Luffy and the others should have entered Appayado. Sure enough, not long after walking, Shan heard a faint explosion sound from a distance. The Sandians are also attacking Appayado at the same time. In this Holy Land forest, at this moment, pirates, marines, Sandians, priests, Enlil, and the old god Ganfu are gathered together. Not far away, the sound of thunder suddenly came. Shan raised his head and saw the arc of lightning flashing and the lightning flashing. Enlil, I found you. After soaring into the air with all its strength, it didn't take long to come to this land. At this moment, Enlil is fighting with Shandia's warrior, War Ghost Weber. This War Ghost who dared to use volleys and kept exchanging injuries for injuries did not beat any in the end road. When the platoon bombarded Anilu, everyone thought they had won. It is impossible for a person to face Paib directly. However, Anilu used electrotherapy to stimulate his heart, and he came back to life abruptly. Frankly speaking, Shan always feels that this person is quite courageous. In this world, there is almost no systematic research on the method of electric shock to stimulate heartbeat. One operation is not good, that is, the voltage is too high, which directly burns the heart. Where does Inalo have the confidence to grasp that level? But in any case, when Inalo stands up again, it means that Sandia has lost. The most powerful weapon they can come up with, imaginable, is the platoon shell. Shan couldn't help shaking his head. This group of people used all kinds of weird shellfish, and they did have a very convenient advantage in sky battles. But when they lose their shellfish advantage, they don't have any means to turn it around. A group of fighters who rely too much on shellfish, their ceiling has been nailed. So, let me tell you what is truly powerful. As soon as these words came out, both Inalo and the Sandia people subconsciously looked in the direction of Bshan. I just heard that someone came to Apayado. Is that person you? Who are you? Enilu's face changed slightly. The appearance of this person disrupted his plan. From his heart network, Anilu could hear that this man was almost coming directly towards Apayado. After entering Apayado, he also ran directly in the direction of Lguen to find him. The visitor is not kind. It is aimed at oneself. Anilu judged Bshan's purpose in his heart. Me? I'm just a marine. Shan laughed and jumped off the treetop and came to the ground. Ah, brother Bshan, you are here. Seeing Shan approaching, the Straw Hats cheered and jumped up. They have already heard about Bshan's record in Magic Valley Town. The resurrected god in front of them brought a lot of psychological pressure to them. The power of thunder and lightning is so terrifying that it is difficult to resist. Weber, your failure is doomed. Whether you Sandia or Sky Islanders, you are too dependent on shellfish. Shan walked over and picked up Weber's platoon shell. Let me tell you, what a real warrior needs is his own strength. Then, Shan pointed the platoon shell at himself, and pressed the top of the trigger shell. The moment he was about to press it, everyone who knew how to thwart Ali subconsciously yelled, "Don't want!" In their eyes, isn't it suicide if you use a platoon shell to aim at yourself? Then, an impact 10 times stronger than that of Ali hit Shan's body. It's just a mere siege. And the defense power of the prison-suppressing god can be eaten directly next to the body without any problem. People around, including Anilu, all opened their mouths, watching all this happen in a daze. Shan's face didn't change at all, and he threw the platoon shell on the ground after releasing the impact. Pate on the body, there is no scar. Do you understand? Your own strength is the real strength. People in Pirates. My devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 35 Awakening. Blackening Knowledge and Domineering. 69 Book Bar. Chapter 35 Awakening. Blackened Knowledge Color Domineering. This. Facing the fact that Bshan was physically hard-pressed and platooned but was unscathed, the Sandia people were silent. They knew the power of the platoon shell. War Ghost Weber used a platoon shell, and the backlash he suffered was enough to disable an arm. Come a few more times, one life is not enough. The Bshan in front of me is young and unscathed, so strong. The Straw Hats and others recovered from their stupefaction, and Chopper and Usopp jumped up on the spot. So strong, brother Bshan is so strong. The two danced and sang, twisting their strange dance poses as if no one else was around. Damn. Hate. Weber beat the ground unwillingly. It took him so long to realize this. Relying on the strength of shellfish is not really strong at all. If one platoon cannot solve the opponent, then 10, 20 or even 100 shots may not be able to solve the opponent. My own upper limit is the strength of this strike. It doesn't matter whether it's a platoon shell, a slash shell, or a flamed shell. Bai Shan clapped his hands. These external things are not as powerful as their own. After finishing speaking, Bai Shan turned around and looked at Enelo. Come on, let me try you, the so-called god, to see if you are qualified. While speaking, Bai Shan waved his hand to let the Straw Hats lead the Sandia away from the battlefield. After watching the whole good show, Enelu corrected his posture a little bit. Even he couldn't just rely on his body to catch the next row of shells, whether it's the Sandians or the pirates. Even I am participating in this survival game for gold. Before doing anything, Enelo asked Bshan a question. So, why did you come here? To try to challenge a master. But you may not be qualified, so if you have to say why you came here. Bai Shan tilted his head and thought for a while, finally nodded, as if he had made a decision. Sure enough, I came here to have fun. Very well, you managed to piss me off. As a god, when did Enelo suffer such contempt and humiliation? Before this, he always believed that his thunder fruit was the strongest devil fruit. So, the next moment, a fierce thunder shot out from Enelo's hand, directly bombarded Bshan. When Bshan spoke in Enelo, he had already turned on 100 times the speed. But it is a pity that even if the speed is slowed down 100 times, Lu Guang's speed is not what he can catch up with now. At the moment when he was hit by the lightning, he subconsciously remembered the famous saying of Huang Yuan, "Have you ever been kicked by the speed of light?" Watching Bai Shan's figure being swallowed by the thunder, Enelo showed a playful and cruel smile on his face. This is what happens when you fight against God. The Sandiu who had fled far away looked terrified at the thunder light scattered in the sky. It's over, that man must be over. Ha ha ha, Big Brother Bshan can't be defeated by this guy. On the contrary, the members of the Straw Hats had already stopped in place, and even approached tentatively in the direction of the battlefield, intending to find a location that was safe enough to see the whole battlefield. When the thunder disappeared, Enelo saw Bshan's still calm smiling face. Is that all? It's really disappointing. Are you okay? This is the first time in a long time that Enelo has met someone who faced the thunder directly and was unscathed. You underestimate King Hai people too much. Bai Shan shook his head, and as soon as he stepped away, the villager struck out in an instant. It's useless. Enelu was about to show off his thunder body, and then he was hit by Bshan's sword. It's just a mere elemental body. Bai Shan drew back the sword with a dull expression on his face. Wait until the second half of the Great Root. People who can break the body of the elements are everywhere. It's here, you can do this little trick. Okay, let me show you the wrath of the true God. Enelu clutched his wound, his eyes burst into flames of anger. 200 million volts. Thor, Enel, who was surrounded by thunder and lightning, began to shoot all kinds of lightning at Bshan. It's a pity that it didn't even leave a trace when it was hit on the body of the prison god. Bai Shan still unfolded Shunpo, and approached Enelo silently, but this time he cut nothing. Was dodged unexpectedly. Bai Shan raised his eyebrows, which is a bit interesting. After a little thought, Bai Shan understood the reason. Enel's heart network plus lightning teleportation, the speed is indeed far faster than his own 100 times time plus Shunpo. I am now subject to speed, and the two have reached a deadlock. Enelu scraped Bshan, but Bshan could not cut Enelu. Ha ha ha, I am undefeated. No matter what you do, it is impossible to hit me again. As long as Enelo's mind network captures Bshan's figure an instant in advance, with a thought, the lightning teleportation will be faster than Bshan's Shunpo. Since this is the case, Bai Shan does not intend to continue playing cat and mouse. Standing on the spot with his sword and eyes closed, the Straw Hats and Enelu who were watching were slightly taken aback. How is this going? Do not fight. Only Bai Shan knows that he is trying to awaken his domineering power. The host can't even touch Enelu, and was played by others infinitely. The domineering has been blackened, and the most knowledgeable domineering has been obtained. The blackening system did not disappoint me. As soon as he makes a move, he is the most knowledgeable and domineering. In Bshan's closed eyes, he could suddenly see everything around him. The wind blew through the leaves, insects sang, the muscles of the straw hats were tense and worried, and Enlil was running around and shooting thunder. The images are blurry at first, then become clearer. Finally, Bshan can see a series of pictures. If you guessed right, this is the ability of foreseeing the future of the knowledgeable and domineering. One of the 4 emperors, Big Mom, the most knowledgeable and domineering of his subordinate category. Now, you can do it yourself. Hear the voice of other people's bodies, and then predict the future based on known reality. Shan pinpointed the image in his mind, aimed at the next place where Inalo appeared, and slashed out with a sword. The Straw Hat group around only saw that Bshan suddenly swung his sword towards an open space, but Inalo, who was in the state of thaw, flashed past by himself, and directly hit the sword energy. What's happening here? Whether it was the Straw Hats or Inalo, they all looked dumbfounded. Moreover, Anila found to his horror that his mental network was completely unable to predict Bshan's actions in advance. There is only one explanation for this situation. The strength of the heart network of this person in front of him is far better than his own. I was suppressed in all directions. Shan laughed loudly. Enlil, get ready for your failure. People in pirates, my devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 36. You are an ordinary navy. It's impossible. 69 Book Bar. Chapter 36. You are an ordinary navy. This is impossible. Impossible, impossible. It is impossible for me to lose to someone like you. It must be a coincidence. It must be a coincidence. Anilu thought of a very good excuse for himself. It must have been just that the kid swung a knife casually, but he was unlucky and bumped into it. Then you have a dry. Anyway, Bshan has just awakened a new ability, so I don't mind playing with Enilu. A small boss who can only scrape is quite suitable as a training partner. Eat me. 30 million volt thunder beasts. 60 million volt thunder dragons. For a while, Enlil, who couldn't accept that he was hit, began to shoot lightning of various shapes like he didn't want money. However, Shan always passed through the gaps among these thunder lights with the smallest movement range. All kinds of thunder and lightning passed by. But Bshan was not affected in the slightest. Do you understand? You are no longer a threat to me now. Shan shook his head. The goal has been achieved, and he can withdraw. Just when he was experimenting with knowledge-colored domineering, Shan had a whim and combined 100 times of time with knowledge-colored domineering. As a result, the length of time that can be met in the future is directly 100 times longer on each side. As soon as Enilu moved, he could even see the subsequent barrage attack clearly. Impossible. I am a god. I am the most powerful god. Enlil, who was screaming in front of him, has completely lost his mind. Okay, then I should wake you up. The next moment, Shan put one hand on Enilu's head, then it was heavily buckled on the ground, directly smashing a big hole, and the ground suddenly cracked. The entire forest felt a momentary shaking, and the birds in a circle of the forest were startled. Luffy, Zora, Sanji, and Usopp swallowed, their eyes full of envy and expectation. What a terrifying power this is. I won't make trouble with you anymore. Luffy, I'll leave the rest to you. I still have things to do, so I'm leaving first. There is no reward for fighting the boss by yourself. It is better to leave this injured and physically exhausted Enilu to Luffy and the others to exercise their combat experience. Okay. Brother Bshan, walk slowly. Bshan's strength is enough to convince anyone here. Even if Bshan wanted to remove all the gold, no one would raise any objections. Who made Shan not interested in money at all? As an active ordinary navy, the salary is really not much. I have two main sources of income. One is the various activity funds secretly given to me by Akainu and Garp, and the other is the bounty of the pirates I caught. The East China Sea is full of millions of Baileys, and the Great Root is full of tens of millions of starts. Shan just waved his hand, flew away from Apayado, plunged into the clouds, and fell downward. The destination of the next stop is the Whitebeard Pirates, or you can find Ace. However, for the current Bshan, these two goals are more or less elusive. The reason is simple: he doesn't know the way now, let alone where those people are. Headache? Forget it. Let's take a step forward. Bai Shan found a random boat on the sea and jumped directly into it. Who? Someone flew down up. There was another chaotic noise on the deck. Who are you? We are a caravan protected by the Whitebeard Pirates. If you are a pirate, you'd better not think about it. It took no effort at all. This is it. Whatever comes to mind belongs to yes. However, when this group of people saw the sudden arrival, their first reaction was to take out the Whitebeard as a talisman to keep them safe. Sure enough, at the back of the Great Route, the influence of the four emperors is far greater than that of the Navy. I am the Navy. If possible, please take me to the Whitebeard Pirates. You. What are you going to do? What are the people in the Navy doing with the pirates? Hearing that Bai Shan, a young Navy, was going to find the Whitebeard Pirates, the people around him subconsciously thought that this was a fledgling navy, and they were overthinking their abilities and planned to challenge the person who captured Whitebeard. You know, Whitebeard's subordinates are all his sons. If someone is caught or killed, the angry Whitebeard will take the whole group to revenge. There is something. Anyway, you just don't worry about it. You can sail your boat with peace of mind. Nothing will happen. We have no way to go directly to the location of the Whitebeard Pirates. We don't know where they are. But there is a station of the Whitebeard Pirates on the next destination island. Why don't you go there and ask? Bshan thinks a little bit. Well, it's okay. Bai Shan just lived on the merchant ship. Because of his sudden appearance, no one dared to ask him for food and lodging. Bai Shan, who had nothing to do, simply stayed on the boat and continued his daily storytelling. In the beginning, I just caught two lazy sailors telling stories. It turned out that less than 5 days later, even the captain and first mate came to listen to the story at a certain time every day. If it wasn't for preparing food, the cook might have to run over. It's just that when he was telling stories in Bshan, what he didn't notice was that someone was secretly writing down his daily life, and then using the phone bug to send a message to a certain place. In fact, this is a member of the CP branch of the Navy, lurking in a merchant ship at sea, responsible for delivering information. After identifying Bai Shan's identity and knowing that he was going to find the Whitebeard Pirates, he immediately submitted the information to the corresponding correspondent in the Navy. So, on the second day of boating in Bshan, Garp boarded the nearest warship and drove towards Whitebeard's island. At the same time, the red-haired Shanks is also leading his men, approaching the island of Whitebeard. 3 forces, 2 fleets of the 4 emperors, a naval warship, and a merchant ship carrying Bshan quietly gathered towards a single destination. Bshan at this time, of course, did not know that these things would happen. Halfway through the journey, the merchant ship encountered a group of pirates. A merchant ship was surrounded by more than a dozen pirate ships, and the employees on board were all ashen-faced and at a loss, just hoping to have one life left. They didn't expect such a young navy to have any strength to repel so many pirates. Let me see. The pirate with a bounty of 50 million Baileys, Karan, the artilleryman of the sky. At this moment, Bai Shan walked out slowly, and after confirming the leader of the pirate, he beheaded with a sword. Flying into the air, before the other pirates had time to react, they were shattered by the sword energy like a storm. The merchant ship looked at the sudden reversal, and the dozen or so ships around were smashed into a sieve in an instant. Are you a lieutenant general? They only heard that the admiral is very strong, but the admiral cannot be such a young boy. Could it be that this is a lieutenant general? I'm just an ordinary navy. People in pirates, my devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 37 Unexpectedly. Chunlan Cutting Willows 69 Book Bar. Chapter 37 Unexpectedly. Chunlan Cutting Willow. When the merchant ship arrived at the destination island without any danger along the way, Bai Shan's identity has changed drastically, from the storyteller of the entire ship to the supreme combat power and the embodiment of justice. Oh, thank you, Mr. Huggers. How can you be so embarrassing? No, I'm here to rob the boat. How can I accept your reward? Bai Shan repeatedly rejected the bailee handed over by the captain, and finally had to dodge away in a blink of an eye, and then left without looking back. The captain watched Bshan go away with an apologetic face, and the crew behind him chirped, "There is still such a powerful and just navy. The name of Bshan will definitely resound throughout the world." When they set sail again, they got the latest report from the newspaper bird. Amazing. The massacre in Demon Valley town. The young navy, known as Bai Shan, the purple god of death, killed hundreds of pirates. The cumulative reward amount is as high as 200 million bailies. Although there are a lot of little guys who pretend to be numbers, but there are also a lot of tens of millions. The name of 200 million bailies with one sword, along with the purple god of death, spread on the great route. This is the little brother Bshan just now. Is he going to trouble the Whitebeard pirates? The captain was taken aback when he heard this. Whether it is the Whitebeard pirates or Bshan, they are all his saviors and protectors. Be it public or private, he doesn't want these two groups to fight. No, you wait here. If I haven't come back after a few days, you can drive away. Hearing this, the crew froze in place. And seeing the captain gritted his teeth earnestly and tears streaming down his face, he knew what he wanted to do. "Captain, you can't stop them," the first mate replied calmly. He also understands the care of the Whitebeard pirates for the fleet, and Bshan's life-saving grace along the way. The two graces clash, and the only way is to die to Mingxia. Seeing that the captain was so decisive, the crew members dropped the anchor silently, and then followed the captain. You are not the only one who has received great kindness from others. Who do you look down on? The people here are all tough men. So, with the purpose of easing the conflict, a desperate crew set foot on their way. While entering Bshan on the small island, they soon found the pirate flag hanging, proving that this is the territory of Whitebeard and is blessed by Whitebeard. If anyone dares to make trouble here, he will face the wrath of one of the four emperors. Since in this new world, pirates are acting in such a big way, Bai Shan simply flew up, quickly found the pirate members stationed here, and flew down. Diamond Gyaozi was happily drinking with his team members when suddenly a figure came down from the sky. Who? How dare you make trouble in Dad's place? With a wave of his hand, he pushed away the ordinary people around him, and Gyaozi turned into a diamond man. He merged his palms and hit Bshan directly on the body. Sparkle bash. Ha! It doesn't hurt or itch. Although Bai Shan was blown away, he still didn't suffer any harm. He patted the dust off his body from the mound and stood up. Are you Diamond Joz, one of Whitebeard's sons? HMPH, who are you? Dare to make trouble in Dad's place? Ha ha, my name is Bai Shan, and I'm just an ordinary active navy. I came to see you today to see Whitebeard. Hearing this, Joz frowned. Little Hai Jun, is he worthy of calling Dad by his name? Why do you see Dad? That's all. Bai Shan dropped a severed arm. What's this? Joz looked at the slightly familiar arm, and vaguely guessed. Blackbeard, an arm of each. Can you chop off Blackbeard's arm? Joz was deeply skeptical. If this arm was cut off by a certain admiral, Joz would not even have any doubts about it, even if he brought Tiki to question him. But the kid in front of him is a little too young, right? Ha ha, don't you trust me? Well, let's fight. If I win, you will take me to see Whitebeard. HMPH, what if you lose? Joz snorted coldly. Then you escort me to see Whitebeard. Bai Shan smiled. What's the difference, bastard? If you lose, you have to kowtow to the old man with Whitebeard to apologize. Okay, it's a deal. After finishing speaking, Bai Shan pulled out Muramasa from his waist. The diamond man Joz in front of him was the one who received the world's #1 slash from Hawkeye head-on. Bai Shan believes that the current self may not be as good as Hawkeye, but in a real fight, he must win. Take my move. Shine impact. The diamond man rose into the sky and rushed towards Bshan. Too slow, too slow. It doesn't even take 100 times the time. Just a knowledgeable domineering, can eat this guy to death. Sliding a little sideways, Bai-Shan easily dodged Joz's charge, and then slashed out. There was only a clang. Bai-Shan's hands were a little numb from the shock, but Giaozi's body was still smooth and shining. Lan 3000 sword chi rolled up, only the sound of a piece of metal colliding was heard, but Josie was not seen much damage. Ha ha, boy, your weak and feeble sword will not be able to hurt me. Bai-Shan turned his head in shock. This diamond fruit ability is really so hard. You can't cut it yourself? Bshan, who didn't believe in evil, slashed at a point under 100 times the time, and finally a piece of diamond collapsed, and Kiaozi bleed out. But before Bshan was surprised, he saw the wound scabbing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then new diamonds grew. Useless, 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 useless. Joz continued on a frantic rampage, intent on capturing White Mountain. The host can't break through the enemy's defense, the sword chi is really hot, the sword chi has been blackened, and the sword chi cuts the willow, and the sword chi is soaring. Cutting willow effect. The damage caused by the sword chi cannot be recovered. Once the recovery is accelerated, the sword chi remaining on the wound will cause greater damage. The sword chi is like cutting a willow, and the spring breeze blows and regenerates. Chonlang effect. Sword chi will cause waves of damage to the enemy's interior. The more sword chi there is, the greater the fluctuation of sword chi will be aroused inside the enemy, destroying the enemy from the inside. This time, two magical skills were released. One is to prevent the enemy from having quick recovery ability, and the other is specially used to fight this kind of heavy armor tank. Diamond Joz, right? I don't know if your body is filled with sword energy. Will you be in extreme pain and explode to death? Bai-Shan raised his sword again, feeling the different movements of the two sword tips. A kind of calmness, a kind of joy. Human in the pirate. My devil fruit has turned black. Chapter 38 Thrilling Rescue, Red Hair is in place. Chapter 38 Thrilling Rescue, the red hair is in place. Joz, try my sword again. Bai-Shan didn't intend to kill Joz directly, so that he and Whitebeard would become deadly enemies. Let this kid suffer a little bit, that's all. Bshan never remembers overnight revenge, and usually avenges revenge on the spot. Rolling up the sword energy again, Kiaozi resisted directly without haste, but seemed to feel a little different. Ha ha, come again. The Chonlang attached to one or two sword chi is definitely not very powerful, but what if there are thousands of ways? Take a trick from me. Kunlan. Tens of thousands of sword chi hit Diamond Joz's body. Joz was calm at first, but he felt more and more pain. Later, he discovered that this kind of injury did not come from outside the body, but from inside the body. Can't even see through this kind of attack? Bai-Shan smiled and retracted his sword, and Giaozi had completely fallen to the ground. There are many wounds in his body. If left alone, he will bleed to death. At this moment, the previous captain rushed over and saw that Bai-Shan had just killed Joz. White Mountain. Do you know that if you do this, you will be in big trouble? Whitebeard will even rush to Mal and Vander to chase you down. The furious but helpless captain finally sighed. Forget it, you go. Hurry up and take my boat. This is dragging me. Huh? What are you talking about? The master-level medical skills written by Bai-Shan before have played a role. Bai-Shan used the handle of the knife to slap out the blood stasis in Giaozi's body, and retracted the sword energy along the way. Without the influence of cutting willows, Joz quickly recovered in his body. It's all right now. Take me to see Whitebeard. I have something important to tell him. Bai-Shan pulled Giaozi up and helped him to a tavern beside him. The captain and his crew were immediately blindsided. Things don't seem to be what I and others imagined. What on earth do you want to find, Dad? If you want to hurt Dad, I will never agree. Joz was puzzled, but he was unwilling to just fall down like this. If Bai-Shan really went to assassinate Dad with some conspiracy, even if he died, he would drag Bai-Shan to die with him. I want to talk to Dad and tell him about Blackbeard. Blackbeard? Well, I'll take you there. Bshan came with one arm of Blackbeard, proving that Bshan had at least met Blackbeard, had fought against Blackbeard, and won. Maybe Baishan wants to know more about that man. Diamond Jaws quickly reassembled the pirate troops, then lifted anchor and set sail. Captain, go back and work hard. I wish you a lot of money. Baishan will not forget the captain who just let him run away by boat. Safe travels. Finally, amidst the blessings of the crew, Bshan came to Whitebeard's island on Jaws's boat. Look, Diamond Jaws is back. Jaws team leader. How is everything? This is the toughest diamond warrior at sea. Hearing these words, Jaws, who would have been elated, now blushed so hard that he couldn't see anyone. I was killed by someone. The person who defeated me is on board. You still have to shout these. Baishan kept his expression on the surface, but actually secretly laughed. Didn't expect Jaws to experience social death one day. Okay, Papa Whitebeard is ahead. Good. When Baishan held up a broken arm and fell to the ground fiercely, Marco, Foil Vistu and others stood up. Who? Jaws, why did you bring a stranger here? Baishan took a big step forward, speaking loudly. A broken arm with Blackbeard, dedicated to Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors. Hearing that it was Blackbeard's severed arm, some people around were terrified and unbelievable, some were angry, and some were silent. Blackbeard, did you kill Blackbeard? Unfortunately, it almost succeeded, but unfortunately he escaped. Baishan spread his hands and shrugged, as if he had done some inconspicuous thing. Whitebeard looked at the broken arm on the ground, a little silent. Blackbeard is his son anyway. In his eyes, this should be regarded as his internal housework. Suddenly, Baishan appeared and intervened, which was unpredictable. Who the hell are you? Why do you know about Blackbeard? Just an ordinary active duty navy. I met Ace in Alabasta before, and he told me. Anyway, Ace is not here now, so blame Ace. Otherwise, it's really hard to explain how I know. Ace? You said you met Ace? Hearing this familiar name, everyone let down their guard a little bit. But you Navy, don't meddle in this matter. Ace will deal with Blackbeard and bring him back to plead guilty. Everyone is quite confident in Ace's strength. Hee, that's good. Just as Bshan dialect agreed halfway, suddenly a figure appeared in the distance. At the same time, accompanied by the slightly panicked shouts of the pirates under Whitebeard, it's bad. Red-haired Shanks is here. Redhead. What is he doing here? Hearing that Shanks, who is also one of the 4 emperors, came here, all the members of the Whitebeard pirates were on alert, and their attitude towards Bshan was very different. When the red hair approached, the ordinary pirates around them began to look paper-colored, fighting with each other, and then fell down in pieces like cut wheat. What's this? Marco snorted coldly. Those who don't have that strength, retreat quickly. This is the domineering red-haired domineering. Hearing the legendary domineering look, the ordinary pirates were shocked and turned away from the red hair direction. Little ghost, you also go back. The red hair was aimed at the Whitebeard, and Marco told Bshan to stay away so as not to be affected. No, I really want to try the legendary domineering look. When the red hair approached again, the muscles of the Whitebeard's subordinates tensed up, and they all exerted their strength to fight against the domineering look. Baishan felt a coercion getting closer. His legs felt uncomfortable at first, trembling slightly, but soon, the prison-suppressing divine body withstood the pressure, not only began to stand firm, but also actively reduced the influence of the domineering look. At the same time, good news came from the blackening system. The host has been affected by the Overlord's domineering, and its own domineering has been blackened. Awaken the Overlord's domineering. According to legend, 1 in a million people has the talent of a king. As long as you have the domineering look, you must have the potential to become a strong man. So, in the sight of the red hair, someone in front of him suddenly aroused the domineering look and began to fight against himself. When did Whitebeard have such a son? Ha ha ha, old man with white beard, long time no see. Human in the pirate, my devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 39 The New Era of Great Pirates. 3-party talks. Hearing the red-haired greeting, the old man with the white beard laughed. Galalalala. You guy, you have nothing to go to the 3 treasures hall. Why did you come to me? Then, his face became serious. This guy displayed a domineering look as soon as he came up. Is this to give his men a blow? I am a majestic white beard, but I am the 4 emperors who have the same name as you. Dad stomped his feet, an invisible shock, weakening the influence of the red-haired domineering look on ordinary pirates. Whitebeard's godsons took a step forward at the same time, blocked in front of Whitebeard, and began to build momentum. The two parties are both pirates at the level of the 4 emperors. At this moment, they confront each other silently, and no one loses in terms of momentum. Papa. At the critical moment when the sword was on the verge of breaking out, Bai Shan stepped out suddenly, clapping his hands and walking to the open space between the two parties. As expected of the red-haired Shanks, I have known you for a long time, so please give me your advice. The one in front of me is the legendary face fruit ability user. As long as the sentence everyone give me face, everyone will sell red hair to save face. Although this is just a joke, it reflects the strength of the red hair from the side. Whether it's a navy or a pirate, you'll be intimidated by red hair. Maintaining order on the sea, trying to ease some conflicts, red hair can calm things down, relying on few people with bigger fists than him. As for the bandit King Sigurd and the King of the Near Sea... they belong to the dark history with unknown explanations. I have killed 56 people like you. Bai Shan subconsciously thought of the bandit leader who stepped on the future One Piece and punched the red-haired Shanks, and couldn't help but want to laugh. Oh, who are you? Whitebeard's new son? The red-haired intelligence network happened to miss what happened before Bshan, so he was a little curious about the identity of the young man in front of him. My name is Bshan. I'm just an ordinary active navy. Reporting that he was an ordinary navy in front of the 4 emperors, Bai Shan's tone was actually somewhat proud, and he was completely lacking in the caution or even fear of other navies when facing the 4 emperors. Oh, Navy, this kid is not your new son. Whitebeard snorted coldly, but did not continue what Shanks said. Following Bai Shan's interruption, the atmosphere on both sides gradually eased a lot. If you have anything to say, hurry up and talk about it. Whitebeard sat down, knocked open a bottle of wine and drank. Then I'll be straight. I want you to recall Ace. What are you doing recalling that brat? Hearing Ace's name, Whitebeard showed a smile on his face, with a somewhat smug expression. Blackbeard Titch is not as weak as you think. The scar on my face was left by Titch. Hearing such heavy news, Whitebeard was also stunned for a few seconds. So that's how it is. Huh, so what? It's that kid's experience. Even if he dies, he will complete it. If something really happens, Whitebeard smashed the wine barrel beside him with a punch. I will let all those bastards go to be buried with him. Obviously, the Whitebeard didn't take the hint of red hair seriously. In other words, he understood what the redhead meant, but he couldn't just recall Ace. Ace has to face powerful enemies to grow, and the road to becoming stronger is full of dangers and challenges. Moreover, Ace's strength is also guaranteed. Even if he can't beat Blackbeard, it shouldn't be a big problem to escape from him. What Whitebeard didn't realize at all before was that Blackbeard had planned for a long time and had already recruited several powerful villains as his subordinates. Moreover, Blackbeard's use of the dark fruit can be said to be superb. So, according to the original storyline, Ace was caught by Blackbeard and exchanged for the Kyuhai position. However, the current Blackbeard has been seriously injured, and there is only one Laffit left under him. The others were handed over to Smoker by Bshan, and then locked in the big prison under the sea. Thinking of this, Whitebeard smiled slightly, then threw out the severed arm that Bshan brought, and threw it in front of Redhead. The red hair looks familiar, but I'm not sure. It's an arm from Teach. This little guy chopped it off. The red-haired man broke his arm for a while with a puzzled face, then stood in front of Bshan again, lost in thought. Bshan, I seem to have heard about it somewhere. Bshan. Redhead thought hard for a while, and finally remembered that when Hawkeye came to find him, he mentioned Luffy and Bshan. When Hawkeye brought Luffy's bounty, Redhead did have a sense of joy that the junior was growing up. Then, during the chat, Hawkeye said. Two geniuses with swords are about to appear in the East China Sea. No, one can be said to be a future swordsman, and the other can already be said to be a monster. One is Sauron and the other is Bshan. Interestingly, one of them is pirates, one is the Navy. Yes, Bshan. So it's you. The red hair hammered his fist, and finally remembered that he had heard about this kid before. Hawkeye told me, are you a monster with a knife? Hearing that Hawkeye praised him so much, Bai Shan narrowed his eyes and laughed. It's not that strong anymore. Oh, he also said that he cut a knife casually, and you are a rare talent. How did you go to the Navy? Emotional Hawkeye is a force to pretend, and the one who can take over his hands-on knife is a rare genius. Ha 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 ha, just kidding. But you seem to be a Navy, right? What are you doing here? I almost caught Teach the Blackbeard. His companions told me to kill several, and Teach ran away, and then I chopped off this arm. Well, boy, you are very strong. Are you interested in becoming a pirate? The redhead jokingly said, soliciting words. Boss, don't make jokes casually. Prying the corner of the Navy is too outrageous. The first mate behind him looked helpless, and was used to the offline character of red hair. Okay, let's go in and sit down and talk. Talking here is not a thing. In the end, Whitebeard chose to pull red hair and Bai Shan into the formal camp. Everyone sat around the table and started the formal meeting. I don't want that son of yours to catch Blackbeard, mainly because I'm worried that it will intensify the conflict. The red hair became serious, and his face looked a little worried. The rain is about to come and the wind is all over the building. Man in the pirate, my devil fruit has turned black. Chapter 40, Facing Whitebeard, the Ship of the Old Times. Chapter 40, Facing Whitebeard, the Ship of the Old Times. Whitebeard was silent for a while, and Bai Shan also understood what red hair was talking about. In recent years, with the advent of the era of great pirates and the rise of the Revolutionary Army, the contradictions and struggles between the various forces have become more and more intensified. The celestial dragons, who do whatever they want, firmly control the world government, and the Navy has become a toy in their hands. The Tanlong people in the world have suffered for a long time. If they want to overthrow the Tanlong people, they must destroy the Navy and the world government that stand in front of them. However, if the Navy is really defeated, but there is no way to form a new organization in time to maintain world order, then all kinds of villainous pirates will take advantage of the chaos to persecute the people and make waves. The redhead doesn't want to see a day. He wants to try to ease the relationship between the parties and reduce casualties. After Roger left, the whole world has become active. Some things have been moving in that inevitable direction. Whitebeard sighed. Once some big ships have sailed out, it is impossible to stop. Unless they reach their destination, they must either move forward or crash. The redhead had to admit that Whitebeard was right. Even as the four emperors, he couldn't stop the general trend of the whole world. If you really want to end everything, the best way is to find the next One Piece, whether it is the One Piece, the great secret treasure, or the century-old history that has disappeared. Only the reappearance of these can bring the dispute to an end. Whitebeard raised his head slightly, looking into the distance. Joy Boy, you should have heard of it too. I think I've met the next Joy Boy. The red-haired man's eyes widened, and he saw the Whitebeard's gaze, and cast it into an unreachable distance. I really didn't expect you to like that kid so much. This is of course Ace. He is the blood of Roger, a born king. Whitebeard nodded, acknowledging what red hair said. What a coincidence. I also fell in love with one. Compared to Ace, I think that kid might be the real One Piece. Bai Shan silently added in his heart, his name is Monkey D. Luffy. The D family, Joy Boy. The great secret treasure, One Piece. The historical truth, everything will appear, in this new era of great voyage. For a while, the table became silent. Compared to the previous sense of confrontation, at this moment it is more about the two oldest school pirates who have achieved great fame in the original pirate world, and are feeling the changes of the times. The contradiction lies not in the age of the great pirates, but in the Tanlong people. On the entire table, Bai Shan, who was the youngest and had the lowest sense of presence, suddenly spoke. "What do you think?" The red hair and the white beard spoke in unison, without any contempt on their faces. "The privileged class is the one who exploits and oppresses people, the ultimate source of the people. Only when the privileged class is eliminated can the people have real freedom. Even pirates should enjoy the right to explore freely." Bai Shan paused, his eyes shot a cold light. "If the celestial dragons are not eliminated, even if all the pirates are eliminated, it will be nothing more than letting the people go from one suffering to another." The words hit the nail on the head, and the redhead who was indulging in memories was awakened. "I see. What about the Navy?" "The Navy is just a violent institution for maintenance. In a sense, this huge organization is essentially a tool. The tool depends on who uses it. Therefore, it is relatively more reasonable for a more reasonable government to replace the current world government." "Good method." Whitebeard looked at Bshan in surprise. "I can't think of you, a small navy, to have such a high opinion." "This kind of opinion is not like those navy recruits who have been brainwashed for a few days and think they are righteous. Don't look down on young people." "The waves behind the sea push the waves ahead. Be careful." Bai Shan deliberately made a joke, successfully dispelling some of the atmosphere just now. "Okay, I'm just a pirate. Don't talk to me about this kind of thing again." After laughing loudly, Whitebeard stretched out a hand and waved it. "I don't care what happens to that Rousk world government. I just want to see the day Ace reaches the top." "I'm sure he will." The red hair knocked on the table, with a smile on his face. "You should probably say this to another group. They'd be interested." "Revolutionary Army?" Bai Shan shook his head and stood up. "They're so rough, I don't even bother to look at what they've done." The tone is not small. "You know, revolutionaries have not only caused a lot of trouble to the world government and navy in the past few years, but also successfully completed revolutions in several countries and islands." HMPH, a hand of good cards is poorly played. I get angry just thinking about it. "Forget it, it's useless to tell you these things." Since the words have come to this point, the attitudes of the three parties have been very clear. "I will not recall Ace." How could Roger's blood be afraid of danger? Either die in the sea or become the Pirate King. His life was doomed from the beginning, and there are only two outcomes. Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates looked proud, quite proud of Ace. "Okay then. Since this Bshan has greatly weakened Ace's strength, I think Ace should be much safer." The broken arm also gave the redhead some confidence. "Maybe the younger generation has grown up, and I really shouldn't underestimate them. Ace and I are also good brothers. If Ace encounters danger one day, I will not ignore it." Bai Shan nodded and told a surprising news. "What? You also met Ace?" "Not only Ace, I also know Luffy." This time, even the redhead was surprised. "Say it earlier." "It turns out that there has been a commotion for a long time, and everyone is on their own. Since we are a family, why don't we have a banquet? Celebrate the legendary meeting of two emperors and a navy." And the severed arm of the traitor Tiki. For some unknown reason, the topic suddenly changed to the banquet. Perhaps, this is the romance of pirates. In the middle of the banquet, a few pirates suddenly broke in from the door. "It's bad, it's bad. The navy is here." Suddenly, the entire banquet hall became cold. Bshan instantly became the target of public criticism. "Don't be nervous, there should be some misunderstanding." The red-haired man smiled and waved his hand downwards to show everyone how to go. "It should be someone from the navy who came to pick me up. Goodbye, everyone." Bai Shan drank the beer in the glass smartly, then waved to everyone, and left the banquet hall. Before leaving, Bshan stopped in place without looking back. "By the way, red hair, white beard, remember, my name is Juras D. White Mountain, that D of Gore D. Roger." After speaking, Bai Shan left without looking back. Human in the pirate, my devil fruit has turned black. Chapter 41. The four emperors meet together. Drink and eat meat first. Chapter 41. The four emperors meet together. Drink and eat meat first. The entire banquet hall was silent for a few seconds. The red hair laughed and told everyone not to pay attention, and continued to drink and eat meat. Then, The 2-4 emperors met again. Rise. Ha ha, isn't that kid just trying to say that he will be famous all over the world one day? The redhead touches the glass. Young man is awesome, the brat is arrogant. But I really like that brat. Me too. The sea is going to be lively. Both of them understood that with such a promising young man, the future of the Navy could be said to be extremely colorful. But the celestial dragons seem to be in trouble. Yes, that kid told me that the Navy is also divided into many factions. Some people have been Kushan Long people for a long time. Whitebeard was a little curious. Just before Baishan left, he chatted with the 2-4 emperors for a while. What else did he say? He also said, what about drawing in all the forces that can be drawn in, uniting the majority and so on? There are a lot of blah blah blah. Anyway, I don't understand much, but it feels very powerful. Having said that, the redhead stopped. What about you? What did that kid tell you? Let's just say he's comforting me. Titchy, whom he regarded as his son, betrayed himself and killed his siblings. Although Whitebeard looked as if he wanted to bring Tiki back for execution mercilessly, he felt more or less painful in his heart. When he found out that Blackbeard was also from the D family, he was also doing his best to take care of Blackbeard. And now, I have to let Ace go after Tiki. So Baishan just asked him a question. If Tiki is caught or comes back on his own initiative, it means that he has realized his mistake and made up his mind to change his past. Will he let Tiki go with a soft heart? Whitebeard was silent at the time. He didn't know what kind of decision he would make if he really encountered that situation. You value the family affection of your son too much. This is your weakness, Whitebeard. Baishan said, remember, the moment he attacked his brother, everything is irreparable. Tiki still has a chance to be caught and tried to defend himself, but Saki, who was killed by him, has never spoken opportunity. After saying this, Baishan left, leaving a Whitebeard to think quietly. Finally, he agreed with Baishan's words. I don't know, that kid is very young. Where did he get so many reasons? At the same time, Baishan just arrived at the port and saw a naval warship surrounded by a large group of pirate ships. This lonely naval warship looks extraordinary, just because the legendary Iron Fist Garp is standing on the bow at the moment. Hey, Garp, are you trying to start a war between the Navy and the 4 emperors? We are not afraid of you. The pirate next to him was provoking Whitebeard. It's so loud. Garp roared, and then continued to stand on the bow. I'm just here to pick up someone, Master Garp. I am back. Baishan danced into the sky and flew back to the naval warship. You boy, how dare you run to the territory of the 4 emperors alone? You are not afraid of death. If you really die here, we won't even see the body. Sail and return. Under Garp's yelling, the warship went back in the direction it came from. Before leaving, Garp yelled at Whitebeard's territory, Red-haired Shanks. If you dare to tell my grandson about the story of the great pirate, I will never end with you. It was this redhead who abducted his grandson. Originally, Garp wanted Luffy to become an excellent navy as well. It didn't work out. One of my negligence made Shanks fool Luffy with only one piece on his mind. Now knowing that Pshan and Hongfa also collided, Garp is actually worried that such a good seed will also be abducted by my redhead. Don't worry, old man. Baishan patted Garp on the shoulder. I will lead the Navy to a whole new level. Stinky boy. He's the same size as anyone. Garp walked back cursing. The fleet sailed for a few days, and Garp was drinking tea and eating donuts while listening to Baishan's story about his experience at sea. Well, Pshan, with your strength, let's go back and promote you to the rank of Colonel. Lieutenant General Garp, please don't say such nonsense. What's the matter? The guy Ainu will also agree. Okiji is also easy to talk. Sengoku and I are very familiar, and Kizaru doesn't care about things. Garp counted on his fingers. In the entire Navy, few people would object to him directly promoting a recruit to colonel. I'm sorry, old man. Baishan lowered his head and whispered. Baishan didn't want to just follow Garp back to the Navy headquarters. He intends to continue surfing for a while. Of course you can't tell Garp about this kind of thing. If you don't let Garp, You will definitely tie yourself up to prevent yourself from escaping. Huh? What's wrong? No, nothing. As a result, on the second day, Garp just took out a few donuts, and when he was waiting for Bshan to tell him the follow-up of the Yellow Wind Monster, Black Whirlwind, and Zhao in the battle at sea, he saw his adjutant hurriedly run in. Lieutenant General Garp, Bshan is gone. What? When Garp punched open the door of Bshan's room, he saw only a piece of letter paper pressed by donuts. Goodbye, old man. I don't want to go back yet. This brat. Angry Garp punched the table, and then yelled, "Find it for me." As soon as Bshan went out, the world was boundless. If it wasn't for the fact that there were members of his own CP organization on board this time, who knew that the year of the monkey would be able to catch this little guy. So, the sailors and navy of the entire ship moved quickly, searching around the ship. Unfortunately, Bai Shan has already made up his mind to leave. How could it be so easy for them to find him? As soon as the Wukong technique flew, it disappeared in the air, without a sound, leaving no trace. Hearing Garp's roar in the distance, Bai Shan smiled slightly, and flew in a random direction in front of him. After several days, I finally met the first ship. It's just that Bshan, who had just landed, found something was wrong. This ship is tightly packed on the outside. It looks ordinary, but it has strong defense capabilities. Standing on the deck, it is extremely stable and there is no sense of shaking at all. Seeing the strange figure falling from the sky, the crew did not panic, but drew out their weapons and aimed at Bshan at the same time, without any unnecessary nonsense. What surprised Bai Shan the most was that he confirmed the true identity of the ship. It was the boy in front of him who was staring at him with a wary face. Everyone else seemed to be waiting for him to give orders. Human in the pirate, my devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 42. Fighting Sabo. Chapter 42. Battle against Sabo. Hearing the sound of Sabo, the crowd around were stunned for a moment, and then their expressions changed slightly. For their revolutionary army, the identities of cadres need to be kept secret. Why did the person in front of him say Sabo's name in one word? Exclamation mark. Who the hell is he? Sabo raised the water pipe in his hand, pointed at Bai Shan's face, and at the same time held the dragon's claw with his other hand, ready to go. Report your identity. Bai Shan stretched out his hand to close his collar, holding the handle of the knife with a smile on his face. Inxia Bai Shan, just an ordinary Navy. Hearing this, the surrounding Revolutionary Army soldiers looked at each other, then fell silent quickly, and took a collective step forward. No matter who this young Navy man named Bai Shan is, they will desperately keep him. Don't let their secrets out. From this point, we can see the gap between well-trained revolutionary soldiers and ordinary pirates. The collective nature of pirates is definitely not as strong as that of large-scale fighters. Perhaps one pirate can defeat a soldier, but if 100, 1,000, 10,000 pirates fight against the Revolutionary Army fighters, the Revolutionary Army fighters will definitely have a greater chance of winning. Navy? Sabo nodded, his expression grim. Catch him and lock him up. Yes. The soldiers in the surrounding circle quickly formed a battle formation and approached Bshan, the light of the knife in Bai Shan's hand flickered away, only the faint sound of the blade shaking, and all the weapons of a group of people were cut off. Let these ordinary soldiers go down. No matter how many they come, they can't catch me. Why increase the casualties? While talking, Bai Shan observed the surrounding soldiers. Even though he found that his weapon was cut off and his strength was completely inferior to the enemy, the soldiers did not panic or flinch. No wonder the dragon would say that sentence. When the Revolutionary Army is like a spark in the sky, it can set off a prairie fire. These fighters with firm beliefs only lack a correct direction of thought. Bai Shan suddenly realized what he could bring to them. Okay, all of you back down. I'll come here. Sabo waved the hose, and the soldiers retreated neatly, opening up the battlefield space. Since you know me, you should know my strength more or less. Sabo was chatting, and the next moment, the domineering armed color covered the water pipe, and attacked Bshan's head extremely quickly. There was only a clang, and the blade and the water pipe collided together. The blade of the sword stood beside Bai Shan's face, and the purple demonic aura echoed Bai Shan's excited and slightly ferocious smile. Eat my sword. It has to be said that among the younger generation, Saab deserves to be the strongest. The water pipes and dragon claws under the domineering armed color, waving around a very tight defensive cover, in order to prevent Sabo's Bshan from being hurt. He didn't use too many abilities. He was only using Yufeng swordsmanship, but he couldn't get in. However, as the battle progressed, the surrounding Revolutionary Army soldiers gradually realized that something was wrong. Sabo has been passively defending, and his physical strength is getting worse. Damn. Is this young navy so strong? Sabo gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, I have to fight back, otherwise it will only drag Bshan down. Having made up his mind, Sabo exerted his strength suddenly, fending off the demon sword Muramasa with a move of dragon hook and claw, and then hit Bshan's chest with dragon's breath. Bai Shan deliberately did not dodge, but chose to resist. He wants to try it out. What level is Sabo's full blow? The prison-suppressing god body and the dragon's breath collided, and amidst the dumbfounded surrounding soldiers, Sabo actually flew out backwards. What? Help Sabo up? No, I'm fine, it's just that I was thrown out. I didn't suffer any injuries. Sabo patted the dust off his body, and stood in front of Bshan again. From the battle just now, he could see that Bshan had no malice. Although he kept attacking, he didn't kill him, so he couldn't figure out Bai Shan's intention at all. What on earth are you here for? Can I say that I really just come out and fly around and get lucky? Bai Shan shook his head, suppressing the mentality of complaining. Let's come here for two purposes. The first purpose has been achieved, and the other purpose. Bai Shan thought for a while. Take me to the base of the Revolutionary Army. What? Can't. We fought him. Hearing that the Navy was going to their base, the Revolutionary Army instantly looked like they were about to die with Bshan. Looking at their posture, it seems that this warship is going to be scuttled, and everyone will be buried in the sea together. Can you tell me why? Otherwise, I will have to let everyone sink to the bottom of the sea together. Facing the Revolutionary Army with the mentality of burning everything together, Bshan drew his blade in front of them, turned to face the river behind him. Lan. The entire calm sea surface suddenly became violent, and the sea was stirred up by the extremely violent sword energy. The whole ship began to shake and heave with the waves, and it took a long time to calm down. I'm sorry, I don't like being spoken in such a threatening tone. Bai Shan, who turned around, was still smiling, but with a hint of ruthlessness on his face, and then quickly disappeared. If you need it, I can help you. Even so, it is impossible for us to bring you, an unknown person like you, back to the base. Please do what you want. Sabo also simply shook his head. The person in front of him couldn't beat him at all, and this ship couldn't go back anyway. If he couldn't beat it, he would sink here. I know that one of your leaders is a dragon, and he taught you the dragon's claws. So what? You are a navy, and you must know the information about Leader Dorag. Well, let me think about it. You were picked up by Drago after an accident, right? The Dan Long people have caused you a lot of damage. Sabo became silent. Yes, this is also a secret within the Revolutionary Army. However, this does not explain anything. So, what about Luffy and Ace? Bai Shan knows that the current Sabo has lost his memory. He has forgotten about Luffy and Ace. He wanted to try to see if he could wake up Sabo's memory in advance. Luffy, Ace. Who is that? It sounds so familiar. I can't remember. Damn it. Sabo fell into painful contemplation. His face was pale and distorted, and he gritted his teeth. Forget it. Don't think about it if you can't remember it. All in all, I have no malicious intentions. After returning to the headquarters, do you think I can escape? I just want to see Drago. Bai Shan put away his sword blade and sat cross-legged on the ground. You can sail to a certain island first, and then contact the headquarters. All right. Man in the pirate. My devil fruit has turned black. Chapter 43, When the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy retreats, we advance. Chapter 43. The enemy advances and we retreat. The enemy retreats and we advance. The enemy camps and we harass. The enemy is tired and we attack. In the end, Bai Shan stayed on the boat with an almost rogue attitude. The Revolutionary Army's ship soon sailed to an island not far away. After stopping, other people were responsible for moving supplies, working capital, contacting the headquarters, etc., while Sabo stayed and stared at Bshan. No way, the strength of the others is too bad. If Bshan broke out into trouble, they would not even have time to shout. However, Bai Shan would only find it funny. With his current strength, with all his strength, he could instantly kill Sabo in an instant. However, since Sab is willing to stay, we might as well have a chat. What is going on with your amnesia? Do you feel that there is any problem in your brain? Bai Shan asked while observing. God-level medical skills are unknowingly unfolding, and idleness is idleness, so let's take a look at Sabo's situation. In the previous world, I have heard of similar cases, such as sudden amnesia after a car accident, most of which were caused by a severe blow to the brain. Restoring memory often requires external stimuli, such as the death of Ace, which made Sabo recall everything before in pain. My brain sometimes hurts occasionally. You don't need to ask. Before, Chief Dorag specially invited a very good doctor to help me treat it. It didn't work. Bai Shan secretly clicked his tongue in his heart. How can an ordinary doctor compare with the god-level medical skills produced by his own blackening system? Where does it hurt? Here? Bshan simply pointed to Sabo's head and began to diagnose. No, here. Wait, what are you doing? Inexplicably, the two became a relationship between a doctor and a patient. By the time other Revolutionary Army cadres came, Bai Shan had already been diagnosed. The result of the diagnosis is trauma to the neurons inside the brain. Simply put, the part that stores and retrieves memory is injured, so it cannot be recalled. Need to wait slowly, fix, and then apply stimulus. If stimulation is applied before the repair is successful, it will be the same as before, causing Sabo to suffer extremely. Well, I'll find a prescription for you. Red Heart Seedling, Moonlight Grass. Well, remember to take this amount once a day. Other cadres of the Revolutionary Army held various weapons and waited for Bshan to prescribe the medicine with a look of wariness. Although they don't know where Bshan got the doctor, they are quite concerned about Sabo's injury. Doctor, what's going on with him? A cadre finally couldn't help speaking out. Bai Shan glanced at Sabo, who was looking at the prescription, and pulled the cadre aside. Sabo's condition is a dark wound left over from the past. Since it is in the brain, it is very difficult to treat. Now I can only take some medicine, mend it slowly, and wait for the wound to heal itself. Before the repair, don't provoke Sabo anymore. Don't ask him about the past, or mention the terms about the past, such as Luffy, Ace, etc. Luffy, Ace? Aren't those two pirates? The other cadres looked confused. They have now heard of Luffy's name, but what do these two pirates have to do with Sabo? Hey, you will know when it's time to know. The strength of the Revolutionary Army is stronger than you think. Now Ace will not die. Once Sabo regains his memory and the three brothers recognize each other again, Luffy's Straw Hats, Whitebeard Pirates, Red Hair Pirates, 4 Emperors and One Piece, can all become members of the Revolutionary Army help. Although pirates generally do not participate in the Revolutionary Army, but when they heard that Sabo might get hurt if he wanted to do something big, Luffy and Ace would definitely not be able to sit still. Ace can't sit still. Can Whitebeard watch quietly? Plus Luffy's father is Dorag. With these strengths, you can use a chain link. Bai Shan went back confidently, and continued to give Sabo instructions. The other cadres looked confused. Who is the Revolutionary Army? Why do you act like you know more than us? Okay, can you take me to see Drago? Bai Shan sat next to Sabo, waiting for the cadres to reply to him. Yes, you can. But you must wear Heilashi handcuffs, and you must wear a blindfold for several days on the ship. If you can't accept it, leave quickly. DSK, what a hassle. Let's go. In order to meet Drago, if you suffer a little, then you should suffer. In the end, Even Baishan didn't expect that, although he was blindfolded, due to the influence of God-level navigation, he actually completely printed the entire route in his mind. In the future, if you have nothing to do, you can come to Dorage for tea or something. This is my good brother's father. 7 days later, the ship finally arrived at the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, Baldigo, the island of White Clay. Following a group of cadres, Baishan was escorted to a room. Then, the other cadres tiptoed back and closed the door. In front of you? The breeze is blowing. The handcuffs on Baishan's hands and the mask on his face all fell off automatically. Candles flickered in the simple, slightly dim room. Beside the wooden table not far away, a figure in a cloak was flipping through the documents on the table. "So, are you Bshan? What's the matter? And you came to me specifically?" When Drago turned around, Bshan really felt a pressure. Then, a report floated in front of Baishan just right. Baishan picked it up and looked down. There was actually a photo of himself on it. "Everything about yourself, such as your background, when you suddenly started to become stronger, such as what you did after that, as long as it is published information, it is all here. There are some that have not been made public. For example, I appeared on Whitebeard's Island, which is also written here. The intelligence agency of the Revolutionary Army is really powerful." Looking at his naval identity file, Baishan felt that Huang Yuan might really be the ghost of the Revolutionary Army. "Frankly speaking, I am very interested in you." Baishan casually put the report on the table, pulled out a chair and sat down. "I'm a Navy, not a draconian dog. I appreciate you, but there's something wrong with the way you do things, and you might need a little help from me." Dorag looked a little surprised, showing an interested face. "What can you give us?" "Revolutionary program, the guiding ideology of all actions, above all else, the route that allows you to defeat the celestial dragons." Hearing Baishan boasting so much, Dorag knocked on the table and made a duk-duk sound. "Listen well, I will tell you 16 words first. If you think it is useful, we can continue talking." Baishan leaned back, full of confidence. "When the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy retreats, we advance. When the enemy is stationed, we harass. When the enemy is tired, we attack." Human in the pirate, my devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 44 Instinct tells me that he is a good man. Chapter 44 Intuition tells me that he is a good person. The enemy advances and we retreat. Dorag chewed the simple 16 words repeatedly in a low voice. After a long silence, he suddenly raised his head. With his long-term experience in organizing various Revolutionary Army activities, he can quickly realize the profound ideological connotation contained in this tactic. Their Revolutionary Army is still in a disadvantaged position, unable to confront the Navy or the world government head-on. Therefore, their Revolutionary Army is also constantly trying and changing, looking for new tactical ideas. In Dorag's view, these 16 characters may become the guideline for the next action strategy. A person who can come up with such a simple and effective 16-character tactic can definitely be called a great talent in the world. If it was really figured out by the kid in front of him, then even if it is the Navy, it is not impossible for him to cooperate. "Is this really what you came up with?" Dorag pulled the chair closer to the table and asked with great interest. "Of course. It seems that you should have recognized the inner thinking of this tactic. Others are poetry writers, but I want to be a tactical thinking writer." "But it's okay, in the world of pirates, it seems that people rarely talk about poetry. If he can bring earth-shaking changes to this world, he will not be in vain. A person's power may be limited, and he cannot subvert anything. But the strength of the entire revolutionaries and the strength of the entire people unite, and the privileged class will surely be defeated." "Okay, I think we can talk about it in detail." Dorag, who was very interested in Bshan, simply started talking with Bshan in this small dim room, and kept talking, getting more and more excited. When it came to the end, they didn't eat or sleep, and the two locked up in this room for 3 days and 3 nights, explaining Bshan's plans for the future direction of the revolution, tactical and strategic arrangements, how to mobilize the masses, and uniting all possible forces. Wait until everything is searched clean. In short, you need to be clear that the people are the most important. Some tactics may not be suitable for islands and sea battlefields. What is more important is adaptability and timely feedback. Bei-Shan also seemed a little unfinished, but that was all he knew about this aspect before, so he had to end the conversation in the end. Well, I see. I will discuss these things with other carders based on my previous struggle experience. Dorag sighed with emotion sound. I really met a good teacher and helpful friend today. If he had met Bei-Shan earlier, he would have pulled Bei-Shan into the Revolutionary Army and become his chief of staff. Today's conversation, we know that there is a sky beyond the sky, and there are people beyond people. You are so young. Where do you come from these ideas? It's all figuring out on my own when I have nothing to do. I was just an ordinary civilian before, and because of this, I understand what ordinary people want more. Come from the masses and go to the masses. With your guidance, the Revolutionary Army can save 10 years of exploration experience. It would be great if I met you sooner. When the two walked out side by side and pushed open the door, the other Revolutionary Army cadres who were eavesdropping outside the door were taken aback. Leader, Dorag. Seeing that there is nothing else going on between the two of them, they just talked for a long time and were a little tired. But the eyes of both of them were shining brightly. Dorag's heart was filled with anticipation for the future. Everyone, a new era is coming. Dorag seemed to be announcing something solemnly. Let me introduce to you, this is Bshan, whose real identity is the Navy, and also the specially appointed revolutionary instructor and tactical chief of staff of our Revolutionary Army. These words not only shocked the other cadres, but also shocked Bshan. Hey, I didn't promise to come to your Revolutionary Army. We didn't talk about this. Bei-Shan said he wanted to protest. Ha ha ha, why do you care about such a small matter? You can just make a name. We will not leak your information. The people here are all brothers, and everyone can be trusted. After forcibly assigning Bshan the identity of the Revolutionary Army, Dorag seemed to be in a good mood, and waved his hand to signal everyone to organize dinner. During dinner, everyone gathered around Bshan and chatted a lot. Now that he has joined the Revolutionary Army, he took advantage of the opportunity to get involved. So, Bshan told about how he met Luffy, and Luffy and the others made a big fuss in Alabaster, fought against the Sand Crocodile, and slaughtered Demon Valley Town, and killed Inalo on Sky Island. Hearing that Luffy's strength is getting stronger, Drago couldn't help showing a smile on his face. Ha ha ha, that kid can really make a fuss. Other Revolutionary Army cadres, some people only heard at this time that it turns out that Ace and Luffy have this kind of relationship. Seeing that Sabo went back to rest, Bshan pulled all the people he called together. Killer, Betty, all of you come here. The Shamal King Ivankov and Lightning are not here now, the bear has also turned into Shikibukai, and the rest of the cadres are basically there. What are you doing? You look so mysterious. Even so, everyone gathered together quickly. Ace, Luffy and Sabo, the three of them are sworn brothers. Ace is a descendant of Roger, the Pirate King. Luffy's grandfather is the Iron Fist Carp in the Navy, and his straw hat comes from the red-haired Shanks. Sabo now in the Revolutionary Army again. Bei-Shan paused. If possible, I hope you can try to promote everyone's cooperation. The era of great pirates will not last forever. The world will be divided for a long time, and the world will be divided for a long time. The great secret treasure will be discovered, the hidden history of 100 years will be revealed again, and the world order will return to normal. There is me in the Navy, and I can contact those like-minded partners. Speaking of this, Bei-Shan subconsciously thought of Smoker. However, don't provoke Sabo yet. After a while of training, you should be able to remember it. The other cadres looked at each other and nodded. Okay. Fight for a better tomorrow. Bei-Shan laughed. Fight for a better tomorrow. The banquet is over, and Bei-Shan returns to the room to rest. Other cadres met secretly at night. How is it? That Bshan? I think it's okay. Although he is a Navy with a brain. Being compassionate to the people, otherwise he couldn't have thought that way. Several carders expressed their opinions one after another. Finally, Sabo looked dignified and serious. He's a good guy. I trust my instincts. Then, it's decided. The next day, revolutionary armies all over the world received information and photos of Bshan. People in pirates. My devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 45 Naval Meeting. Want to see my jokes? -69 Book Bar. Chapter 45 Naval Conference. Want to see my jokes? After resting at the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army for a few days, Bshan also got to know a lot of various carders, got in touch with each other, and exchanged a lot of things. However, if he stays any longer, he should feel bored. Then I'm leaving today. Baishan waved at Duo Laj, relying on his own demon knife. Village is leaving. Remember to come to play often when you are free, or support the Revolutionary Army in other regions. After a few days of getting acquainted, everyone quickly accepted this young companion. Okay. After so many days of wandering outside, Baishan felt that it was time for him to go back. This time, he escaped from Garp's boat, and he might be hit with an iron fist again when he goes back. Forget it, I still have to go back, otherwise the old man should be in a hurry. Baishan quickly found the nearest naval base and asked them to call the headquarters. Dulululu, Moses, I am Navy White Mountain. Oh, Bshan, it's Bshan. Hurry up and transfer Lieutenant General Garp. A few seconds later, the old man roared from the phone bug. Where did you go, brat? Dare to slip away from my boat? Hurry back to the headquarters. There is something to do. Hearing the old man's anxious voice, Baishan frowned. What's going wrong? Baishan thought about it carefully. At this stage, there seems to be no major event. But since the old man has notified, I must go back quickly. Take a naval warship to report back to the headquarters. By the way, Bshan sailed for a long time, and finally returned to Marinfando. Active duty Navy, ordinary soldier Bshan, report to you. Father, what happened, calling me back in such a hurry? Garp saw that it was Bshan who pushed open his door, and unceremoniously punched Bshan on the top. Let you sneak away. After smashing it, Garp was also secretly surprised. Why is this kid so stubborn? Baishan didn't do much or dodge, took the punch directly, smiled hee, and stroked his hair. I'm just going out for a stroll. Nothing happened, right? Although Baishan wanted to say that he and your son had a very happy conversation, considering that it was not the right time, he shook his head. No, just visited a few islands. That's good. Come with me. Garp brought Baishan to a conference room, where Akainu, Kizaru, Okiji and others were already sitting here, as well as some other lieutenant generals. Seeing Garp bring Baishan, some people were puzzled, while some remained silent. Akakan looked at Bshan and nodded with a serious face. And Huang Yuan has that wretched face, but I don't know if it is his own illusion. Baishan always feels that Huang Yuan is laughing at him. This wretched flashing man. Could he really be the ghost of the Revolutionary Army? What did you bring this kid here for? HMPH. Sooner or later this kid will become the same level as you, so I just brought him here to see the world. Garp took Baishan and sat down on one side. Okay, everyone is here. Now let's start the meeting. At the beginning, they were just discussing some other matters, and Baishan didn't bother to listen at all, and Garp beside him also looked drowsy. However, after one person finished speaking, Akainu cleared his throat, and then knocked on the table. Okay, let's put these things aside first. Now let's discuss a very important thing. The selection of the Shikibukai vacancy. Baishan tilted his head, showing an expression that you were teasing me. Why is there a sudden meeting to discuss this at this point? Shouldn't the Kyuhai meeting have already been decided at the World Conference? Then, Baishan suddenly realized that this might have something to do with him. I killed Blackbeard's team members, and cut Blackbeard. Now Blackbeard must not dare to continue to be Kyuhai, and he has no such ability for the time being. So this is an emergency meeting to fill that position quickly? Sure enough, The following speeches proved this. Blackbeard's spokesperson, Laffit, came to the Naval World Conference a few days ago and informed us that Blackbeard had given up his campaign. It was later learned that Blackbeard's subordinates were captured by Captain Smoker, and they have now been imprisoned. Push it into the City University prison. Isn't this nonsense? Why did you arrest the candidates of QU High? HMPH. His subordinates will be arrested. It only shows that his strength is not enough. Stop arguing. The most important thing now is how to solve this problem. The invitation to Ace was declined. Luffy, isn't he qualified enough? Everyone was arguing and arguing together, but no result could be discussed. Okay, stop arguing. Seeing that he couldn't come up with a result for a long time, Akainu finally couldn't bear it anymore and slammed the table. Everyone, be quiet. Say it one by one. Everyone fell silent. After a while, someone suddenly spoke. Since Lieutenant General Garp has high hopes for this navy named Shan, why don't you tell me what you think? Bai Shan, who was dozing off and thinking wildly, woke up instantly when he heard his name. Is this person tripping himself up? When everyone ignores themselves, who can deliberately observe themselves? Bai Shan frowned and looked, and found that he was a middle-aged brigadier general. At this moment, the brigadier general was staring at him coldly, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth, exuding malice. This is not pleasing to the eye. However, since someone pointed it out, let's take this opportunity to express myself. Garp and Akainu also came back to their senses and looked at Shan. Bai Shan cleared his throat and was about to speak when he just said the word each when he was suddenly interrupted by the brigadier general. Don't you know to report before you speak? Stand up and talk. The people sitting here are all generals. What kind of thing are you? You are really qualified to come in after being led in by Lieutenant General Garp. There was a cold light in Garp's eyes. On the surface, it was aimed at Shan, but it was actually aimed at him. So, Garp was about to get up, and with his character, he would beat him up when he was indecisive. Bai Shan lightly pressed Garp's arm, signaling that he was not in a hurry, and then stood up. Report. I believe that the Shikibukai system itself has problems. As soon as the words came out, all four people were shocked. Fart. Kid talking nonsense. In an instant, someone started to curse. Some people looked on coldly, some dismissed it, and some laughed. Bai Shan's face remained unchanged, and he still stood solemnly. Want to see my jokes? Later you will know who is the joke. Seeing Bai Shan's demeanor, neither humble nor overbearing, knowing the current affairs of the trial, Akainu, Garp and Kizaru nodded at the same time, motioning for him to continue. Okiji, is there something wrong? Aren't we the three generals? Why do you two seem to know each other? Human in the pirate, my devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 46, Become Chiyu High. Chapter 46. Waiting until the group of noisy guys finally quieted down, Bai Shan began to speak. In my opinion, the QU High system will be reformed or abolished sooner or later. It is possible to use pirates to control pirates, but you cannot rely on methods like QU High. Oh, why? This time, under the sound of Akainu, no one made any noise, but all stared at Shan, watching his every word and deed. The reason is very simple. As an officially recognized pirate, Kibuhai has too few obligations while enjoying rights. The rights and obligations are not equal, the freedom is too high, and the Navy has too much influence and control over Kibuhai. Small. A mere sand crocodile dares to do such a big event of treason against a country under the eyes of the Navy. If the other Shikibukai are also brewing conspiracy under the official status of the Navy, don't we all have to do it? Wait until their plan is almost successful before stopping it? Hearing this, Akaken and the others, who had always opposed Shikibukai, nodded slightly, with a smile on their faces, and gently clapped their hands. That's right. A pirate is a pirate, and no matter what you do, you can't change that bad nature. Yeah, keeping these big pirates will be a problem after all. Seeing that a meeting discussing the candidates of Kibuhai turned into a meeting to denounce the Kibuhai system, the other group couldn't sit still. However, It is impossible for us to rely on the power of the Navy to manage the entire sea. Relying on the Kibuhai not only saves the manpower of the Navy, but also their private plundering is also an important financial income. Ha ha, yeah, for some money you can ignore their crimes. Bai Shan used a pungent tone, launching a sarcasm. What did you say? The brigadier stood up on a row of desks, leaning forward with his upper body, glaring round. HMPH, does this hit your pain point? Incessantly, Bai Shan waved his hands and walked to the edge of the table. Whether you want to admit it or not, there are many problems in the current Navy. Some people take advantage of the status of the Navy to amass money and abuse their power. Especially when encountering incidents related to Kibuhai. There must be some of you man, helped those pirates a lot, right? You, eager to refute, the Brigadier General, who was afraid of being exposed the truth, suddenly became violent, armed and domineering, and punched Pshan's head across the sky. None of the other navies expected that this majestic Brigadier General would be so enraged because of Bai Shan's few words that he jumped the wall in a hurry and directly shot at the secret meeting. What are you in a hurry for, Brigadier General? Bai Shan stretched out his hand to easily catch the Brigadier General's furious blow, grabbed his fist with one hand, and said word for word, "The power of the prison-suppressing divine body, how can a little Brigadier General like you compare to it?" The Brigadier General's eyes widened, his teeth were clenched, and his muscles were pumping, but he couldn't move forward an inch. Sit down obediently. Bai Shan exerted a little strength, coupled with the power of the god of suppressing prison, and directly pushed the Brigadier General into the chair. The expressions of the other navies also changed slightly. They seemed to understand why Garp brought such a young man to this secret meeting. Seeing that Bai Shan had subdued a Brigadier General with ease, Garp laughed loudly and slammed his head on the table, not showing any face to the bluish-faced Brigadier General. Ha ha ha, good job, boy. You are indeed the little guy I fancy. Akaken and Kizaru smiled slightly, then coughed lightly. Okay, stop making trouble. Pshan, you continue to talk. Bai Shan withdrew his hand easily, stepped aside, and continued to speak. The Navy doesn't have enough binding force on the Kibuhai, but the Kibuhai can rely on the background of the Navy and the government to profit. The pirates outside say that the Kibuhai, the Navy, and the four emperors are the three major powers in the world. With a long sigh, Bai Shan said heavily, don't you understand? Kibuhai is already on an equal footing with the Navy. Even in the eyes of many people, the Navy is not as influential as Kibuhai. Well said. Akainu took the lead in applauding, and other navies, no matter whether they agreed with Hokusan or not, would not stop applauding. However, the abolition of the Kibuhai system is not something we can decide now. Such a big event needs to be discussed at the World Conference. We can consider this plan first. Hokusan shook his head. Sure enough, Akaken's eyes were always on Sewang. In the eyes of Akainu, Shikibukai is also a pirate, but he can easily kill those pirates, so Akainu doesn't care so much about this kind of thing. Before Brother Ming's conspiracy was exposed, the world government did not see the disadvantages of Kibuhai. They didn't realize the problem of Shikibukai. To abolish Kibuhai, only two conditions are required. One is to let them see that Kibuhai has disadvantages but not benefits, and the other is a substitute. When it comes to alternatives to justice, you have to talk about pacifists. Vegapunk, that genius scientist, I don't know where he is going. With a little helplessness, Bai Shan had to sit back in his original position. Having said all that, nothing has changed. Garp saw Bai Shan's frustration, and reached out to touch Bai Shan's head. Boy, you are the future of the Navy. Just ignore old guys like us and stick to your path. Well, I know. Seeing that the plan to abolish Kibuhai in advance failed, Bai Shan had to come up with an alternative plan. Ahem, then, since Kibuhai cannot be abolished, let's consider the new Kibuhai candidates first. The meeting continued, and all parties began to argue with each other. Akaken is in charge of the conference hall, Aokiji just looks at it like that, not caring about things. Kizaru has a wretched face, looking around at this group of noisy guys, showing a smile for no reason. Cup. Baishan looked at the old man beside him. He had already put on earplugs and an eye mask, and began to sleep and hibernate. Sure enough, the real boss doesn't bother to care about such things. Since this is the case, there will be no result in the quarrel, so let me be Kyuhai. Baishan's words shocked everyone. The Navy will become the Kyuhai. Is this possible? It's better to bury a secret in Kyuhai. My strength is definitely enough. As for the identity of the Navy in the pirates, my name is Purple Death. Although the identity of the Navy has been mentioned, most human rights it's a rumor. What else did the other navies have to say? And Akainu clapped their hands. Okay, then it's decided. Baishan will be named Shikibukai, and he will use the name of Purple Death. Aokiji nodded, indicating that he didn't care. Huang Yuan smiled and said, oh, things are getting interesting. The three generals have said so, and the others have no choice but to agree. Human in the pirate, my devil fruit has turned black. Chapter 47 Black Arm Zephyr. Chapter 47 Black Wrist Zephyr. Oh, you boy, what are you doing as Kyuhai? Why not stay at the headquarters, and you can take over my position after a few years? Isn't it good? The meeting was over, and Garp was still sleeping, and only learned of the decision at the meeting the next day. If the Navy wants to replace the Kyuhai system, it needs to do it step by step. We are not just entrusting the title of Kyuhai. What we really need is to win over other forces to maintain maritime order. Well, you young people have so many ideas. Forget it, just follow your ideas. The old man shook his head and chose to ignore this kind of thing. His son became a revolutionary and the most heinous criminal in the world. The grandson wants to become the One Piece. This made the old man more or less disheartened. He realized that the world of young people was completely different from his own. Then let it be. A few days later, the new Shikibukai, the youngest Shikibukai in history, the Purple Reaper, became famous all over the world and passed on the great route. What? Brother Hakuzen has become Shikibukai? Isn't he a Navy? Luffy and others around the newspaper looked puzzled. Only Nami responded, no matter what the true identity of Big Brother Bshan is, we will be covered by Kyuhai from now on. Hey, Nami, we have killed many powerful enemies, and the sand crocodile was defeated by Luffy. Zoro expressed dissatisfaction with Nami. What are you talking about? Wouldn't it be nice to have one more ally? What they don't know is that Nami is full of thoughts. When she is hunted down by the Navy in the future, as long as she reports Bshan's name, the Navy will retreat without a fight. As Hakuzen turned into Kyuhai, I will meet him in the future. I want to fight against him. Ace also saw the newspaper on the way to hunt down Blackbeard. At the same time, Whitebeard, Redhead, Hawkeye, etc. also saw the new notification. Haha, I said this kid will definitely become famous all over the world one day. I didn't expect it to be so soon. Purple Grim Reaper. What kind of bullshit nickname? The youngest Shikibukai in history. Kid can do it. The content of the meeting was placed on Dorag's table earlier than these people. 7 new high allies. Not bad. Dorag put down the notice, and then picked up the printed and bound book. The brand new book cover reads impressively, Revolutionary Program. Author, Dorag, Anonymous. In order to protect Bshan's identity, Drago had to change his name to Anonymous. And the town of Magic Valley, which has just resumed the business of pirates, is once again shrouded in a shadow of terror. Purple Reaper. It's that demon. He turned into Kyuhai? I just said, how could the Navy be so scary? In a short time, all kinds of pirates in Magic Valley Town quickly sailed away, and those who originally planned to go to Magic Valley Town also chose to change their routes as much as possible, or left after supplies. Who knows if that Purple Grim Reaper will come back again? Magic Valley Town has become the place with the fewest pirates and the best order on the Great Route. Since you have become Kyuhai, you are no longer suitable to stay in Marin Vanduo. Go out to sea. To maintain the justice of the Navy, We must rely on you young people. Under the farewell of Garp and Akainu, Hukasan left Marinfando again and returned to the sea. As the waves continued to drift, Bshan originally planned to simply continue to find a boat to rob the boat. Now I don't seem to have any goals, and the most important thing is that I don't have a permanent pointer in my hand. I don't know where to go, so I can only drift with the wind. However, this time it did not succeed. Bshan flew for a long time, not only did not see any boats to rub against, but also found a strange wreckage. After landing, Bai-Shan began to carefully examine the traces here. Wrecks of ships and decks, various debris. The corpse floated on the surface of the sea, and the whole sea was stained red with blood. What's happening here? The entire ship was bombed into various horrific situations. Some people were blown to pieces, and some were even children. Bai-Shan couldn't figure it out. It looks like it should be a pirate group, and the pirate flag has been broken. What kind of enemy did you encounter to cause such a tragedy? Knowing that Bai-Shan saw the tragic scene of a corpse being blown to pieces, he suddenly thought of a person in his mind. Black Arm Zephyr. These are the effects of his shredder. In this way, these children should be the ability of the retrograde fruit, which can reverse the age of a person. Pirate Guerrilla. A team that hunts and kills other pirates. Zephyr was originally a moderate faction in the Navy who advocated don't kill, and he was also a former general. The current 3 generals are all Zephyr's students. It's a pity that my relatives and disciples were brutally killed by pirates. Since then, the attitude towards pirates has been completely opposite. Even later, Edward Webull, who claimed to be Whitebeard too, was recruited into the Shikibukai, which directly led to the break between Zephyr and the Navy. He pulled a team of his own to form the Neo Navy. Finally, Zephyr, who wanted to destroy the world, was killed by the Navy after fighting with Luffy, and Okiji buried him on that island. Frankly speaking, in Bai-Shan's eyes, this is indeed a tragic figure. A senior who was in the same period as Sengoku and Garp, ended up like this in the end. However, pirate guerrillas are actually operating around here. My identity is Shikibukai. Bai-Shan suddenly felt that he was a little dangerous. Forget it, Zephyr himself may not be defeated, so Bai-Shan picked a random direction and flew forward. It didn't take long to find a ship. Oops, finally found the fleet. Bai-Shan landed on the deck. Looking around, there were not many people on the deck. When they saw Bshan falling, they quickly gathered and called other companions over. The other decorations are fine, just a normal fleet, but the most eye-catching thing is the flag. A sword blade is inserted into the skull. Generally speaking, the skull is a symbol of pirates. This flag. Does it mean to kill the pirates? Bai-Shan suddenly had a bad feeling. It seemed to me that it was really delivered directly to my door. Not far away, the sound of thumping came gradually. On the deck, there was a slight tremor. A man with a huge machine arm came over. What's the matter? I heard that someone came to our ship. Bai-Shan raised his head and looked at the former naval hero. The black-armed Zephyr has long admired his name. So, who are you, little guy? The new Kyuhai, the purple god of death. Join us. Since you hit it, let's try it. Bai-Shan also really wants to experience the strength gap between himself and the former admiral. Human in the pirate. My devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 48. Fighting against Zephyr. Chapter 48. Battle Zephyr. It's that new Shikibukai. I saw it in the newspaper before. Hearing Bai-Shan's self-reported name, some team members were taken aback for a moment, then remembered that they had seen Bai-Shan's identity before. The devil in Magic Valley Town. I heard that he slaughtered many people there. Hearing these words, Zephyr confirmed that the boy in front of him was really Shikibukai, and narrowed his eyes. Being Shikibukai at a young age must have some skills. It's a pity, since you are a pirate, you must die. The next moment, the huge pulverizer waved its arm and smashed directly at Bshan. Bai-Shan jumped back lightly, dodging the tentative blow. Old man, you should take the medicine first. Otherwise, I'm really afraid that you won't be able to beat me. Because of his age, Zephyr has all kinds of hidden injuries and obvious injuries on his body, so he has to use drugs to assist in the battle. It's okay if you meet an ordinary opponent, but when you meet a strong opponent, if you don't take drugs, your body will become stiff and difficult to move. Really? Let me see your strength first. Zephyr felt that he was underestimated by Bshan. Although he was angry, he did not lose his mind. Instead, he suddenly fired the Heilashi machine gun and almost sneaked over Haza. Baishan raised his hand to form a wall of wind, easily blocking all the bullets. Since this is the case, you should be optimistic. Yadawakan was rolling up his sword energy and attacking Zephyr directly. Although he was blocked by his pulverizer arm, the scattered sword energy made several cracks on the ground, forcing other soldiers around to retreat a lot. Then, one after another sword chi struck at a steady pace, and Bshan, who was stuck in the rhythm, forced Zephyr to keep defending and couldn't draw his hand to attack. When the entire deck had been scratched across an entire area, Baishan finally stopped, pointed at Zephyr with a smile on his sword. Take medicine. Otherwise, you won't even be able to use the domineering color of your weapon. Good. Zephyr gasped heavily, then took out a packet of medicine, and swallowed it without even looking at it. These are mainly excitatory and analgesic drugs, which activate Zephyr at once. Body. Armed color domineering. With a loud roar, Zephyr's arm was covered with a layer of black substance, and the armed color covered both arms. This is the origin of the name Black Arm Zephyr. Boy, punch me. The huge black fist struck again, but this time, both in terms of strength and speed, it was much faster than before. Hey, this is the appearance of a dignified former general. The black wrist and the demon knife collided together, making the sound of gold and iron intersecting. The two fought close to each other, fighting faster and faster. The wind of fists and sword energy danced a layer of cover. The surrounding soldiers couldn't even get close, so they could only watch the two fight. Damn. How could that kid be so strong? Leader Zephyr is getting old. It's not an option to go on like this. Ain, what can you do? The others were at a loss, so they had to look at Ain on the side. Ain is a person with the ability to reverse the fruit. As long as he can touch Bshan, he can make Bshan's age backward. Unfortunately, Ain also shook his head, quite helplessly. I can't get in the fight between the two, and I can't get close, let alone the ability to activate. So, the two of them who had fought to the fullest continued to fight like this. Baishan didn't use all means. After all, he didn't come here to kill Zephyr, so most of the time he was just fighting with Zephyr. I have to say that Zephyr's armed domineering color and pulverizer are really hard. While fighting with knives, Baishan could feel his wrists trembling. Interesting. This is the first time I have encountered an opponent of this level since I obtained the prison-suppressing divine body. The strength of the former general should not be underestimated. While Bshan was in high spirits, the voice of the blackening system suddenly sounded in his mind. The host is actually unable to suppress the former Admiral Zephyr in terms of power. His power has been blackened and he has obtained the power of Shura. The power of Shura. The legendary power of 100 people. After obtaining it, the power can be increased by a maximum of 100 times. Baishan could only feel that a steady stream of power was pouring into his body infinitely, as if there was no end and would never stop. Zephyr, who was colliding with Bshan's blade, suddenly felt an indescribable pressure. In his eyes, Baishan seemed to have suddenly turned into an evil ghost with a huge back, exuding a strong breath of death. In his decades as an admiral, he has never encountered such a character. You, what the hell are you? Baishan was also immersed in the second voice in his head. The host possesses the overlord-like arrogance and the power of Shura at the same time. Both of them have been blackened, and they have obtained the power of Shura. This is much more domineering than the domineering look that can only clear miscellaneous soldiers and is useless. Even a person with Zephyr's strength will feel flustered and a slight sense of fear under the influence of Shura's divine power. It can be said that this kind of feeling is something Zephyr hasn't experienced in decades. Zephyr is like this, not to mention the other soldiers. They can't wait to jump off the boat, and they all want to stay away from the demon Bshan. Ha ha, old Zephyr, it's young people's world now. When Baishan flicked Muramasa, Zephyr could only feel the huge power, which exploded on his arm, domineering. Then, the unbearable deck was smashed through by Baishan, and Zephyr fell directly. Chief Zephyr. Go and see Chief Zephyr. A group of people who cared about Zephyr, ignoring the suppression of Bshanshura's aura, rushed into the hole just opened, and helped Zephyr up. It's okay. I'm just a little tired. Zephyr stood up again, looking at Bshan with a condensed expression. I know you have no malice, and you didn't use any real killer move just now. I was too anxious when I heard the name of the pirate. Well, it's not a big problem. Anyway, I came here on purpose to ask for a beating. Seeing that the things that should be earned have been taken into his hands, Baishan stopped pretending, put away his sword blade, and sat on the ground. Although that's the case, I still can't just let you go. You should know our purpose. Then what if I'm not a pirate? Zephyr smiled helplessly. It's not a pirate. So how did you become the seat of Kibukai? I'm the one the Navy buried in the Shikibukai to occupy this position. As Baishan spoke, he took out his Navy certificate. What? Hearing that there was still such a thing, Zephyr was also unclear, so after taking a look at the documents, he found out that it was really the Navy. People in Pirates, My Devil Fruit Has Been Blackened, Chapter 49 Chambord Islands. Yu Yintang is Black, 69 Book Bar. Chapter 49 Chambord Islands. Your seal is black. So, you are a real Navy, and that Boyake Ainu let you occupy the position of Kibukai, in order to weaken the influence of other pirates. Kibukai. Since they were all in the Navy, everyone finally sat together and held a banquet in the restaurant. The deck has been repaired a lot, and now most of the soldiers on board are guarding outside the dining room, and several other senior cadres are in the dining room, participating in meetings with Zephyr Bshan. Well, so I just saw the wreckage, so I came over to check the situation. I didn't expect it was really you, Black Arm Zephyr. TSK. The younger generation is awesome. The boy is not bad. He has the shadow of those three little guys back then. Zephyr let out a long sigh. I'm getting old. The future of the Navy is on you. I can't get used to Shikibukai. Yes. However, your thinking is also problematic. Baishan unceremoniously began to preach and criticize. If all the pirates are wiped out, it may not be a good thing. The Navy and the pirates, justice and evil, are like yin and yang poles. They are endless and cannot be killed. You don't know the principle of prosperity and decline, right? What is this? Yin and yang? Well, people in this world really don't know what it means to be prosperous when you are extremely prosperous. Being idle is also idle, so Baishan stayed on the boat and continued to move forward with the pirate guerrillas, while following along, doing ideological work for Zephyr every day. What kind of retrogressive philosophy of Taoism? What kind of enlightenment thought of Confucianism? Nowhere to respond. But even so, Huckers did not convince Zephyr. What you said is very reasonable, but I can't do it. If I can't do it, I can't do it. Whenever I see the pirate flag, my dead students and relatives will appear in front of my eyes. Zephyr's tone was full of pain. I can't let go of hatred. When others repay my kindness with grievances, I will repay them with pain. Baishan fell silent in a rare way. He also recalled his previous small village. Besides his own name, Jarazdeeb-shan, the small village seemed to have completely disappeared without leaving any traces. In the end, Baishan could only sigh softly. Forget it. I also understand your feelings. I just hope that you will not be blinded by hatred. When parting, Baishan looked at Zephyr from afar and shouted, I'll help you find that Edward Weibel. Thanks, Brother Bshan. Although the two had a fight at first, in the later getting along, the two got along pretty well. Therefore, Bshan successfully got a permanent pointer to the Chambord Islands here in Zephyr. Counting the days, Luffy and the other supernovas will almost arrive here in Chambord Islands. Boarding the archipelago, Bshan directly found the naval branch on the 69th archipelago, kicked open the gate, and walked in. Now Bshan, His external identity is Shikai Bukai. Only the high-level cadres inside the Navy and some members of the CP organization know his true identity. Therefore, the Navy's inside were frightened and confused. The Shikai Bukai Purple Grim Reaper is here. What's the noise? Bai Shan smashed the gate with one punch, which calmed them down. You tell me, what big things happened on the island recently? Yes. Recently, General Huang Yuan is hunting down the supernovas. 11 people on the island. The Navy that was pointed out immediately used the name of Huang Yuan, trying to scare Bai Shan away. It's a little late. But it should be in time. Hearing that it had already started, Bai Shan flew away directly with the air dance technique, flying to high altitudes to look for traces of light and explosions. It didn't take long for Bshan to find one of the supernovas. Basil Hawkins. Hey, are you the Scarecrow? Bai Shan was condescending, with an arrogant tone. Who are you? My name is Bshan. Bshan. The new Kyuhai? Let me see how your fate is. Hawkins, who had to do divination to make any decision, did not accidentally draw out the tarot cards. However, this time, he frowned. This is a fool card. However, he cannot read any language, can only vaguely feel. Begin. The beginning of everything, the beginning of everything, the infinite blankness of the future. Why can't I predict your situation? Hawkins put away the card, and looked towards Bshan. Who knows? Maybe you're too weak, presumptuous. How dare you talk to our captain like that? The other crew members below called out. Why don't you do a fortune-telling for yourself to see if you are black today? Hawkins bowed his head and tried again. No results. I lost the ability to read the divination results. Why? Hawkins looked puzzled. Bai Shan probably guessed something. During Hawkins' divination, he could see a faint energy gathering around his body. That is to say, his divination is not groundless, but a real power. But it's a pity that this kind of power is completely restrained by Bshan's prison-suppressing god. As a result, Hawkins lost the ability to read divinations. Okay, don't worry about that. Scarecrow, fight me. Why? Because I want to. Without further ado, Bai Shan drew his knife directly, descending from the sky and launching an attack. He wasn't really interested in Hawkins' head bounty. However, he is very interested in Hawkins' Scarecrow ability. Thus, under 100 times the time, countless sword chi smashed Hawkins' torso in an instant. However, the next moment, Hawkins was unscathed. On a distant island, a pirate who was drinking wine suddenly turned into a puddle of meat. Interesting. Come again. Bshan's offensive Hawkins was completely irresistible, and Hawkins' blade slashed on the prison god's body, purely scraping. So, within half a quarter of an hour of the fight, hundreds of pirates were inexplicably hacked to death by sword blades in different places on the sea. Even the people close to them have absolutely no idea what happened to them. On the other side of Bshan, watching Hawkins being chopped up and scattered Scarecrow voodoo dolls on the ground, he finally stopped. It's really a pleasure. Your ability is still very useful as a human sandbag. Even fatal injuries will be transferred away. Just keep fighting, and Hawkins may not have a Scarecrow to use. Thinking of this, Bai Shan beckoned, and flew away by himself, leaving Hawkins and others in a daze. At a loss. People in pirates. My devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 50. Do you want to fight? Fighting the Yellow Ape. 69 Book Bar. Chapter 50. Do you want to fight? Warring orangutans. By the time Bai Shan flew to the place, the Straw Hats and the Yellow Ape had already clashed. DSK, it's too late to find the wrong place just now. Where are you now? Wait until the smoke cleared. Bshan happened to see the light kick lifted by the orangutan in the air, and Luffy lying underneath. I am super. What are you doing? Rayleigh of the classic plot. This paragraph can be said to have impressed all Hamis, and it was also included in 100 evidences proving that the Yellow Ape is a ghost in the Revolutionary Army. The Yellow Ape's feet were shining, and it waited in the air for a long time but refused to kick it down until Rayleigh came to rescue him. Yo, Bshan, why are you here? Seeing the yellow monkey, and Luffy and Bshan were also a little surprised. Brother Hakazn, you have become Chiyu High. Luffy waved happily. Ah, yes, people always have to improve. Baishan walked towards the yellow monkey, looked at Luffy on the ground, and sighed. Let him go. Hey, it's scary. Is this the majestic Chiyu High? The yellow ape with a scared face actually put down his legs. Then the next moment, kicked Luffy aside. Want to fight, White Mountain? The two looked at each other. At this moment, the relationship between the two is so delicate. First of all, the real identity of the two is the Navy. However, on the surface, Baishan's identity is the great pirate Chiyu-kai, the notorious purple god of death, and the yellow ape is an admiral of the Navy, which symbolizes justice. Secretly, Baishan is the specially appointed chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, and he has always suspected that Huang Yuan is really the ghost of the Revolutionary Army. So now, come and try. Hakazn drew out the demon sword Muramasa. It's nice to be young. Huang Yuan kicked the light, and kicked it over without politeness. Wait until feet only. When it hit the face did Baishan react. Quick. It's really fast. Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? A familiar voice rang in my ears, and in front of his eyes, suddenly there was a group of condensed light beams. 100 times the time is useless. Bshan was kicked away again, hitting the surrounding trees, breaking a large area. Just now he has turned on the 100 times time deceleration, but the speed of the light kick is actually the speed of light. The speed of light is eternal. Even if the speed is slowed down 100 times, it will arrive in an instant. As expected of the strength of a general, it really can't be solved by relying on a simple 100 times speed. Then, it's time to try the next move. Prison suppressing divine body. Azure god power. Suppress me. In an instant, the speed of the yellow ape slowed down visibly to the naked eye. Although it was still fast, at least the traces of movement could be caught. Under the power of Azure, even the yellow ape would feel the panic in his heart. In the myths and stories, the Shura clan is the master of the Sea of Blood. The strong ones killed in the Sea of Blood. If all the divine power of Shura is exerted on a person, the weak-willed person will even die directly, and the brain will be directly disconnected and spread out. It will also have the effect of suppressing various other abilities. Slow down, be careful not to be caught by me. Baishan's 360-degree sword energy splashed directly, centering on himself, creating a tornado. Sword storm. This is a move that was truly created by Baishan himself, and it has never been used. The sword energy surged in a large space, cutting off the entire land. Huang Yuan tried to get close, but found that he was caught off guard and was scratched several times. Can't help but be amazed. Retreat to a safe range and stop. Ouch, it's so scary. Huang Yuan, can you actually not beat a brat? It's so ridiculous. I don't know when. Rayleigh has already stood up and rescued Luffy. Brother Bshan, I'm leaving first. Well, say hello to your companions instead of me. Seeing that Luffy had completely left, Baishan also stopped and stood where he was. Well, you are the legendary Pluto Rayleigh? Hey, the new Shikibukai. Why are you so young? Has the talent in the Navy withered to this point? Can't even hold back a brat? Luffy seems to be a kid too. Not even as old as me. Baishan was dissatisfied with Rayleigh's words. Luffy, that's the man who will become the One Piece. What do you want to do? To overthrow the Tanlong people, the most powerful in the world, and then make the lives of ordinary people better? Probably these dreams. Huang Yuan touched his chin, stood aside and looked at Bshan, silent. Forget it, Rayleigh, you can stand aside first. Kizaru, let's finish the game just now. Yo, do you really want to continue fighting? It's so scary. Nonsense. Eat me with a sword. Baishan flew up with a knife, and suddenly continued to slash. Hee hee, let me tell you why the general is a general. Huang Yuan's figure was already a little stagnant, but in the next moment, he suddenly accelerated, and he fled away from the range of Bshan in an instant. The power of the prison suppressing divine body couldn't capture the speed of his escape. Little guy, you're still too young. Huang Yuan, who was freed from the influence of Bshan, began to shoot all kinds of scattered bursts indiscriminately. The light kicked. The 8-foot Qianguan scattered the beam, and began to bombard a large area. The only shortcoming of Shunpo and Bshan is that the distance is not far enough. The combat experience is still insufficient. Faced with a character of this peak combat power level, you still have to be careful. Huang Yuan Lao Yancoin has been deliberately controlling the distance, and Bshan can't touch him. However, the various explosions and light beams of the yellow ape hitting Bai Shan's body are nothing more than pure scraping. This little guy is really tough. Rayleigh was amazed. In Lily's eyes, Bai Shan has at least learned to be armed and domineering. There is only one extraordinary figure in a million people, a born king. How could such a person be willing to take the position of Chi Yu Hai? So, facing the stalemate between the two, Rayleigh was not too surprised. That guy Huang Yuan, if nothing else happened, he must be letting water out, and he didn't go all out. Otherwise, how could there be such a little movement when the strength of the general level is fought? Once Akainu makes a move, it directly burns a city. Once the green pheasant is shot, the scope of the Ice Age is huge. And Huang Yuan kicked and shot for a long time, and it was nothing more than exploding a few buildings. Forget it, fight as you like. Rayleigh shook his head while watching the show. The purpose of coming here to save Luffy has been achieved, now it is time to watch the show. The younger generation is constantly growing up. Perhaps, the day Roger hopes to see is not too far away.